was never easy, but each team that arrived proved they belonged. The stage has been set, the chips are down, and the dream of being crowned champion now meets the moment that decides it.
We are going to map 3.
Welcome to the 2026 Our Esports Conference Championships.
Las Vegas, Fish and Ryan here. Rocket League about to take center stage today, Ryan, but we got to recap everything that went down yesterday. We had fantastic games across our other 3 titles, starting off with Smash, who we're going to hand out a national championship later tonight. But let's get an update on that Smash bracket, Ryan, because it was absolutely electric. And the highlight of the day, Minnesota and Syracuse.
Yeah, I mean, personally, I love this clip because it's Syracuse. It was just... There's no words to describe it. I mean, it was in the hype video. It's all over the medias. Like, it doesn't matter who you are. The clip of this was just perfection. I mean, triple stock on Donkey Kong into the Yoshi, stands up, ends the game into overtime. A great victory for Syracuse in Smash, putting them up to the winners final against Michigan State. It was absolutely phenomenal to watch.
Yeah, absolutely electric atmosphere, as you said. Lower semifinal as well. Minnesota, they end up rallying. They eliminate Nebraska. They'll take on Ohio State. Again, we'll have our grand finals for Smash later today. And if yesterday was any proof, it's going to be absolutely electric. We also had a couple of other amazing titles. We had Valorant as well. A fantastic game there between Boise State and Michigan State. These two, the defending champs, Michigan State, Boise State, the 1 seed, they went back and forth in a 3-game series.
Yeah, I mean, this game in and of itself, I said it was going to go 2-1. Michigan State was going to win the map that they chose, and they kept it close on bind. And it was Haven that really was the biggest struggle for them, but it was still close. But this is the proof that Michigan State is a squad not to be trifled with for this event. And they are definitely top contenders for this national championship. They brought the favorite to win it all to a game 3, to a very close game 3, I might add. And it's going to be down, once again, I really do think we're going to see Michigan State make a beautiful run in that lower bracket. Boise will probably take Ohio State in a 2-0 later. And it's going to be Michigan and Boise State in that grand final. And it's going to be a close matchup. And Michigan State is going to probably have a pretty nice, easy road in the lower bracket.
And don't sleep on Utah, right? The Utes, they came in. They did get 2-0'd by Ohio State in that upper bracket. But again, it's kind of that 4-team race that we were talking about. Interesting to see. I'm probably with you. I think we're going to see Ohio State and Michigan State in that lower final, and whoever goes on from there. We also had Overwatch. The big news, of course, was Utah, right? They came in, I don't want to say as a sleeper, but they hadn't lost all spring, but they still got the 3 seed right. Early on, they proved against Baylor, they're no one to mess with.
Yeah, no one to mess with, absolutely. And they played very well with this Juno Brig composition that's sort of been adapted from this professional meta. But also, right, Utah, they looked really good. Baylor had some good plays as well, specifically Costa, right, playing very good on that Emre last night. But one thing that's really important to mention is Ohio State, the 1 seed yesterday, going down to Syracuse 3-1, pushing not only Ohio State, but also Utah into that lower bracket as they lost to Boise in a 3-1. So one of our top 4 will be eliminated later today. Syracuse losing to Boise. They're sitting in the lower final nice and pretty. And it's going to be a close matchup for that lower final game and then for the grand final game.
Yeah, Boise State running through, as you said. They beat Utah. They 3-0 Syracuse. They just get the day off. They're resting until the grand finals. But, of course, they get the day off because we're all in on Rocket League today, Ryan. Yep. We did not see any Rocket League yesterday. It's going to be an absolute blast. We've got 4 of the top 25 teams in the country: Baylor, Boise State, Syracuse, and Michigan State. We take a look at the bracket. Baylor, the 1 seed, they went undefeated, but it's not just going to be an easy run for them.
No, absolutely not. I mean, Baylor, they're the 1 seed right now. I think they're the 1 seed in CRL as well. They're a very, very good team, but Syracuse taking them to a map 5. Very, very good from them. Syracuse has taken all of these top teams to a map 5, actually, so something to remember as we get through the day. But, I mean, this first round is pretty, we all agree that will pretty much go the way of these top 4 teams, but then it's going to be the rest of those games. It's going to be where those teams are going to play out. Syracuse and Baylor are going to be fighting up next, and that matchup is going to be close. You're going to have Michigan State and Boise State, a match that has already been a rivalry, going to be end up playing each other as well, and that's where the brackets are going to start getting a little wonky.
Yeah, we are going to start with Boise State. They're going to be taking on Nebraska. As you said, on paper, looks like it may be Boise State favored, but we talked about it yesterday, right? Even with Baylor and Utah in Overwatch, it wasn't just an easy win for the top team. The PEC is so deep that anybody can make you maybe go to a game 4, a game 5, and when the lights are bright, you don't know what's going to happen, right?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, last night, Syracuse's Valorant also played for a long time.
Yeah.
They were the last team out of here, and they ended up taking Baylor to game 3 and ended up winning that in the lower bracket. So Syracuse Valorant still staying strong at the moment. We talked about how Syracuse was, their Valorant team really did not start off to a great start. It was a little rocky for the start of that semester with the new players coming in, and they changed the roster again at the second semester. And so there was a lot of changes for that Valorant team. They started figuring it out. They are in the lower bracket. This is their final chance to continue it forward. However, they looked good last night against Baylor. They still have some life in them left. It's a matter of these teams that are in the lower brackets, how much life do they have left?
And if you play Syracuse in any title, you've got to be locked in, right? We talked about it yesterday. All of their games went into overtime in the first round. So I think they play Ohio State and Rocket League to kick things off. If you're the Buckeyes, you may be ready for a 5-game series because I don't know what it is about Syracuse, but they just like making sure everybody's getting their money worth for this trip.
Syracuse likes to go all the way. I mean, they do. It's always been the case. Doesn't matter what title it is. Syracuse is the final game series type of competitor, and I mean, there's a level of strategy to that, right? I mean, obviously, when it comes to tiebreakers, that's not your best case scenario. But when it comes down to getting to that map 5, right? You're 6, you're 7, you're 8 hours into the day, and you're playing map 5 and you're like, we're still good. We got at least 6 more games than us. And your opponent's like, what? So, you know, there's some validity behind it.
Yeah, and I mean, again, we'll have all of either our grand finals done, like we said in Smash. That one is going to be played later today, or we'll know the matchups. The other 3 titles going to have their grand finals, so we'll keep you up to date on everything that is happening. Of course, we're going to go all in on Rocket League today, Ryan. I cannot wait because, as we've talked about, it's some of the top teams, and just from yesterday alone, we had some crazy upsets. I want to see our pop-off, right? We had our Valorant pop-off with Boise State. We had our Smash pop-off with Syracuse. We need that Rocket League, that aura moment.
I like that, the aura moment. I think that should be, anytime we see something like yesterday with Smash, it needs to be titled #aura moment for this event, and I need to see it blow up on Twitter. But for tonight, right? Or today, I guess it's 11 in the morning, isn't it? It's not tonight, is it? At all?
There's no time in Vegas.
No, there's not. I mean, it really isn't. But for this game, obviously, we have Boise and Nebraska first, going to be that match being played, and our casters will take over for that. But I do want to mention something about Rocket League that's very different from all the other titles, and that is the simple fact of every game is very different. Every game can snowball. You can be 5-0, Boise State game 1 in game 1, then you go into game 2, and Nebraska's like, hey, we started off on 2 kickoff goals. We're going to be in a wonderful spot, and then Boise can't find their way back in. So Rocket League, more than any other game, is a game that can really snowball, but only per game, and it's hard to keep that momentum for the rest of the games.
And it's just a very quick game, right? 5 minutes. You don't have a lot of downtime like the other titles. I mean, a timeout in Valorant lasts nearly as long as a Rocket League game, right? So it's going to be very fast-paced, as you said. You can't rely on, hey, last game we did really well, because the other thing is everyone knows, right? It's positionless almost, right? It's not like in Overwatch where, hey, maybe my tank player went really has a good matchup here. It's not like, oh, our goalie is better than their goalie. You have to be completely adaptable. So yeah, as you said, don't look at just one score and be like, oh, hey, this team beat, Boise State won 5-0. That's going to be an easy series. As you said, Ryan, it's going to be something where every single game you need to adapt. And we talked about it yesterday. When you have these long games, sometimes maybe just game 1, figure your opponent out, right? Maybe you lose, but you learn their strategies. That goes a long way in Rocket League.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think more than in any other title, Rocket League, the overtimes. Yeah. The overtimes are even more gruesome because, Overwatch, I feel like overtime is almost guaranteed for most teams. I mean, it's like you're sitting on payload, it goes 0 seconds. It's overtime, right? It happens. Yeah. Smash, not as, crazy, but also when you get that overtime, it is a little stressful, right, for those 2 players. And then same thing for Valorant. If you get to that overtime, it's like you lose 1 round, you still have some ability to come back into it. Rocket League, however, that's the game where things really get into it because all 3 of your players, it's a end-all goal, right? The timer just gets larger and larger and larger. You're 2 minutes in, you're 3 minutes in, now you're 8 minutes in, and you still haven't made a goal, and that pressure really gets to you because one mistake could be that goal and potentially that ending for you here at the PUC.
And speaking of Rocket League, as we talked about, the first round, I don't want to say chalk, but you and I both kind of are in agreement. Yeah. But what do you want to see from those teams? The Baylors, right? The Boise States. What do you want to see from those top teams? Michigan State, Syracuse, those top 4 in this? Is it you want to see a clean 3-0? Is it you just want to see them play well? What do you want to see to give you that confidence to know that they maybe have a real shot?
I think for all of these teams, a matter of find your play style, right? I mean, we see some of these teams, Syracuse and Baylor, they're really good on the passing play, right? They really work together. If someone's making a goal, it's typically because all three of them have hit it into the goal collectively somehow. And then you take a look at some of these other teams that are a lot more aggressive in their play style. Michigan State loves to go for those demos more than a lot of the other teams. I believe Nebraska is also a very demo-heavy team. And so for those teams, they like to mess with the teams that like to pass a lot. Others are boost starvation type of players. And so I'm curious to see, or not curious, I want these teams to just have their play style. Don't change it up too much. Figure out what you want to play, figure out how your opponent is going to play, and then say, all right, here's what we are going to do for the next 5 minutes of this game. If we need to change it, we will for game 2.
And again, we've talked about this last year in the PEC. It's not like all the 1 seeds won. Is there that lower bracket team you're keeping an eye on? I mean, Smash, a great example, right? Boise State, massive upset. Ohio State, they're in the lower finals. I think they were the 7th seed coming in. Is there a team in that bottom half that you're keeping your eye on of watch out if they maybe get a favorable matchup, maybe if they sneak past somebody, they can make some real damage?
So I've been a big Ohio State person for the past day. I've been saying that they've really taken it. So I'm going to go with them for the most part today. But I also think Nebraska has a really good chance to do something. They've brought in some of these high-level teams to some good games. So Nebraska and Ohio State, I keep your eye on.
Well, keep your eye on Nebraska. We're going to throw it over to the casters. It's Boise State and Nebraska. They're kicking off the PEC Championships for Rocket League.
All right, it's Rocket League time. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the PEC Championship here. My name is Oliver Bastion, alongside by Lemon Kiwi. And Lemon, you were here yesterday for the action, but now we get to get into the Rocket League. And me personally, maybe I'm a little biased, it's my favorite part.
I know. It got real noisy here yesterday. Oh, there was so much yapping between Michigan State and Boise State when it came to that final Valorant match that came down all the way to map 3. And I heard some rumblings in the Boise State camp that they think they can go to the grand finals of all of the games here. And we'll see if they could do it, because here we're featuring Rocket League, the first match of the day. And it's going to be featuring Boise State versus Nebraska.
So Boise gets to kind of defend that claim immediately off rip. Again, this is probably one of the favorites at this entire event, like you said. Maybe not even just make it to the finals, but to win it all, considering the pedigree of this team and the multiple championships they have taken over the history of this program. And this team in particular has kind of been the highlight for this Rocket League program, as year after year they have added new players until this one. And then they finally stop. They get Woozy and Preston surrounded around by Durtho, and they finally go, all right, this is the roster we're going to rock with. And since then, it has been success. This team has been able to make it all the way to the Collegiate Rocket League Championship, get second place there. They've won championships on land before. On the other side, for Nebraska, this is going to be a tall task for them. When these two teams met up earlier in the season during league play, it was 0-3. Boise took it in a sweep. So this is going to be a difficult task for them, but I think they're ready for it.
And land is just a completely different beast. Like what you do online, maybe you're in a comfortable environment, you're on your own setup, you're on your own time and whatever your schedule is, but once you're at land, that's where the nerves kick in. The room's a different temperature, your chair is a different height, it may not even be your equipment that you're using, so it changes the whole game. Because even yesterday when I casted Boise State's Valorant team, they were supposed to sweep their opponent of Michigan State, but they went the distance. Everyone has been stepping up to the plate. I expect Nebraska to put up a serious fight. They come in as the 7th seed with a 6-12 record. Boise State, your second best team here for the Rocket League.
Yeah, this is a very capable team. Again, we know what the expectations here, but like you said, it's all about how teams perform on land. And I'm going to take what you said as also gamer chair matters. That's the biggest difference maker. What chair you're playing in will legitimately make a difference. That's my interpretation. Whether it's true or not, we're about to find out. It's a best of 5 here, and it will continue to be a best of 5 until we get to the grand finals. So, again, there's a little bit of room to breathe in moments like this, but you do have to make sure you hit the ground running, or I guess driving in this case. It's got to be a good first game, especially against a team like Boise who really ride the momentum.
Absolutely. And then you talked about this roster of Boise State, Durtho being a huge mainstay. What is he, like 6'5", too? He's an absolute unit compared to my 5-foot person. But okay, we're gonna see how tall they can look in this first match. Boise State versus Nebraska, and it's Preston on the board first.
Yeah, not surprising to see Preston immediately get the first goal here. Not surprising to see Boise get the first goal either. It's a little bit of odd fashion off of the kickoff, but again, like we said, this is going to be really up to Nebraska to stand up here more than anybody else. It's about them playing the level of Boise State, and Boise State just plays as usual. This should be business as usual for them.
And last time I watched Nebraska, I had my eyes keen on Mincy, who pulled off a hat trick. He is going to be a great talent for Nebraska. He'll be sitting on the red side, and Preston trying to cause some trouble already. Boise State putting on the pressure, and now a back pass here. No, it's going to Creed, and now there's a lot of fight and brawling happening in the midfield.
This is going to be a little bit more what the rest of the game, I think, is going to look like at this point. It's going to be a little bit of a back and forth between the two squads. And again, we expect Nebraska to put up a good fight here. These are three very capable players, all at very high level. The question is whether or not they can do this consistently. Something that Boise State is really good at is just putting on pressure for a very extended period of time until eventually you break underneath it. Or you just get a quick counterattack. Great passing play midair, and once again, Boise on the board.
And Boise State have always had a really structured program. They put in the grind. They traveled all the way here, and even while we were setting up, they were scrimming and they were warming up. And passes like that really tell me Boise State are starting to find that flow state. And look, Durtho with the leaving that for Preston. Hello, but maybe not having enough boost. I don't know. Boise State playing with their food while Nebraska hope to hold the line.
Again, this is going to be the problem for Nebraska, is just being able to withstand this pressure for extended periods of time. They might be able to escape momentarily, but you notice Boise already back and all boosted up, ready to go. Resources absolutely in their favor, and although a touch does go to the backboard, it's a half volley from heaven that finds its way straight to Durtho, if not for the interference. Still, some more plays, some good passes as Woozy, some space on the sidewall. Will immediately get challenged in the 50 afterwards. Will find its way out to Durtho, who stops on a dime. Might even be able to turn this into a flip reset, if not for the challenge from Mincy. So Nebraska showing they do have the capabilities on defense, but for how long? Preston, the reset, that's a third.
Yeah, and Nebraska organizing on defense, that's going to be the name of the game, because they're so focused on who's going up for the challenge and constantly looking up, because Boise State are dominating the aerial game, while also Nebraska are getting boost stars, so you don't even have the resources to meet Boise State halfway. And we're not even halfway into this game, and Boise State are up 3-0, but at least Nebraska, they'll put up as many saves as they can.
This is a very capable team. Like we said, Mincy, Creed, and Promising are all very capable players in a moment like this. They had a decent season overall in PEC, but the big problem is that there have been kind of the top dogs who many teams throughout this league have struggled with, and Boise is definitely one of them. Again, you said it, or I guess they said it themselves. They expect to make it at least to the finals here, and I think the expectation is exactly that, based off of the record throughout the season, based off the capabilities of this team, and based off the fact that I think this team's kind of looking for a little bit of revenge, if you will, as well. This is a squad that almost made it into CRL and then almost made it into the LCQ, so if they can't play in those two leagues, they're definitely going to stunt in the moments that they have, and this is one of their bigger moments. They have the capabilities. They have proven how capable they are in PEC through multiple seasons and multiple events, and they're doing it already here in game one. We just now get to halftime, and that 3-0 still stands.
And just Nebraska are trying to do these rotations, and they're being bumped, and the physical play from Boise State is now an element to consider, as Woozy is shot towards the post, and he's able to find the rebound and close it out 4-0 now in the first half. Boise State are the final boss.
Yeah, they finally get on the board, and that means everybody is on board for Boise State at this point, at least a goal apiece. Preston technically leading the way at 2, but this is kind of the problem with Boise State. I talked about how Durtho was sort of the initial piece here of the puzzle for Boise State, and as time went on, they found more and more pieces to complete said picture. With the addition of Woozy and Preston, this team has just continued to accelerate, continued to ascend up the ladder of Collegiate Rocket League, and it's showing here as all three of the players very capable, playing both sides of the pitch right now. Is a great save from Preston. Now finds his way out to Durtho. Good dribble around one, could do it around another, but the immediate challenge from Creed will cut it off.
And these have been some good challenges from Nebraska. They just are lacking a lot of boost and power with it. And off the kickoff, Nebraska has some good possession, but Boise State, they are just building a wall, and now a lob towards Preston. Make it the 5th one and the hat trick.
Hat trick for Preston, and it only feels like he's just getting warmed up, especially considering the space he's being given mid-air. I think that's one of the few places that Nebraska is truly struggling in this match. We talked about decent defense, decent offense that is being able to keep up. Aerial game, though, entirely in favor of Boise. Whether it's double touches off the backboard, plays off the ceiling, this team seems somewhat unstoppable right now. And I thought for a moment maybe they'd shown some vulnerability, but Durtho, a great save.
Wow, that was some flashes of brilliance from Nebraska. They're starting to bring the mechs out. I'm going to be on the edge of my seat for this one. Nebraska already needing these resets so they can get control of their boosts and be able to pull off some of these mechs. But right now, it's about maintaining possession. Creed has to turn it around, going up high. It's just the softest of touch, right forcing the ball to Boise State. Now it's a midfield skirmish, a missed touch from Boise State. Uzi's going to get the beat on Nebraska. And still, Nebraska are so close to that blue net, but searching for the first goal.
It kind of just feels like they're getting their attempts, but the pressure's never really mounting against Boise right now. Boise's been able to withstand said pressure and even make plays like this where they'll take it all the way back to their half, still with possession. They're kind of forcing Nebraska to play their game, and I think that's a problem for Nebraska. They have to start getting more advantageous in the moments that they have, because there haven't been necessarily a multitude of moments, but there have been a few. And in those moments, you need to expose the defense, put the pressure on, get physical, make the immediate challenge, and maybe get the goal. If there had been a second player there to crash the net, probably could have been the first for Nebraska, but instead we head into the final 30, still without a goal on the board, and another one for Boise.
I think Nebraska were hunting for that moment to punish a mistake out of Boise State to keep their backs against the wall, but Nebraska were so committed forward that just one stray ball goes into an open net. At this point, Nebraska just have to find what works. There's 30 seconds, game one is over. Now it's time to experiment and really figure out how you can get on the same page.
That, unfortunately, is not going to help them. I do like the immediate challenge from Mincy, though, and the follow-up challenge as well. Nebraska is starting to get a little more aggressive here. And they keep this up as the assaultive offense should be working out here, but 3 challenges in a row, and Durtho, despite low boost, still will not concede this ball and definitely will not concede this game. Maybe a goal for the road here as the attempted air dribble bump, but this hits the ground, and Boise State shutout victory in game 1.
That was no joke. That was no joke. At game 1 to come out that red hot from Boise State and a hat trick from Preston, as we said. They were firing on all cylinders. This is a machine and every gear is turning correctly. While Nebraska, I think a lot of it is not having control of the boost. They're not able to meet Boise State in the air. The 50s were pretty back and forth. Nebraska had some nice kickoffs at times and they were able to set up on offense, but the small windows that Boise State give you to score on them are quite small, and Nebraska are still finding their footing in this series.
That's the big issue, I think, right now, is it does kind of feel like Nebraska are kind of in their own heads and a little uncomfortable in a lot of these challenges. I think one of the biggest moments you can see that are the aerial plays, where they're obviously going to have low boost. We've talked about boost priority being a big thing for Boise and how well they have done with that. But the problem is that if you have said boost priority and then all of a sudden you get a little boost, you want to hold on to it. You don't necessarily want to expend your entire tank with an immediate challenge to the sky. So when you see that you have to make an aerial challenge, you kind of second guess yourself. You think, is this the best approach? Should I make this challenge now? Should I wait to see if they get another touch? And in the moments that you've taken to contemplate what your next move is, already Boise have either scored on you, made a passing play, found a mechanic, gotten some further elevation, and just found ways to continue controlling said airspace. So I think that's the problem right now for Nebraska more than anywhere else, is that they are just kind of hesitant in moments that they need to go. Hopefully they can do that in game 2. There's a huge chance for them to rebound here in the second game and really just get on the board for the first time.
Here we are in game 2 of this best of 5. We're still on the upper side of the bracket, so it's not going to be the end no matter what. I think Nebraska really needing that full reset, because the scores start to get really out of reach when you had, 4 goals against you in the first 2 minutes. And Nebraska, the defense, now the deflection, wanting to maybe counterattack on this, but Preston will just demo you off the play.
That's got to feel horrible. Could you imagine trying to chase a person for a demo so you can turn it into an offense and they demo you instead? Again, Boise just kind of controlling all parts of the pitch right now. There needs to be a little bit more resistance from Nebraska, but I do like these challenges out of midfield. Still not quite making the challenges mid-air, though. That initial pinch to pass play that Boise attempted was somewhat spectacular. This is more what we're looking for, is Creed, the immediate challenge, and although the shot is turned away, that's the offense we've been hoping to see.
I like kind of these solo plays that Nebraska are going for. It's where you least expect it, trying to go for flip resets. Now utilize some of the ceiling, like Nebraska is showing that potential, but Durtho, what a placement on that shot. Oh my God.
I think he was trying to go for the pinch initially, realized that he didn't have the boost to get a lined up pinch, so he went, let me use the side of my car. Yeah, sorry, promising. I don't care what rank you are. You could be a world champion in RLCS. You're not saving that shot. Just misdirection after misdirection. Boise State so hard to read right right now, as once again, they are the first on the board.
And Boise State continue to level up, but they are going to get demoed, so Nebraska have some breathing room, trying to win these 50s. Now the ball finds some air, so you couldn't get a dunk opportunity, but the midfield goes to Nebraska as Mitzi has to climb high, setting up promising towards the ceiling, maybe needed a shot on target. Durtho's getting shoved in the net, maybe a first goal opportunity for Nebraska, but they're retreating. They're being called off. Mitzi and Creed take the mantle, pass opportunity with the bumps in the midfield, but Nebraska can't get it done.
This is what we've been looking for out of Nebraska, though. They're crashing that immediately after every attempt, just trying to keep that pressure on. Extended periods of play and offense are something we have not seen from Nebraska up until this point. The good thing is they didn't necessarily let this scoreline get too far away from them this time. Last time there was multiple goals to the good for Boise. This time it's still a 1-0 with only 2 minutes eclipsed. However, another breakaway play here for Boise, if not for the challenge out of Creed. Again, no hesitation, quick pace of play to move into offense. And the pass out center should have connected. That should be a tie ball game.
A few missed opportunities, but at least they were there. And Durtho was already downfield trying to make the magic happen. Woozy with a shot. Nebraska can't get a hand on it, and it's 2-0 for Boise.
Game 1 was set up plays from Woozy at 3 assists in this one. This time it's all Durtho. He gets the first goal. He gets the assist on the second from a perfect 50 in front of net. And Boise State, again, they're not necessarily running away with this game like they did in the first, but they're showing when they do get their opportunities, they are still very clinical.
Durtho's confident being able to just be that passing option downfield to punish Nebraska. Creed trying to kind of go for a pinch down 50, going for dunks. I like that. Nebraska is starting to shake things up. Boise State got to keep their heads on a swivel as Creed towards the backboard. A tough one to readjust. And Durtho's there for the save. Nebraska still can't dunk.
How did he get 2 saves from that? I don't understand any part of this play. I definitely understood that. Durtho looking for a redirect downfield, and passing play finally fires the other way and makes it in. Nebraska, it took them 8 minutes, but they finally find their first.
About time. There was so much effort from Nebraska. I love this pass. The side of the car to Mitzi through traffic and through fire of the flames. Nebraska will cut the lead in half just in time as well. We go into the second half with Nebraska coming in. Oh, fake kickoff from everybody. Someone's got to claim this ball. And now Nebraska are paying the ultimate price. Oh my God, what a save.
That was a great 3-man passing play from Boise. It's a shame that it doesn't find its way to the back of the net, but for the sake of Nebraska, they're probably thrilled to keep themselves in this game with only a 1-goal deficit. Another offense building here. Low boost for both Mincy and Creed, though, so they're not going to be able to do much. It's going to be a pass out to Promising that would need to connect, but with all 3 players downfield, it's a scramble back on defense, and the breakaway still seems to favor Boise because the traded demos means they have boost total and numbers going downfield, but the shot is not on target. Durtho tries to fire from a pass from Preston, can't quite connect. Now it's Woozy's turn. Pass down to Durtho, a second attempt, and again, Nebraska is in the way. Nebraska stepping up tremendously here in game 2.
Nebraska are doing this more ball-chasey style when it comes to their defense, and it's working. It's causing the field to be so busy that Boise State have no gaps and no real passing opportunities. Now a counterattack. Creed didn't have the best of first touches. Now Nebraska have to bail each other out. Midfield for Boise State. Woozy's going to go for the long one and now bounces back out to Boise secondary, but Nebraska are on it.
Pass back to Preston, or I guess maybe not a pass back, an attempt at an offense from Nebraska with Preston fully boosted up on defense. He is well prepared for it. Are you prepared for a challenge out of midfield? Absolutely. It's Durtho once again to the rescue, and maybe for a challenge off the sidewall. Where on earth did Woozy come from that one? That's a pre-jump and a half, and it might just work out. Not necessarily to make an offense, but to waste time. Under a minute to play here in Nebraska. Still need another just to COT.
Oh my God, Durtho just like a rocket in mid-air as Nebraska. You don't want that ball in front of the net for too long, not with someone like Durtho who'll just harass you to no end, as Woozy has been such a good enabler for this team. But possession's been a lot more contested, at least from the side of Nebraska, and with these defensive demos from Nebraska, they're really relieving a lot of this pressure from Boise State. But with 14 seconds left, this is going to be the last hurrah for Nebraska in game 2.
They got to get aggressive here. They got to start diving into offense and initiating a lot of these challenges that Boise have felt far too comfortable with throughout this game. Pass back, though, actually might just end this one because now it's up to Mincy to try and chase it down. Space and time, though, with a decent amount of boost. Flip reset, though, won't be found. Challenge from Boise will shut that down, and they will take game 2, if not in more narrow fashion than the first.
And the challenge game from Boise State, so strong. You don't want to let Nebraska start to pull off those solo mechs that they were giving us some glimpses of. And that game, too, got pretty close. We're hearing some noises from, that sounds like Boise State. There's some matches going on behind us. Or we're just really excited to get into game 3. But 2-1, that is a lot closer. Don't need a numbers guy on this one. It is a lot closer than 6-0. So it's getting better every step of the way.
Casters are bad at math. I think we can tell the difference between 1 and 6. I hope that I can tell the difference between 1 and 6 at this point. I can also tell the difference between 2-0 and 1-1, or I guess 2-0 the opposite way at this point. I know that we're one game away from a sweep here. As again, Boise, the first time they faced up against Nebraska during the regular season, they swept them there as well. So this wouldn't be an unexpected outcome. I think it'd be an unfortunate one, considering that Nebraska is starting to play a more even game, but that's kind of the problem in series like this. When you only have a best of 5, you can't afford to give up a game or two. You need to make sure you immediately are on your A game, and we didn't really see that from Nebraska until back half of game number 2.
Of course, there's some Valorant going on. That's why we're getting noisy, and you clutch, you got to get loud, you got to get proud, but Rocket League will do so, as we got a ton of matches to get through. We got the winners round 2 that we're going through right now. Then we're going to drop to the lower bracket. It's going to be an intense weekend, and this is only day 2. We have Championship Sunday tomorrow, where Boise State are setting their eyes on that one. But the journey will be long, and Nebraska wants to make it a difficult one.
Got a couple of updates from around the rest of the bracket here. Syracuse will move on to the next round in sweep fashion as well. They go 3-0 against Ohio State at this point. So, again, the Rocket League commences all at the same time, and we get to see some of the highlights of it, considering Boise State. Basically a human highlight reel through game 1, and although very close in game 2, they're starting off game 3 the exact same way. Immediate pressure. The follow-up won't be found from Preston, but he'll lurk around. And an offense won't be successful initially, but immediately Boise looking to close out this series.
Well, the aerial challenge game from Nebraska is getting just that much better. To be able to follow Boise State in the air like they're doing synchronized swimming, and you're able to follow Boise State, but can you have actually a commanding lead? Like, can you really control the field like Boise State have? Whoa, a double shove, and the net is open, but Preston has to buy time, and Promising just can't get back on the ball. So kind of a moment for Nebraska to find a scoring opportunity.
That's the issue, though, is that, like, Boise State are not going to show many moments of weakness like that, and when they do, you have to make sure you capitalize immediately. And with no second man there to make said challenge for Nebraska, they just kind of waited a bit too long. The ball got dropped, and so did the opportunity. And Boise State get away with one here as we're over a minute into this game, and surprisingly, still no goal on the board. Usually Boise State start off with a goal, get themselves some early momentum. This time, it's looking like a stalemate as both teams have had their opportunities in this game.
Ooh, Mincy is going to force Preston to readjust. Dirtho with a bounce out. Oh, right on the goal line. Creed will keep Nebraska in the game. And here comes Promising, wanting that reset, and Preston swats it away.
Chance here, though, for Mincy to keep this play extended. He's got no boost, though, so the aerial challenge won't be found, and I don't think it'll be found here either. As Promising in a very awkward moment. Can keep it contained, but Dirtho will bump him off for his troubles. Now Woozy's turn. Good 50 for him. Can he find a follow-up? Not quite. Instead, it gets spiked to the backboard. Now it's Preston's chance as this one goes long downfield. It'll go off the backboard. Is there a player there for Nebraska? Not quite in time.
Good catch, though, from Woozy. Nebraska, they're lurking. There's a lot of respect from Boise State to this Nebraska team. Their mechs are looking ever so clean, but Mitzi gets beat there by Preston. Has to use a lot of boost just to transition downfield. Boise State are calling for help, and here comes Dirtho and Preston, now with a full tank, going up high. Meeting them halfway is Creed. That just kills the momentum on the ball, but a good bounce on the back wall. Boise State get ever so close to that first one.
Boise State are starting to play more with possession here. They're spending more and more time on offense, but as time goes on, these attacks just don't seem as lethal. Shots off the bar, shots off target, just the passing plays that do connect, but don't have that final punch. Where's the knockout blow in a series full of jabs? Could it be this? Boozy off the sidewall. Reset in the bag, and an early challenge for Promising gives extra space for him to work with, and still another goal line stop.
Y'all cannot just be sitting there watching Woozy pull that off. That was a fake. That was a nice play with the reset, but Nebraska will keep this at 0-0 as we enter the second half. Ooh, Promising with the collection to the right. Creed's gonna come in with boost, but Boise are gonna deflect it away.
Kind of feels like Boise are overthinking this right now. They're trying to develop these plays, turn it into something greater, pressure, and then every time that they do, they just overcomplicate things. A pass that doesn't need to be had, a double touch that doesn't need to be a double touch when you could just try to shoot it straight on board. Again, the defense in Nebraska has definitely been parked in the net at multiple points, but that doesn't mean that you can't remove them. Try and get a little physical, try and get a little bit of trickery here, or maybe go for the air dribble. That, again, is just a little overcomplicated. A Durtho just shot straight on target. It would have at least tested the net. An air dribble like that, it didn't really do much.
Decent control of the ball, though, but Boise State, I mean, this is getting more difficult than they expected. Now the back line has been cleared, and the whole team's getting on board. Boise State with the lead with a minute to go.
You know, I appreciate when the players make it seem like I know what I'm talking about. I said, hey, you got to get physical. You got to start removing this defense that has been basically planted in net. And what happens when they have, I think, their first demo all game? Immediate goal. It took them 4 minutes, but Boise on the verge of a sweep now. All they need to do is hold on.
Nebraska, you got to cook up a response or this series is over, and you're going to take a visit to the lower bracket. Mincy almost with a full tank. You have to use it so much just to control the ball as Durtho. He's playing with his food, promising we'll follow his path. And now you could have a launch. Creed is just going to go for the clears so that Nebraska can move downfield, try to box Boise State, and create the best quality opportunity that they can. But Durtho will cut through all their forces. It's a great pinch, though, from Promising, but it feeds it right to Preston. And man, is he hungry. 35 seconds for Boise State. They just have to drain these last few seconds and maybe even go for insurance.
Unfortunately for Nebraska, Boise knows that it's go, go, go time for them. So all these aggressive challenges that just keep being made by Nebraska, they're expecting that. And like you said, they're playing with their food. They're stealing boosts. They're getting shots. Ooh. They're taking opportunities, and they're getting another goal. Woozy gets one back. He's got 1-1 here, and Boise State have 17 seconds until they move on.
And that could be the kiss of death unless Nebraska pull off something from their strategy book when it comes to these kickoffs, and they can sometimes surprise you, but you're never going to catch Boise State with an open net, and you're never going to catch them without someone able to bail someone else out if a mistake is made. But Nebraska put up a good fight, nothing off the kickoff, but they're at least in the blue half. But Preston is the one that'll steal the ball away and steal the glimmer as Nebraska dims, and will head to the lower bracket courtesy of a sweep by Boise State.
They repeat what they did during the regular season, and everybody gets a goal for the road. That's one apiece to Woozy, Preston, and Durtho, and the three-headed Hydra continues to snap. Again, a very close series, especially in Game 2, but you kind of feel Boise State was in the driver's seat the entire time, and a second sweep for them against Nebraska feels just oh so right.
I just love the team play from Boise State, because sometimes when you have really confident players, especially at this age, at this level, you kind of want to be flashy. You want to get noticed by everyone, especially if there's some scouts in the crowd, whatever it is. But this is such a selfless team. They're always, even when there's an open net, they're still trying to pass. Like, I just love that everyone is setting each other up for success on the Boise State side as they will move on to winners round 3. And there is some stiff competition here, so Boise State better not relax.
Yeah, you have to keep going at this point. There's no taking your foot off the gas considering the caliber of the talent that is there. And again, this is a Nebraska who we didn't necessarily know what type of challenge they would have against Boise State here, but clearly they put up a good fight. Game 2 was a 1-goal ball game. Game 3, for a majority of it, was a 1-goal ball game until eventually Boise kind of, turned it up at the very end there. And obviously Game 1 was not that. But at the end of the day, that's kind of the issue in series like this. We said it's a best of 5. You need to make sure you get the momentum early, and allowing Boise State to have that level of confidence right out the gates is just a mistake you can't afford.
Yeah, and you can see behind us, there we go, all the schools joining us for our PEC LAN, and we'll take a look at the replays, because maybe that's more interesting than logos. But it was really a Boise State montage, only giving up, 1 goal this all 3 games.
Oh my gosh, yeah.
So that is still really incredible.
Now I'm a little sad for Boise State they didn't get the perfect sweep. That would have been kind of baller from them.
However,
they get the win, and I don't think Boise State's going to be mad about that whatsoever. Again, the idea here is to make sure you get momentum early, and that you're just immediately getting yourself some confidence to carry throughout the rest of the day. And I think that they did that, especially considering when the resistance was found against Nebraska and Nebraska started to meet those aerial challenges, keep the consistent offense that just put pressure on. That's when we started to see Boise, I think, play at their best, where they weren't really making any mistakes. I think the only mistake I can call to mind was the singular double commit that they had midair, and that was kind of it.
And just taking a look at the bracket myself, Boise State are waiting for the winner of Michigan State and Kansas. And if I could just stir the pot for a second to have Boise State face Michigan State yesterday in Valorant, if they got to do it again in Rocket League, that would just be, the scriptwriters would be going crazy. And on the other side of the bracket, Syracuse did sweep Ohio State, and they're waiting for the winner of Minnesota-Utah, and then the winner of that faces Baylor, and then the winner of that faces Syracuse. So we got a bit of a bracket that is forming. So we'll try to catch any game we can, though.
Yeah, we're trying to figure out where we're heading next here. I think we might head over to our studio for just a couple of seconds while we get ready for our second game. Again, we've got more Rocket League. We've got tons of series to go, but we're going to take a couple of seconds while we get that set up. So do not go anywhere. We will be back in just a couple of moments. Or not. Oh, there it goes.
Thank you, casters, Fish and Ryan here. We just saw that Boise State game. It was what we expected, Ryan, right? You talked about it before we even started. You said game one might be a blowout. Look for Nebraska maybe to close the door a little bit. They never could get the lead, but they kept game two and game three very competitive until the end.
Yeah, and that's kind of what I expected to see from that, right? Boise was going to win that rather dominantly. However, right, you take a look at how Nebraska plays, and I told you, Nebraska was one of those teams that they like to disrupt, right? They like to look for the demos. And game one, not as much, but game two and certainly game three, they definitely found their way back into it a little bit more. You saw a lot of bumps in the net where Durtho just couldn't find his way sort of out into that offensive end, and Nebraska kept them in check, specifically promising on that defensive side. So that's what I want to see more from Nebraska as they get through their lower bracket. Is this is a team that has the capability to go far and get very far into the bracket, but you do need to be aware of like the teams like Boise and Syracuse that have a play style they're so used to, they know how to play, and they are kind of just going to run with what they know.
Yeah, and as the casters mentioned during the broadcast, right, you saw Nebraska in that game two and in that game three sort of adapt more of a ball-chasing mentality on defense. Yep. They cluttered the passing lanes, and it's something you see from Boise State. They mentioned it, right? They want to set up those crazy highlight reel passing plays because they're so good at it, and Nebraska almost made it too complicated, and it was a couple times where they were even saying on the desk, like, just dribble it in. You'll make a goal if you just dribble it in, and Boise State kept looking for those passes. They eventually found them right, but game three, scoreless for over 3 minutes, so a big shout-out to Nebraska holding this high-powered Boise State offense in check the best they could. But at the end of the day, yeah, it's 3-0 for Boise State. What we expected, a good warm-up game for the Broncos. We also have a couple other games that we do know that are going final here. When we take a look at the bracket, it has been basically everything we've expected, though, Ryan. It is Syracuse advancing with a 3-0 win over Ohio State. It's Boise State advancing. And last we heard, Michigan State not only up 2-0 in the series, they're up 2-0 in game three.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of what we thought was going to happen, was the majority of these first-round games were going to be in the favor of the higher seed. But then it gets into that winter semis where Syracuse is going to play Baylor, where Michigan State will play Boise, right? That's where things are going to get a little wonky. And then also in the lower bracket, right? We don't know much about what happened in that Ohio State game, but you take a look at how Nebraska played. They played a very good game against Boise. Boise just at such a high caliber of play style that it's hard to find your way into the game when you really have 15 minutes to do it, and you have to change your play style every 5 minutes. So they are a team to look out for, and like I said, watch them, specifically Nebraska and Ohio State in that lower bracket. I think they can make it far. I think they could bust some brackets, especially because we're going to see either Baylor or Syracuse or Boise or Michigan State. Two of those teams will be in the lower bracket very shortly.
Yeah, and it's one of those, maybe you sneak up on a team like that, right?
Yep.
If a Syracuse or a Boise State or a Michigan State or a Baylor, they fall down. They're in unfamiliar territory. These are teams that have dominated the PEC. They've been atop the standings. They're top 25 in the country. Now all of a sudden they're reeling. You get one more shot. Again, Nebraska, Minnesota, they caught fire in the end of spring. I think they won like 4 of their games, which was more than they had won in the fall already. They're one of those teams. Keep an eye out for them. We'll see how they do against Utah. Maybe they take a game off of Baylor. That's a confidence builder as well. Very, very good start. Again, we've got a lot of Rocket League ahead of us, though. But We've got some all PEC teams to announce, Ryan. Of course, at the end of the year, we got to give highlights and shout-outs to some of the best players in the PEC. And let's start with Overwatch, Ryan. Let's take a look at our all PEC Overwatch with the first team.
Yeah, I mean, these players are some of the best in class this year and how they've played. King Donut, I know you got a chance to talk with them yesterday. That tank player for Ohio State, just such a tremendous player and a very good story from them from last year to this year. PDK as well, a player from Utah that we mentioned yesterday. Watching them play against Baylor on that Emre, incredible job. Strider and Clear, the duo of Boise State, that has always been something to look out for. No Sam as well from Utah. Absolutely beautiful players in their play style, in their mechanics, and their fundamentals. This team for the all PEC Overwatch just makes perfect sense in my eyes.
Yeah. The reason they're first team, a lot of those teams, some of the best in PEC. But we've got the second team as well, which is some names you also have to keep an eye out for, and some very, very talented players here as well.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I have to be a little bit more biased, right? You got Lunar and B-Dog in there for Syracuse, but, right, these players in terms of this second team, right, these are players that have been really, really good this season, and though you may not always see them in the kill feed, always getting the crazy plays, they're always there. They're always helping that team to get those things done, right? My dog died as well.
Such a crazy game, by the way. Like, I feel sorry for Freddie Caster, who has to cast hands.
You know, it's a heartwarming story, though. I mean, I know the story behind it. After I believe his dog did die, he chose to name his IGN after that. So a very sweet story.
But when you don't know the story, man, it makes it tough.
Yeah, it has a little bit of a story behind it. But right, all these players, they've been incredibly good this season. And like I said, though you may not always see them in the kill feed, they're always there one way or another, helping their team make it to victory.
Yeah, Teddy, we saw yesterday, what's his name, and Maxwell as well. Big shout out to all these players. We've got more all PEC teams coming up throughout the day. We've got Rocket League to talk about right now. Again, the favorites have advanced so far. Boise State, we're waiting on confirmation that Michigan State advanced. We heard, again, they're up 2-0 in both the series and in Game 3. We assume most likely a done deal very shortly. Boise State looking very strong, though they did maybe slow down a little bit. Syracuse advancing. And Baylor, the only reason they haven't advanced, Ryan, is because they have to wait for a play-in game. And then, no offense to the winner of Minnesota and Utah, we all expect Baylor to advance.
Yeah, I mean, Baylor's the favorite, right, to win this whole tournament. Undefeated, absolutely disgusting in the PEC and CRL. As three players in general, they are just disgusting. I mean, there's no other word to describe this Baylor team. I mean, they have been incredibly good all season, and so, yeah, they're going to go in, but I think if you're right, Baylor, we're assuming will probably win that game. Now, you never know, right? It hasn't been decided, but assuming that does happen, there is the confirmation Michigan State did win that as well. They'll have to play into Syracuse, right? Syracuse bringing Baylor to a Game 5. I remember talking to some of the players before we flew out to Vegas, and they were like, honestly, we'd rather play Baylor before Boise State, and that comes into the mental a little bit, right? You think about this Baylor and this Boise State squad. Baylor is the favorite, is the best team here, right? And Syracuse is like, we'd rather play Baylor, right? It's a level of one, if we can beat them, we're probably the best. But two, it's like, it's a level of that rivalry and that level of a little bit of mental, right? Like, sometimes you get mind controlled to lose to certain teams. And when you have a Syracuse-Boise rivalry, sometimes that does happen. And so taking a team like Baylor first, where you don't have as much history behind it in terms of rivalry, actually does play better, so you can focus on the game rather than the mental of it.
And the other thing I really like about that, right, is it gives you time to digest what Baylor wants to do, right? You take Baylor maybe to 4 or 5 games, you download everything you want, and then you can kind of watch them as they move along. And yes, you're in the lower bracket. Yes, you maybe have to make less mistakes, but you have a chance work things out against the Nebraska. You really only have to play maybe one of Boise State, Michigan State before you get back to Baylor. I like that strategy from Syracuse. Again, they took Baylor to Game 5 in one of the last games of the PEC. I think they were the only squad to take Baylor to 5 games in PEC competition. So that is going to be a fun one. But let's highlight the other matchup. It's Boise State and Michigan State. I believe a rematch of last year's PEC National Championship. Boise State came out on top. We saw what the Broncos did. What would you do if you're Michigan State to attack what Boise State brought to the table?
I mean, you see how good this Boise State squad is, and they like to go for these highlight plays, and that comes down to skill level, right? The higher skill you are, it looks like they're flashy plays, and they're sort of like, oh, you know, we're trolling it, we're having a good time. In reality, it's because those simple goals are not going to work. right? You have to be flashy. You have to look for the double taps, the flip resets. You have to get a nice pinch. You have to do something with that ball to make it in your favor, because if not, then you're just peppering down the goal multiple times and nothing's going to happen, right? So with this Boise State-Michigan game, I think if you are either of these teams, it could go either way, right? I mean, these teams do have a rivalry like the Syracuse-Boise one does. And so the fact that these two teams are playing first, I could easily see either of them taking it. I'm going to go ahead and give it to Michigan State if I had to predict. I'm going to give it to them 3-1.
Wow.
I'm going to give it 3-1.
That's very bold. You've been accurate so far. So
I won't be anymore. I think that's the one I lose.
He's been 100% yesterday and today in what he's called. So I think those two teams split in the spring. I think Boise State won in the fall, and then Michigan State split one in the spring. So very back and forth, as you said, a very big rivalry in the PEC. We did just get confirmation out of the bracket. Minnesota did beat Utah, so they will have the privilege of playing Baylor. This is a very improved Minnesota team, by the way. Yes, they're in the lower seed. I think they're the 8th seed. But again, the spring, they were playing so much better that they were not ever in a conversation of the best team, but one of the hotter teams in the spring. So maybe they take Baylor to a game 4, right? And all of a sudden you say, wait a minute, Baylor can maybe bleed? This is good for us if we're a Syracuse or a Boise State or a Michigan State. I think watch out. You mentioned Ohio State and Nebraska. I think watch out for Minnesota. They can maybe move along in that lower bracket and give some teams some fit. So again, we're just waiting to see where we go next. We've got lower bracket games. We've got upper bracket games. Again, Baylor, the number 1 seed, the undefeated squad, we'll have to see here as we take a look at, it looks like we're going to have Kansas coming up. We see their lineup here. This is a team that did just lose to Michigan State. That's a tough ask in round 1 to take on a talented Michigan State team. This is a very deep roster, though.
Yeah, it is. I mean, Kansas at large has been sort of sitting there right in the middle of the bracket, right? Across all titles, really. They've kind of just been right there, and then Utah as well, kind of just been right there. Obviously, outside of Overwatch, they've been like right there. And it comes down to these teams are in that bubble of breaking their way into the top of the competition or being on that bottom half. And I think that's really important for these teams to understand is, right, you may not be able to beat Baylor, right? You may not be able to beat Syracuse or Michigan State or Boise State when it comes down to the wire of the Grand Championship. That's just, it's what you have to see, right? But this is a great proving grounds for you for future years on where do you want to solidify yourself moving into next year, right? Taking the roster you have, whether they're veteran status or their new status, taking that roster, taking advantage of it, and seeing, all right, where are we going to finish this year so that we can improve upon that next year?
And as they mentioned on the broadcast, right, the regular season, you're playing at home or your nice, comfy arena. You're on a nice schedule. But when you come to LAN, everything changes, right? We saw this with Ohio State, their Smash roster. Started 7th last year, I think finished top 4. They're top 4 again right now after maybe a lackluster regular season. So if you're a team like Kansas, you're a team like Utah, now's a perfect time to prove we didn't get the results we wanted in the regular season. We can admit that, but we can turn it on when it matters most. Every LAN ever with 2 brackets has seen a team get hot in the lower bracket. You start off playing a little bit easier competition. You build that confidence, and all of a sudden when you play a Baylor, a Boise State, you're on fire. They're coming off a loss, and all of a sudden, game 1 doesn't go the way that you and I or anybody thinks it's going to go. The lower team wins. So I think this will be a great jump start for Kansas or Utah. Yes, you have that pressure. If you lose, you're done. But all of a sudden, you win this game, maybe 3-0. You're feeling good. You're feeling hot.
Yeah, absolutely. And when you get into these venues, get into these competitions, right, you look at the regular season, it may not have gone the way, like you said, right? It's like, oh, we didn't do great, but now you're here, right? Now it matters more than anything, right? And especially for teams that are in that lower bracket, this is your final chance, so it matters the most, right? I mean, there's obviously the championship is tomorrow, but the rest of Rocket League is going to happen today. Only 2 teams will finish off today and still be able to play tomorrow, but it's like, if you are these teams, this is your moment to prove what you can do at LAN, right? Mm-hmm. What can you do? Because Utah brand new to the PEC, right? This is their first time here in Vegas compared to, right, other teams like Kansas who have been here before. And so getting those nerves a little bit more relaxed and also just taking that momentum. You mentioned that lower bracket hot run, right? That's what some of these teams can do. You take a look at a Kansas or a Utah that are in this lower bracket. They feel it. They know it. The tension is on, but they don't crack under it, right? Pressure makes diamonds, and they run through that lower bracket, and all of a sudden you're like, whoa, chill, they are hot, they're ready to go, and then they take on some of these big dogs of the tournament.
Yeah, again, so it should be a lot of fun. Again, we've got Utah taking on Kansas here coming up. We've got some massive, every matchup for that next round is officially set.
Yep.
The only one that's a little bit lagging behind is Baylor and Minnesota. Baylor going to have to do some catch-up, and you have to wonder how that affects a team like Baylor, right? Because that's maybe almost a punishment for being that 1 seed, right? Is they're almost always going to be like, hey guys, like we're waiting on you to go to that next round. We're waiting on you to go to winner semifinals. Again, it seemed like Baylor, I don't expect it, but that's maybe that one unthought of downside of being the one seed that gets a bye, right? Everybody else has moved on, and you see this Baylor lineup. I mean, this team never lost a game in the PEC this year. Number one for a reason.
Yeah, I mean, this Baylor squad, not only are they good players, they've also been around for a little bit longer, right?
Yep.
They've worked with each other for a while, and that's where a lot of people sort of question whenever I give the Michigan State victories of certain things is they're new, right? But we'll get there in a second. This Minnesota roster, right? New to the PEC, new to this competition,
Yep.
playing against this Baylor squad. I mean, this is a big ask. It always is when you get into these matchups,
Yep.
but it comes back down to, remember, right? You asked me yesterday, what do you do when you go up against some of these big opponents? It's take it one shot at a time,
Yep.
right? Don't worry about the past. Don't worry about the future. Worry about what is happening in the moment. That's all you can really do.
Yeah, you see, I think we got the score down there. It was 3-1 Minnesota over Utah. So more of a dominant win for the Gophers. They started out this season, I think, 0-9. I think Utah was the first team they beat, and it was 3-2. It was a back-and-forth series, and now look where they are, inland, winning 3-1, a more dominant fashion. What can they do against this Baylor squad? I think they've got a player named Warpie. Look out for him. I think he's leads the PEC in saves, like 92 saves this season. He's going to have his work cut out for him against Baylor because they're going to put shots on goal in a heartbeat.
Yeah, and you got to find a way to turn those saves into offensive pressure,
Yep.
right? So you get that save, you stop the ball, and you make sure you have the boost to turn that into an offensive play. If you can do that, that's what you need to do, right? Some of these teams that may not have the best mechanical, flashy skill set as some of the other top dogs in this tournament, but you have good defense,
Yeah.
and that's what you need to focus on. Find the defense, turn that into offensive pressure, take advantage of the double commits that are being done by your opponent, and then look for that victory, look for that goal, and take advantage of what your opponent is doing.
Nebraska put down the first part of the blueprint to stopping a top team like Boise State,
Yeah.
right? It's play strong defense. The Cornhuskers, they couldn't translate into offense, and that's, I think, what you hit on there. So, again, we've got more Rocket League coming up. If you did miss yesterday, though, we can quickly catch you up to speed. We can start with Overwatch, which had some crazy games in it when we take a look at that Overwatch bracket here. Boise State, I think we kind of expected them to be where they are in the grand finals, but it's that Syracuse squad beating Ohio State, the #1 seed, Ryan, that has sort of flipped this bracket on its head.
Yeah, and this is where it comes down to, taking that victory where you can, taking the advantage where you can, and winning the games one by one. Don't try to overcomplicate things,
Yeah.
right? I mean, that's what the casters were mentioning in that Utah in that game earlier is don't overcomplicate it, right? If you're Boise playing Nebraska, don't overcomplicate it. Just find the goal, right? That's all you have to do. I think that's what happened here, right? Is you see this Syracuse-Ohio State game, and specifically, right, Syracuse went 3-1 against Kansas before going into Ohio State. I think Ohio State saw that as okay, cool, Syracuse is not at the top of their game. Frankly, I'll be honest with you, I thought the same thing. I'm like, Kansas took a map off Syracuse. That is not what you want to see if you're going to play Ohio State next. I think Ohio State may have won into that game saying, all right, they're weaker than normal today. And Syracuse took advantage of that. They won the game. They turned it on its head. They got a 3-1 victory. They didn't have the greatest time against Boise. That was an 0-3 in, I think, less than 40 minutes. But worried about that on another occasion, right? Because of that, though, now Ohio State and Utah, because of that loss to Boise, are sitting there in that lower semifinals.
Yeah, one of our top 3 seeds is not going to make it into the top 3, which we've talked about the depth of the PEC. Valorant was another title that the top team ran into some issues, and that was Boise State, right? We saw them on stream taking on Michigan State. We get to look at more of our rosters here, though, for Rocket League. Again, this is the Nebraska squad we just saw. Very talented team. But for Valorant, again, Boise State, Michigan State, we all thought maybe you 2-0. You didn't. You called it correctly. That game was back and forth the whole time. At the end of the day, it's the top 2 teams. And this is our only title, by the way, where 1 and 2 actually made it where they should.
Yeah, exactly. And I think, we see this Baylor-Nebraska play into Boise State-Baylor. And I think that this may kind of play a little bit into what we might see for Rocket League, right? Is, we're waiting on Baylor. That's kind of what it is. Well, we were waiting on Boise State, too, so that they can play that Baylor game. And it didn't go into the 2-0, right? So that is something to keep in mind when going into this Rocket League game is maybe that play-in may affect this Baylor squad a little bit.
Yeah, again, this has been it's a very long day, too. And the
Yes.
fact that you maybe start a little bit later when you're Baylor, it kind of started, again, we talked about this yesterday, the pressure adds up. We heard from It's King Donut, one of our all-PEC Overwatch first-team players. They had that bye. They were sending players out. They were scouting. Kind of the inverse happens if you're Baylor, right? Boise State, a Syracuse, they get done. What are they going to do? Walk over. Hey, what are you guys doing against Minnesota? Is Minnesota doing something that's working? It's weird to say, but it seems to be across all sports. You talked about it yesterday in the college football playoff. Sometimes getting a bye isn't as great as it feels like on paper, right? It always seems like there's more downsides to getting a bye than there really ever should be.
Yeah, it really is. And I mean, you have time all season to scout your opponents. It's harder because it's all digital, it's all online. But when you're in person, when you have the best opportunity to scout, it's a little bit harder because it's the mental a side effect of being at LAN where things can drastically change.
Well, we've got more Rocket League again. We're going to see where we go. Baylor's got to make their debut. We've got tons of games coming up. It's day 2 of the PEC Championships. Let's throw it over to the casters.
We're ready for more Rocket League, and we hope you guys are too. We have Utah versus Kansas on the dock, and it's the lower bracket, so it's the last chance to have a good time.
For both of these teams, it is do or die, win or go home, or I guess kind of hang out here at the center for a couple of more hours while you watch the rest of the teams play. But yeah, for both of these squads, this is going to take a lot. Unfortunately for Utah, this has been a season full of, I would say, expectations that have not been met necessarily. This is a team that did not take a series during the regular season, and here so far today, they have unfortunately also not taken wins. So if they can overcome Kansas, this would be huge for them. But simultaneously, Kansas kind of finished middle of the pack there. They took a decent amount of wins against a handful of different squads, so the expectations are already set. But as we've talked about, and as the talent just talked about before, those expectations can be broken. It's been a weird weekend here at PEC, so you never know what's going to happen.
It's about showing up on the day, and especially at LAN. This is where kind of the energy can really feed into you, to how much support is behind you, and being with your teammates too in one of the probably most difficult settings you're ever going to be competing in. And Utah sits at the 9th seed, 4-14 record. Kansas at number 6 with a 7-11 record. So Kansas looking like the favorites, but like you said, Utah put in a lot of work to get to this point. And I just also wanted to shout out, I love all the jersey designs that everyone's bringing. Every school has representing their mascot, their sponsors, and it's a lot to represent your school and your state as well.
It's awesome to see, again, that you're even making it here to this land. Massive shout out to PEC for putting this on and having so many different esports titles here to compete in. And again, for a lot of these players, this is about just being able to play on LAN, being able to be prideful of the work that they put into the effort that they put into these programs and into these individual teams. But unfortunately, not every team's going to be able to win it all. And I think here today, it's going to definitely be a tall task, like we said, especially for this Utah squad to step up. Last time these two teams played, it was actually a 3-0 in favor of Kansas. So again, Utah were able to take wins off a handful of different teams throughout the season, but unfortunately, Kansas was not one of those squads. Kansas maybe not one of the top teams in this pack, but very, very capable, and they've already proven that earlier in the season.
Utah was able to take a game off of Minnesota, but unfortunately still dropping to the lower bracket by them, while as Kansas had to go up against the big dogs of Michigan State, and they got swept. So it's going to be a long and grueling journey through the lower bracket to try and reemerge towards the end. And looks like we're ready for game 1 between Utah and Kansas. Loser goes home and is out of PEC on the first day of Rocket League. So let's take a look at how these teams will do.
Best of 5 here still, so again, you don't have a lot of time to get going. You got to rev those engines early and immediately find yourself with some momentum. Again, for both of these teams, especially considering they are rebounding now after losses in the upper bracket, you really do want to try to correct your path as soon as physically possible. And like we said, for Utah in particular, it really is about making sure that they find some confidence to start this series. It has not necessarily been the most successful season for them. And again, getting a game off of Minnesota is awesome, but getting a game off of Kansas is something they have not done so far this season. So if they can do it early, it would do wonders for them.
The energy at this LAN has been electric. I mean, I think the Valorant guys are getting the loudest. We have Overwatch competing at the same time. Smash got really intense last night as well. And we still have Championship Sunday tomorrow to culminate all the efforts and see who will take away the trophy for each of these games, because there are some schools who put in a lot of investments into their programs to try and claim a trophy for all the games and all the teams that they have. But right now, we'll lock in on Utah versus Kansas here in game 1.
Let's see if either team can start off on the right foot. It looks like it could be Kansas as Meave tries to go for a redirect off the sidewall. Not able to find any contact, but maybe Brand J can change that up on the other end. Again, getting that first goal early here is going to be monumental for either side, and it could be Kansas as Meave does find a 1v1, but is immediately blocked out.
This is already a way faster game than our previous series. Utah are no slouches. Brand with a bump. Recovery from Kansas. They head downfield for an offense, but Seth will collect. Not before getting 50'd in the corner. But there's a layered defense here for Utah. And the ball almost was fed there to Mev, but didn't have, or Meave, I should say, didn't have the boost, but it was able to collect on rotations. Back and oh, an attempted save, but still popped up in the net as Utah strikes gold.
Well done from Kelpie here. This is just very heads up to recognize Meave is already planted. He'll likely get the save, so if you just get this little redirect last second, that'll be more than enough to just leave the defense discombobulated and find the first goal. Utah on the board early here. This is wonderful for them.
And just with the energy then, the speed they brought out right off of kickoff. You could sense it in the waters, but Ranjay did not like that touch, and Kansas is going to take advantage. Alpaca has to reach high for it, and Seth will contest as much as he can, but Meave now has got the defense jumping, but Utah, it's going to be one step at a time to go downfield.
I like the idea for Meave on that play. Again, we talked about overcomplication being a problem for some of the Rocket League teams throughout the day, or at least in our first series, and I think that's another great example of that. You want to put pressure on the defense, and yes, you do get a couple players to jump after the reset, but you don't really take a shot as a result of it. So teams got to be careful here. If the defenses are stepping up on both sides, you don't necessarily need to take too many risks, maybe much break them down. Take shot after shot until eventually they don't bend, they break underneath said pressure. Utah has not done that so far. Kansas, they do concede one. Maybe they'll concede another here. Here comes the challenge. The shot, a little off target, though, and Swift to clear it out to the sidewall.
I love that setup from Kelpie, but wait, Branchay's going off the ceiling. We're having a lot more max from Utah, just from being able to get rid of the ball to avoid the challenge, to feeding the ball to someone in front of the net. Like, there's a structure to Utah, but still needing maybe more goals than the one, because Kansas, I think they're starting to a simmer, and it's got to boil over eventually as they head downfield. Swift is lacking in boost. He'll at least try to steal, and this could be more of a long game for Kansas.
Going back and forth here, both teams have had their attempts, so we haven't seen a lot of passing plays link up how I think that both teams have attempted for. Shot here, gonna go a little bit high. Kelpie looking for a follow-up from Seth. Seth can't quite get to it, so it's now up to Brand J. Throws it off the ceiling, and Meave to intercept. Extra touch of the corner not found, so Meave can at least clear the lines for a second, but Kansas under a lot of pressure. They need time to buy some boost and to just get ready on defense here, or maybe just get an offense. Lead block is there. The follow-up shot turned away by Seth. Meave, one more attempt, double on target, and Kansas is on the board.
Kansas finally caught up, and man, it was disruption. It was traffic in the net, the bumps to open it up, and a good attempt at Kelpie to try to deflect the double tap, but Utah, they're looking like a mechy team, and the ones that are utilizing the ceiling, passing to each other, and Kansas, I think, are realizing the challenge game they have to bring to the table, and it looks like even the demo game as Utah are starting to get boxed out. They are going to watch in the midfield for the upcoming move of Kansas, but again, the reoccurring trend is that Kansas are lacking in boost once they are on offense. They have zero going on when they're there.
They're doing a good job on both sides of the pitch right now. Defense and offense have been relatively solid for them, but I would agree with you. It feels like they don't have the resources to link up how they're desiring once they do get into offense. Great example here is the touch off the backboard is uncontested. Eventually Swift will come diving in and maybe try for a touch of their own. Flip reset in the back. Good follow-up from Meave, though, immediately, and this time it does look like Kansas have the resources to set up shop for at least an extended period.
90 seconds and we're tied 1-1. Utah are still not getting the best touches to really get themselves out of dodge, and Alpaca almost broke through the post, had the ball in front of the net, and ever so close was Kansas to steal away a lead after being at a deficit, but Meave has to get a secondary touch, sees the approach of Seth moving downfield. Alpaca takes over, heads towards the backboard. Branjay will deny.
Yeah, but you were 100% on the money yet again. All three players dive downfield, and none of them with a full tank. They don't need it. All they need is one good ground play and Alpaca to finish the job with a minute to go.
These awkward touches from Utah are gonna cost them, and they paid the price right there. Branjay wanted to follow up with his touch, but unfortunately fed the ball right to Kansas, who hit it for a home run and for the lead with a minute left. So plenty of time. Already some bumps as Kansas are being pushed off their offensive opportunity as Branjay is almost free, and just a misread on where that ball was gonna roll up to. It's always all awkward off that back wall, and Kansas will breathe a sigh of relief and clap back even harder.
Full send attitude from both teams here. This should have been a goal for Utah as the breakaway worked in their favor, and then unfortunately because they saw the breakaway, they went, yeah, let's just throw everything in offense. That's gotta work, right? Not quite. Kansas find themselves a 3-1 lead here with underneath a minute to go, and this is kind of the Kansas we've been waiting for. I talked about how you have to hit the ground running in a series like this. Utah did that. Everything since, though, has been all Kansas.
Yeah, Kansas started with a crawl, and now they've gotten to a sprint. 3 unanswered goals, and I mean, they could be just racking up more stats if Kansas would start to peak. So Utah better watch out. This is just the beginning of the Kansas series. Now bumped off the ball. Look, Kansas are getting physical as well, but Utah will try to save and lead this to a counterattack. But with 16 seconds left, it's now or it's never.
You can see the desperation from Utah at this point. They're just trying to fire shots on target, get anything towards the net that they can, because they know they're running out of time. And they know that they've kind of squandered this game after multiple minutes of really solid play. And a 1-0 lead, it has quickly turned around. 4-0 to Kansas as we close out game 1.
Well, we might not be in Kansas anymore, but man, we're in Vegas, and Kansas are winning big in game 1 with 4 unanswered goals, just finally having control of their boost and really getting a groove into a flow state to squash Utah beneath their feet in game 1. But hey, this started off real close with Utah really starving out Kansas and really bringing the speed and the mechs, but not coming together as a team at least as well as Kansas had.
I think that's one of the biggest things here for Kansas as well, is you did start to see those team plays at the end. You saw passing plays off the backboard. You saw good demolitions to open up lines. You saw passing plays even in the final third between all 3 of the players at this point. And I think that's the problem for Utah. Is Utah initially, you talked about it, was a lot of individual mechs, a lot of challenges off the ceiling, the sidewall that were all off of one player. Then as Kansas started to recognize that, they went, all right, cool, bait out a challenge. Force somebody to make said initial challenge, then get them out of line, find a passing play through the open lanes that have now been created, and find ways to expose a defense that, while solid at times, did have their weaknesses. There was a double commit here, a lack of boost there, things that you can exploit, and I think Kansas did a great job of that, particularly in the back half of game 1. So again, we said this is going to be a tall task for Utah. We were never going to paint a bit different picture than that, but for Utah right now, it's about making sure they can stay consistent. Again, the first couple minutes of that game, really solid from them. After that, you can see it got a little bit messier.
And I'm seeing Coach Utah over here just really rallying the troops for game 2, because this is the lower bracket. There's a lot on the line. And I could see just by the gestures and the vibes, it's you guys got to go in together. Really believe in each other, trust, and be confident. Because sometimes Rocket League, you could be the most meckiest kid in the world, but if you don't think you can win, you have already lost. And it's just game 1. There's a bit of wiggle room still, but you got to commit and you got to show up for game 2.
That is the largest water bottle I've ever seen. Oh my goodness. Yo, whoever that is, I need information. I need something like that.
Hydrated gamer? I've never heard of that.
Shout out to the Hydro homies. All right, well, I mean, maybe the power of water and the power of hydration will propel Utah into a more successful game number 2. Again, the expectations here are that Kansas are going to deliver a pretty handily defeat to Utah at this point. But again, Utah had their moments of brilliance in game 1. I'd love to see them continue on what was successful off of game 1. I do think the solo plays are going to be interesting. I agree with you. I think the mechs can be a difference maker here. Unfortunately, I think every player believes that they have the mechs to be said difference maker, but not everybody is Zen. So I wish them the best of luck here in game 2.
And it's just the Utah defense that has to be cleaned up a bit. Just every touch has to matter. It has to have thought. Don't try to rush it too much. I don't think there's as much pressure from Kansas as Utah thinks. So just make sure when you go for clears, you're forcing the ball away from the opponent, because Kansas have scored off of these mistakes. And look, Kansas off the kickoff. What a shot from Alpine! Alpaca.
If there weren't human highlight reel plays in our first series of the day, that would be goal of the day for sure. Last second redirect from Alpaca, and it is a banger to the top right. He had anywhere to shoot on that net, but he chose the slimmest angle to go for and paid off in dividends. Not even 15 seconds in, and already Kansas is on the board.
That's that team play that we've been applauding from Kansas. Finding that player downfield has been huge. And Kelpie gets demoed, so this is where you start to get boxed out. Kansas do get beat, though, by Utah. You need that full clear. Branje will step up, but went for the full tank of boost instead of the ball, so Kansas are stepping up to the plate for the midfield.
You're starting to see their roles a little bit more here as well. Game number 1, it was really the Alpaca and Neve show as the two of them just continually pass back and forth. 2 goals to Alpaca plus an assist, and then 2 of those assists go to Neve, plus they get a goal. Now here in game 2, they're doing the same thing while they're holding Swift back to play more of a third man position. It's working out well. They're keeping possession in their favor. They're putting pressure on their opponents while not really feeling the pressure on defense themselves. Look how Meave just dances around 2 players. Eventually Seth does get there, but by the time he does, there's no boost and Utah has to concede their offense.
And I think Seth can show some glimmers of hope with some of these beats that he's had. Meave is awkward in the air and Utah sends blood in the water, but could not capitalize. Maybe you keep them trapped as Meave has to try and flick it away. Good read from Utah, but not the follow-up touch to keep Utah in an offensive front.
I gotta give credit to Meave, man. I was just talking about how Swift's been the third man for the team, and all of a sudden he's put in a defensive role and he is stepping up. Great save after save, great interference play after interference, and now a chance for Swift on the other end to prove he's got some offense as well. Alpaca tried to be the lead blocker, but couldn't quite get past the initial defender, and all of a sudden Utah starting to find some more resistance out at midfield. Can they keep this up though? We've talked about a moment of brilliance for Utah, but it's that consistent, long, and extended play that they have struggled with.
I like the thought of Utah just hard clear, get Kansas distracted, steal all their boost, and play for a bigger and better opportunity down the road, because you're still within 1 if you're Utah, but Kansas want to maintain that lead and they're really not trying to send too many players downfield. As I say that, there's a lot of disruption in the midfield, but Kansas have their net locked down.
That's a double commit out of Utah, which theoretically should end their offense, but they're going to stay aggressive. They're going to stay in the face of their opponents and just keep the pressure on and hopefully find a goal because of it. Great plays there. Kansas a little discombobulated due to some bumps.
We said the team play, we're getting a little too friendly of just who is going to be in charge, who's getting called off, and the wires get crossed, and it blows up in their face, and Utah find the equalizer just as we hit the halfway mark. So if Utah can keep punishing them, we're going to have a series on our hands.
I will state, it's got to feel pretty bad for Kansas to basically dominate the first half of this game. Yes, obviously pressure's against them, but they just felt comfortable. They felt in control, and then all of a sudden, it's one really bad play on defense, and now you're starting to see kind of second-guessing themselves. A lot of the plays that they have been going for don't seem to be as successful, and even the follow-up plays here have no shot. Perfectly timed demo from Swift should have given way to a second chance there for Kansas, but they don't even take the shot.
Ooh, Swift gets beat there by Branje. Utah's defense is leveling up, and that's why Kansas, I mean, they had the first goal so quickly, but wait, a 1v1 in the net. Meave will just put it away, and not even go for that, just a counterattack too, and passes it to Alpaca. Like these call-offs, they look a lot more coordinated from the Kansas side, but creating an offensive, a scoring chance is becoming more and more difficult.
Kind of feels like Kansas are starting to run out of respect for Utah here. They're letting Utah go for the ball. They're letting them play their game, and where Kansas should be maybe a little bit more preventative and maybe a little bit more advantageous, they're just kind of allowing them to do what they want. Great example here, Branje gets a full field aerial for free, and yeah, obviously it doesn't turn into a goal immediately, but it is pressure conceded, and Kansas allow another offense for Utah. So they got to be careful. We've talked about playing with your food as a theme throughout the day, and I do fear that Kansas might be doing that a bit too much. You have the mechanics, you have the abilities, but you don't even have the scoreline right now. It's still 1-1 going into the final minutes.
Yeah, Kansas just can't seem to really build up pressure for their offense, and we're all tied up with a minute to go when Utah, their offense is starting to look more and more threatening as Alpaca takes a low ball, tries to find the gap, and Utah close it up quickly, where Kansas are just sitting in the midfield hoping to react, but Utah, they're going towards the net. Oh, and Kansas were looking in danger, but Utah just can't close it out. They find the rebounds, and Kansas got the saves.
Multiple good fakes in a row. That should have led way to a perfectly placed on-shot target, and instead the open net goes against the crossbar. Now Kansas the other way. They're looking for their own 50s in front of net, and it still will not work out. Both teams starting to find the offense here as the attack after attack is starting to find more success, but still nothing finds its way into the goal quite yet outside of those initial 2 goals. Chance here again though. Alpaca throws it up high. His teammates don't have boost to receive it though, so Seth will get in the way and hand it off to Kelpie. Musty flick, not even going to make its way to the backboard, but the final offense of the game should go to Utah. Will they find a shot? Not quite, unless this rolls up the sidewall. It's being kept up by both Meave and Brand J, but maybe to the advantage of Kansas had they had a shot. Instead, it is overtime, game 2.
Kansas aren't having that confident secondary on their offense. It feels like a lot more solo plays somehow are coming out of Kansas, and they were thriving so much off of passes in game 1. And I don't know where all that energy went in Utah, man. They were putting way more shots on at this point. The overtime may just go in their favor as Kelpie leads to more open territories, but Alpaca tries to slow down any chance for counterattack. One back for Kansas. Meave rotates in to help, and Kansas hold on, but it's Brand J with a setup right across the net. No contact from Kansas. Utah sense how awkward they are, so Kelpie will reach up, and Utah keep Kansas stuck.
50 in the corner is going to bounce its way back out center. Utah have a lot of pressure right now, but they need to do something with it. They just can't keep sending this ball downfield and hoping it turns into an attack. Another chance here. Brand J, great clear out, and Alpaca's got to hustle. They'll get there in time and clear the lines, and the demo might give some extra space now for Meave as he wall dashes. Still can't get there. Kansas, again, it does really feel hesitant right now. I think you were 100% on the money that they lost their confidence, and they've lost the coordination along with it.
A double commit into a mistouch, like Kansas are in shambles, but it only takes one mistake from Utah, and oh, this just flies by, and Kelpie just needed to redirect it into the net. I can't believe this overtime's not over. And Swifty's out for blood, and he's already demoed one. 3-on-2 for Kansas as Meave starts to put the hammer down on the net as Utah holds on and keeps their heads above water.
The nerves are getting to both of these teams. Double commit after double commit, awkward defense after awkward defense, but somehow, some way, they've got at least one player there in time to make the save. Can't imagine how many saves and opportunities we've had throughout this game, but neither team, with almost 2 minutes of play in OT, have been able to find another they can actually sink. Chance here for Brand J in the corner. No boost though, so Swift will get it over the head of at least one, but not two. Seth though, maybe not expecting that he needs to come to the rescue there, and neither is Meave. He's not expecting the follow-up, and again, the coordination for both teams, somebody's got to get in their ears. There needs to be more communication between both squads.
Yeah, Utah are not having a lot of time on this ball. Kansas are going for every challenge they can and trying to force any mistake they can, because this overtime has gone on for too long. As Kelpie has to reach up, Alpaca with a good beat and tries to pinch it out to his secondary Meave. No, it's Swift with a shot on target. Brand J has to make the save, but Kansas recovers. There's bumps in the net. Up high as Alpaca gets away from a defender. But now it's really been stifled and Kansas can't keep going.
Swift, though, good interception out at midfield. That gives time now for Meave to grab even more boost and potentially launch himself into a solo offense. And not for the challenge out of Kelpie. Well placed, well timed in Utah. Maybe he can get something from this. Kelpie, another challenge. That's numbers the other way, though. All they need is good 50 and a follow-up shot. Could it be Meave? Top left and slots it perfectly. 3 minutes of overtime and Kansas take another.
The smallest gap was given and Kansas, Meave, the sniper, he finds it. Attempted pinch save from Brand J, but so difficult after nearly 3 minutes of overtime. Kansas will be on match point, but have they met their match? Utah forced them to this point, with Kansas looking like they were, like you said, dominating the first half of that game, and usually the light bulbs turn on as the game goes longer, and it got dimmer for Kansas, but they still won, so.
This is the difficulty, I would say, about Rocket League in particular as an esport, is that you expect it to be, we get better as time goes on. And then you realize that overtime, because it's just a golden goal scenario inherently, the pressure gets there. And not every player is ready for that pressure. Some of them, they thrive within the spotlight. Others of those, though, kind of get in their own heads. We talk a lot about hero ball. It's a huge issue in Rocket League for a myriad of different teams, players, whatever you will have. And that hero ball kind of got shown there with players being like, I'm going to be the one to end this. I'm going to take this aerial. And that's all right. If you take that aerial, just tell your teammates. If you don't tell your teammates, you're going to double commit. You're going to make a weird play. And there's a lack of communication you can see at multiple times in that overtime that I think went to the disadvantage of both teams. Kansas, however, do get one really good play at the end there. And you can see that that's why you need passing plays. That's why you need that level of coordination.
And speaking of the end, this could be the end of Utah after this game if they really don't start peaking. And really, I started to see them find their stride. They're playing fast, they're playing mechy, and they fixed up a lot of the mistakes on defense that exposed them in the previous game. So now it's Utah's last chance as Kansas will be up 2-0 in this series after that 3-minute overtime. And that is striking early for Utah.
That's the coordination we're looking for. It's not just the fact that they get the goal here, but notice Kelpie. They get a credit for the assist, and they absolutely should, considering not only the pass out center, but the demo play after, immediately challenging the player in net, make it awkward so they don't have a good chance at a save, and almost prevent them entirely from holding on to a 0-0 to start the game. Great plays off the kickoff. Can they hold on? Meave has got a reset, and he's challenged to take away the shot.
Utah look coordinated on who is going to be challenging that ball because you do not want to let Kansas start getting the flip resets going. And now you got Kelpie disrupting in the net, maybe trying to hunt down Meave, who adjusts, recovers perfectly to still make contact with the ball and make Utah really work for their second goal. Man, Kansas are on the back foot. They're going for demos. No one's looking at the ball, and Utah are trying to recreate another scoring opportunity.
The unfortunate thing is that we've seen this lead early for Utah before, and then Kansas responded with 4 goals to the good. This has got to be, oh my goodness, I was going to say an acceleration of play. They have to keep upping themselves. Flip resets like that will absolutely help.
And Kelpie, that was such a sick play, and all Swift could do was watch it all happen. This is the first time Utah have been this serious of a lead in a while, and for all of this magic to happen in the first minute, Utah, you made them angry after that overtime denial, and now Utah want a reverse sweep. Now Swift will receive. Branje wants to cut off in the midfield. Kelpie watches it sail by Seth as the last man steps up.
Good fake out, though. Smart plays from Meave. We talked about this, baiting in the challenges out of Utah and forcing them into these awkward positions that they've been prepared for so far, but they will still make mistakes. Have it a double commit, which leaves only Seth with any boost. You should make the challenge here, though, as the pass doesn't find its way to Meave as precisely as they were hoping for. So, 50 off the ceiling. Branje there. That's a double commit once again, though, out of Utah, and that should mean an open net!
Oh, no.
That Kansas can't put on target.
All good. This one? Nope. This one? Nope. Okay, Kansas, they're working. They're working on it, and Utah, they're not gonna let them. It's a full clear, but Utah don't have boosts, so they're kind of scattered away from the ball, and Kansas, this is a tough one to try and control as Meave has to slow it down. Seth from the backboard can't get a hand on it. You have to bump Kansas off the ball to stop him.
Seth trying to get a passing play together. They'll get the pass, but that shot's not really going to threaten Kansas. They're prepared for it with multiple players with boost and in net. But on the other end here, Meave looking for the reset or a pass out to Swift. Either or would have been successful, and neither one of them really does find said success. Only halfway through this game at this point, though, but Utah have held on to their lead for quite a moment, even if some opportunities have been squandered by Kansas. Find another one here, out of the corner. Branje, not the touch I think he was hoping for, so Alpaca to receive and collect. Maybe give a pass out to Swift and a touch off the backboard. Good bump from Alpaca, just need one more. That'll guarantee it. Great demo from Swift, and finally Kansas is on the board.
Just a full send from Kansas, stealing boost, getting a demo, taking a shot. It's as easy as that. You got the Triforce of offense from Kansas, and they cut the lead in half. If they can tie things up in the second half, we could get another really intense overtime, but Utah, they let that one slip by. You can't let Kansas build up to that point as Meave gets shut down from the ceiling. Swift to recover. No, he goes for the boost. At least he got something out of that, but Kansas, through the fire and the flames, will maintain a control, as I thought Meave was going to go for the ball there, but Utah, they're a bit lost too. They're getting demoed.
Yeah, it kind of feels like right now the pressure is going against Utah, and they're not sure how to handle it. The answer is they can. That's a second goal to Kansas with 2 minutes to play. They have completed the comeback. The question is now, can they overtake Utah and close the series out in a sweep?
Oh, if you're Utah, you're real nervous. You had such a strong start, but it's not about how you start, it's how you finish. And you could be finished in this bracket unless Seth can really pull off those flashes of brilliance. He's looking for bumps in the net. Branjay's fighting for his life against Meave, and Swift gets involved. Kansas, they bail each other out as Seth is looking for a dunk opportunity. I love the guts out of this Utah team. They want it bad.
At this point, they kind of have to. It is go, go, go until the final bell rings. And that final bell could only be minutes away here. Full send attitude, I appreciate it from Utah, but they do need to be careful. We've talked about double commits being problematic for both of the teams so far, and if you make a double commit at the wrong time, it can open up space to end this series. Chance here, though, for Utah, maybe. No follow-up there. Plus the bump in net could be enough, if not for the miss out of Swift. And now it's a breakaway. Does anybody even have the boost to get back in time? Absolutely not. And it's a freebie for Utah.
First, it's Utah getting these defensive demos on the midfield to free things up. It's an open road, and Utah split them apart. They get a lead with the last minute to go. But now you made Kansas angry. They just got to get it together. Every touch has to be quality, and that's what's really killing Kansas's momentum. But all eyes are on Meave on the backboard. The beautiful setup to Alpaca. The shot placement lacks power, and it's right in the lap of Utah.
Swift, though, lurking around to try and keep this play going. It's not a great 50 from him, and oh boy, Meave, a very risky challenge with low boost, but he both steals the boost and now gets a chance. Another 50 off the backboard. Where is Swift? A little late, little lackadaisical. That's not going to be enough of a challenge against Seth, and all of a sudden, Utah find their way out of their half and find themselves with a double commit against Kansas. Okay, a little awkward, and Kansas, keep your nerves about you. This is not the time to start making silly mistakes when you only need one goal just to COT.
Kansas just also have to position behind the ball. It's kind of awkward, and you have the person with zero boost trying to just delay things a little bit. You can't delay, you need to attack. 17 seconds, you're in the red zone, Kansas. It's time to come alive. And Swift has a full tank, but he's got a full plate of defenders who get the full clear as Utah are holding on and thriving to force now a game 4 unless Kansas, this is the last opportunity to find the overtime, and the ball almost towards the net. A pitch save from Utah as Alpaca keeps the play alive, but now they have to cross the seas, and we go to game 4.
Utah finally do it. They get the game they've been looking for. This is already a completely different result from what we saw during the regular season. 2-3 in Utah. That's a big win for them. Like you said, it's just giving them momentum. It's giving them confidence, and it's also it's the best game we've seen so far out of them by far.
See, Utah, I wish I was a lip reader. I get to see what Coach Utah has to say, and he looks much happier, although it's not his smile, but it's the energy and the vibes I'm getting. This is what we have to keep doing, helping each other, setting each other up, and Utah definitely cleaned up their defense, which was a huge part of why Kansas got so many goals in the first game, why that was 4-1. Now Utah are not giving these chances to Kansas, so they got to make their own opportunities, and that's what's really lacking from the Kansas side.
Yeah, you can see it's very different vibes on both sides. Kansas, okay, we dropped the game. It's all right. We still got a long series to go. Utah, like you said, they're in their ear. They're talking and talking and talking. This team knows the job is not done yet. Congrats on game 1. You want to stay alive here at the PEC Championships. You got to get another one. And then another one, and then the reverse sweep will be complete. And well, not impossible. Reverse sweep's one of the toughest tasks you can have in Rocket League, and for Utah right now, considering the way they played in the last game, it doesn't necessarily spell, okay, guaranteed we're getting to that game 5. It's more Kansas made mistakes, and finally Utah is starting to punish them on that. Can they do it again, or does Kansas clean up their defense and stop giving them the opportunities? The answer is no, because that's another open net immediately.
Yeah, Kansas, didn't feel like they needed to talk after that game, and you even have just like Utah running into each other, and Kansas had no one back.
I think Alpaca turned upfield. I think he literally, like, off the kickoff, he saw the ball going back into his half, and he went, okay, my teammates should have this. I'm going to go for mid boost and turn upfield. Not necessarily a bad play, but if your teammates don't have the ball, you're leaving nobody back to make the initial save. Things could not go worse to start off this game for Kansas. They have played really phenomenal Rocket League, but unfortunately, another huge blunder to open up the scoreline.
Hey, Utah also started off with a goal in game one, and it ended
True.
4-1 the other way. So Kansas, you got to shake up the trees a little bit in Kansas. This was the wake-up call they needed, but they just needed to play cleaner last game. I think that's all the coach needs to tell them, to lock in and to play like you did in scrims on the big stage now as all the lights shine on Kansas. Swift has time. Alpaca heads back. Maybe you needed more disruption in the net, and Utah were easily able to retaliate.
That's a long ball across the field here. Is anybody going to be the benefactor of it? Potentially Utah. Touch off the ceiling, though. Gets a bit further away from Kelpie. I think that's kind of the man to watch right now. This has been a really impressive play from him in particular. He's averaging a goal per game at this point. So if there's going to be offense, it's likely going to come by Kelpie. Picked up from Branje. It's a good snipe downfield, a little bit of cherry picking that doesn't work out for them, but Utah very firmly in control right now. They've had all of the offense so far in this game, and oh, please tell me that's not an overextension that punishes. No, back in time is set.
Now Kansas are so scared about that open net that it feels like they hesitate on who and how many are moving downfield, and Alpaca seems to be that one back this time, even with the Kansas demo. This gives them confidence to try and shake up Utah. Now with a high ball right towards Branje as me was hoping for the redirect. Kansas are starting to find a good stride.
The only problem I'm starting to see for Kansas right now is that it kind of feels like a lot of the plays they are throwing at net are very choreographed to the point where Utah is prepared for them. If it's touches to the backboard, they've got somebody planted there. If it's a shot on target, they've always got somebody back. And the cross court, although it doesn't go in, is still a problem for Kansas. These transitional plays that we've seen out of Utah have been fast and ferocious, and Kansas have not shown the same level of offense on the other side.
Alpaca from that third man back to step up and lead Kansas to an offense. Still looking for that equalizer. Here's Swift, who had a ton of boost to get towards the back wall. And like you said, there's always someone ready for Utah and not so ready on the back line for Kansas. There's been way too many free balls on the blue half.
And again, just a little bit of hesitation. Swift doesn't have a ton of boost on that play, but he thinks he's got enough that he can turn it into a dribble. Immediately gets challenged by Utah, and it just catches him by surprise. Kansas got to hustle a little bit here. Kind of feels like they're starting to fall asleep, and you can't afford to do so. Obviously, like we said, the path is long to get to the said reverse sweep. This, I was going to say, will help Kansas prevent that, but another phenomenal save from Kelpie.
Kelpie was getting pushed around. What a recovery to come down and still make contact with the ball. Utah leveling up their defense while Kansas have to dig deep on how you can crack this egg. And it starts with just control, and not just of the ball, but possession and firm possession as Meave will get past all these attackers. He's got a 1v1 with somebody back as Swift looks for bumps. Meave wants the open net, but you gave too much time for Utah to stabilize, and you pay the price.
Seth finds another here, and this is no longer a trend. This is a consistent factor in this game. Kansas full send offense, hope that it works out, and when it doesn't, they have no backup. They've got nobody back. They've got no way to prevent an offense that is taking full advantage of the open nets they consistently give them. Kansas, very impressive work here to be able to get the first two games, but Utah completely flipped this, and now they are by far the more impressive team.
Utah with that 2-0 lead, but Kansas caught up to them with two goals in that last game, and were able to go the distance. So I still believe in Kansas, but is this mentally starting to get to them? Because I haven't seen that threatening Kansas offense since game one. You have these long launches, but it goes right back to Alpaca. And Seth! Oh my God, not the dunk!
Yo, I think Seth has just stopped respecting Kansas as a whole, which I don't know if it's a good play, but it's a play, it's working out. This dude is challenging on 0 boost against an Alpaca who has literally a full tank. To be fair, though, that's the problem for Kansas right now. They are still not respecting their opponents. They have to be prepared for these challenges. They have to recognize that if they think they've got a lot of space, they're probably incorrectly guessing, because this Utah team has dove them over and over and over again. They need to find a way to start slowing this team down, because if they keep letting the offense free flow like this, they're going to end up getting reverse swept.
I really like the way Meave and Swift work together, and is it too late? You got 2 demos. Branjay has to root into the net, and still Kansas feel like they're fighting for their lives when they have the 2 demos on Utah. Now 30 seconds left. You just mathematically don't even have time to catch up, so we will be seeing Champions Field, barring some basically Utah logging out of the game.
That's like the only option we have at this point, and to be honest, I think any extra seconds that Kansas can get to recuperate here will be incredibly valuable to them. This is going to be a long minute in between matches at this point, because things have not only gone from bad to worse, but they've gone to bad to a shutout. The first one of the series. Every other game we've seen a trade back and forth. This time it is Utah not allowing a single goal from Kansas.
Wow. Revenge is sweet. Utah as well with the 3-0 shutout. And there's just so much talking from the coach to really fix up every mistake, and it's not even just that, but feeling like Utah are the ones dominating the game. This is a completely different Kansas than we're seeing compared to game 1.
Yeah, this is a completely different version of them at this point, and I think that's for both teams, bad or good at this moment. I'm starting to run out of words to try and encourage Kansas any further here. You know what works. You've proven it through multiple games in this series. I don't think they proved it at all in the last 2 games. I don't think that's the version of Kansas we expected to see, and I don't think it's the version of Kansas that they expected to see at this point. So I'm hopeful they can turn this around, but this is their last chance. Otherwise, it is a reverse sweep for Utah. They not only find themselves their first series win of this event, they find their first series win of all of PNC this year. They did not win a series this year. So if they get this one, this would be their first.
And a reverse sweep is not how you want to go out of this bracket. Not when Kansas were the big favorites. You said they swept Utah in the past, but LAN is just a whole different beast. And it's why we come up with the term Lanimals, because there's something about the energy. And man, when push comes to shove, usually a team that's down 0-2 in a series starts to crumble. So you really got to applaud the resilience of a team like Utah, who struck so fast in terms of the first goal and maintained that throughout game 4.
I think the player to watch at this point for Utah is going to be Kelpie. Both sides of the ball, they have been incredibly impressive, whether it's the defense or offense. They've been sort of the focal point to focus on here for Utah. They can do it again here in game number 5. They will complete the reverse sweep, and Kansas will unfortunately be knocked out of this tournament entirely. Started off a little bit stronger, but big demo, chance now, and Seth doesn't have the boost to follow it up. He will, however, keep interfering downfield and get bumped into the boost by his teammate. I think it actually might work out, though, because low boost totals for everybody on Kansas as they have to survive the onslaught.
And Alpaca, he's had such a role to fulfill on Kansas as that 3rd man back, the one that helps downfield, and Kansas need to organize. You got 2 jumping forward, and this could be Utah retaliation as Kansas race back. Meave has to just delay things. He gets a nice touch to get the ball off to the side, and Kansas hunts for demos to relieve or just stop any option for Utah to score with.
I think that's honestly their best option at this point, and I think it's what they think is their best option as well. You can see Kansas getting a lot more physical on defense right now. They're trying to avoid any sort of passing plays that could develop and just take out those lanes altogether. A minute into this game, it's a little bit closer than it's been so far throughout the last couple of games, and Utah, though, chance here, lead block downfield, and I think Branjay might have just overcomplicated that. Had he tried to dribble it on target, there was an easy early demo, and instead, it's Alpaca the other way.
Like that Alpaca, there's something, a surge in him in game 5 that's looked different. Meave and Swift, though, have found a good tempo, and despite the ball going to the upper 90, it was at the snail's pace. In Utah, you gotta beat them to the punch, because if they're ready, they will punch even harder. As Meave and Swift have been this deadly duo on offense, but has really quieted down since that game 1 surge. And so, Kansas, this is your last shot, or you're getting reverse swept.
Neither team has had a shot yet, except for that one. It took them 2 minutes to get there, but finally Kansas is on the board.
And waking up better than ever. What a beat, too, and a mistouch from Utah coming out of the net, and it's fed right to Meave and Alpaca to get the first goal for Kansas. And you need needed just that kind of wake-up call, because getting shut out in the previous game, I was worried if we were ever gonna see Kansas again. And look how that's given them hope and morale as Kansas look even better. Well, they'd look better with all three alive.
Took them 7 minutes to get that goal, but I would agree with you. I think the confidence is starting to flow for this team. That's a great touch from Meave. Can he find another flip? Reset will work out unless the shot is off target, and then Alpaca saves the goal. That should have been a goal.
I can't believe it. Kansas do get hit by a bit of the unlucky bug sometimes. Utah, though, you're not going to be given a second chance like that too often, but the equalizer looms. But Utah weren't on the opposite side of the field, so Kansas were quick to retaliate as Meave wants to redirect and kind of gets popped up thanks to Utah's 50. As here comes Seth, and he's managing to squeeze it in for the equalizer.
This has got to feel devastating for Kansas. They had a chance to double the lead, and instead it's now a tied ball game. 2 minutes to go. Kansas, you got to keep your mental about you. You have to stay tough in a situation like this. If you let that opportunity miss get to you, this series is over.
No firm lead, not without Kansas usually having a response. We don't talk about game 4, but hey, Utah are on the back foot this time for the first time in a while, and Kansas, they watch as Branje finds any open space. Meave is cutting it off. Kansas has demos, but they don't have ball possession, and guess what? You need that to score.
Chance here for a passing play to develop. Swift's just going to get this ball for free and get a flick on top of that. Shot goes to the top right, and Kelpie will turn it away. Been put into more of a defensive role through the latter part of this game. And Branje instead to take up the offense. No reset found, but he does get a passing play to connect to Seth. Meave, touch to the backboard, and Alpaca has to bail him out. And Kelpie just gets a freebie, but Swift will make the save again. Utah putting on the pressure at this point, and Kansas need to be careful. If they give up one now, that could be the end of this game.
Oh, Utah were looking for bumps, and Kansas are scared as Meave has a full tank, goes up high. Seth with the slight touch on the ball, gets possession away from Utah, but they are safe. They have a strong back line, but now they need a strong transition. Kansas, one step at a time, and now they don't have Meave. So Utah are killing any chance that Kansas have to get their revenge.
Kind of just feels like Kansas are trying to get something developed, but they don't really know what. Misses off the backboard could help them out, though. If the second man is there in time, not quite. Swift denied. And as Kansas keep firing these balls downfield, they don't seem to connect as often as they'd like, but it's putting on pressure. And with only 30 seconds to go, if you can just find one moment of weakness, this could end the series, or vice versa. It could be Utah to find that, if not for Meave with the extra touch midair. Kelpie, though, to make the challenge, and it's a risky one, but luckily for him, Seth is back in time.
It's going to be the last opportunity. Are we going to see a reverse sweep? Will Kansas move on and repeat history? And Swift is going to shove Utah off, and the net's exposed, and Kansas make the save. But they barely keep their heads above water. A good win, a good beat from Meave as Alpaca can't get bumps and get physical in the net. Branje has to take his wings, and Alpaca will go to heaven as Utah surge ahead with no boost, just vibes, and in overtime we'll decide who stays alive in the bracket.
Chance for a reverse sweep here for Utah. Kansas, a chance to just hold on. It's been so difficult for them to find the same level of offense that they did at the beginning of this series, but they're finding at least moments of that here in game number 5. Swift, touch out to the sidewall. He's going to look to not receive it. He looked to be the lead blocker. Maybe not coordinated enough, though, because it's an immediate interference, and Kansas have to restart. They seem comfortable to do so, though, as the long ball downfield finds way to not Meave, not Alpaca. Both make a challenge, neither connect on it, and it's actually now Utah who get a chance on the other end, and potentially the dagger. Great save for Meave.
Meave's recoveries have always been stellar. He avoided the bump, he made the save, he keeps Kansas alive, but for how long? You can't just live, you need to thrive. And Kansas just carving through this midfield has been ever so difficult. You can get these pinch clears, but you need possession, and you need teamwork. The overtime could spell the end of either team who makes the first mistake, but it's Utah just barely getting these clears as Swift is going to test this back wall and test the defense. They have 2 in the net as Kansas start to surround found their prey in the post. No dunk from Eve. Swift will recover, get the rebound, but couldn't get the follow-up touch.
Multiple chances there to end this series for Kansas, but they just can't capitalize on any of them, whether it's shots going off target or defender and net that they just can't seem to get around. Utah lucky to stay in this series, but at this point, we might have a long OT. Last time these two teams played, it went to 3 minutes, so strap in, folks, we might be here for a while.
And the nerves are going to kick in because this matters ever more than the last one. Meave with a long transition, Branjay just clipping it slightly as Kansas have to layer up, and it goes towards the net. Seth reads it and keeps it out, but Utah need more than just to keep this out. They need to find that spark, and Alpaca keeps Kansas on offense as Meave waits to read what Kelpie does with an empty tank. He's got a full heart, and he goes downfield. He has the corner boost in sight, but not without encountering a 50, as Meave didn't get the long launch he would have hoped. He feeds it to Alpaca, but Utah, they got their brawling mitts out.
It kind of feels like Kelpie right now is going to have to be that playmaker for Utah. It could have been that one there, but instead it's another good save. Kelpie, though, gets the demo, which gives space to set, forces the challenge out of Swift, and Branjay on the backboard could cause interference, especially as Swift doesn't have any boost for this. So a shot immediately on target from Kelpie, and it's still not enough. Back pass, not very well coordinated, meaning Swift can take a shot. Kelpie there for the 50, and it's in! Interference play in net, and Utah can't get the job done. Reverse sweep denied.
And Kansas stay alive in the bracket, and Utah will be going home early. And after almost reverse sweeping, that is a heartbreaker. That overtime, just the threat level that Utah presented was so good, but the pressure, the nerves got to them, and they cracked, and they got bumped, to be fair. Like, they were there ready to put up a wall in the net until they were broken open by Kansas. What a series this was between these two teams.
It's an incredible feat there to be able to hold off the reverse sweep. I mean, there are a lot of potentials for nicknames of a series on this one. We had almost a sweep at the beginning, and it looked like it was going to be. Then we looked like we almost get the reverse sweep, and instead what we get, in the words of Wave Punk, is a waste of time. As the end result stays the same there. Kansas still do get the win, but honestly, I disagree with Wave Punk on that one, which will maybe be the one time ever I disagree with Caleb. As truly, I do believe that was a series worth watching. Utah put up a fight, man. It feels great to see that they do so. Even if they're eliminated from the tournament, that's some of the best performance we've seen out of Utah. Again, the last time these two teams faced off, it was a 3-0 sweep for Kansas. So the fact that they come back this time and put up that level of resistance, hat off to them.
That was an amazing game. And all these underdogs that you think, oh, they struggled online. They come in as a bottom seed. But it's not about what seed you come in. It's how you show up against your opponent. And for Utah to stay composed, being down 0-2 in the series, including one game where they start off ahead and lost 4-1, like Utah, I got to say, whatever the coach said to them, kept them locked in. And they were able to fight back, even getting a shutout against Kansas in Game 4 to bring us into Champions Field. So I was really starting to worry if Utah got in Kansas's heads.
That was the big thing. We talked a lot about it. It kind of felt like the nerves had gotten to Kansas at a certain point. Double commits weirdly here. Defense just wasn't prepared there. And we don't really see that at the end of that game. Obviously, there is the goal that they do concede that we have maybe some criticisms for. But the big problem is that they weren't giving up silly freebies as much anymore. And that's something I think Utah was taking advantage of. Transitional plays downfield where there's just not a defender back. That didn't happen in Game 5, and Utah had to go to a brand new game plan, which granted, was good. They found some good physicality on offense. They did find more success in places that they had not previously, but without the flurry of goals that they were able to find that were just through open transitions, open counter plays, they didn't have the same level of offensive success. So credit where it's due. Kansas tightened up on defense, offense, midfield, across the board. It was a much better game for them in Game 5, a well-earned victory.
Yeah. And sometimes it's not about just how the most mechanical team or player that you are, it's how many mistakes you make. And we're excited to get into our next match, man. This is just the beginning of Rocket League, and we'll see who's taking the stage. I heard it's Baylor, but I know there's been some matches off stream and that we've been hearing about, and even from some different games. I'm hearing some wins from the Valorant side. They are getting real loud and proud. We'll check out the replays, though, of this Game 5 between Kansas and Utah. And if you're just joining us, it was a banger.
Yeah, this was a great back and forth between the two teams. You're going to start to see the highlights on this one. This was Game 1, which was by far the most one-sided out of any of the games that we played here. But notice the difference as we get into Game number 2, where you're going to start to see more offense from Utah. weirder plays from Kansas, and this is really where we started to see the resistance from both teams as the defense would get exposed in maybe not every single play, but in moments. That, however, was one of the best plays we've had all series. That top left slot from Eve was gorgeous.
Yeah, Meave has been that setup guy. He feels like that spark plug to the team that makes these transitions look so fluid. He creates such a dynamic offense, and his team also, in turn, will set him up for success. What a demo in the net on that last goal, and I think Utah, like I said, were able to punch back and punch up at a lot of times where you thought that Utah were going to get swept. They just came
back.
Have
this. Oh, they have the pinch save. That was the one that literally saved that game for Utah. That was a 2-3 game. So, but notice how it's been a couple of plays in a row now that have been open nets. This is what we talked about in games 3 and 4. This was the issue for Kansas, where the defense just felt a little bit off. And in doing so, they gave tons of free plays. The unfortunate thing is that doesn't last forever. And in Game 5, this was the best we saw both teams. They fired on all cylinders. And, man, this was such a nice passing play to open it up.
All right, our next match has been decided. We have Minnesota versus Ohio State. So that's going to be a banger. Let's see where we are. That's in the lower bracket. We have Nebraska and Kansas, who are either going to play at the same time or wait for us. But yeah, another stressful lower bracket match that we got to get through.
Yeah, it's not going to get any easier for the teams at this point, especially if you're in the lower bracket. You know that it is your last life in an event like this, so you have to make sure that you're taking every single series seriously. For some of the teams in that upper bracket, they get a little bit of extra breathing room. I'm not really surprised necessarily to hear the teams that have fallen to the lower bracket and which ones survive in the upper bracket. I believe that means that Syracuse, Michigan State, Boise, and Baylor are now all alive in the upper bracket, which again are the expected teams to make it there. Here in the lower bracket, though, the question is who's going to make it out, because already we've had our upset. I mean, well, okay, not upset complete. Almost upset, as Utah did at least put up a good fight.
Yeah, that overtime was stressful. I thought Utah were about to reverse sweep, which would have been the match of the tournament. It still ended up being in terms of quality, but Baylor and Syracuse are playing right now. Syracuse are up in Game 1, and Michigan State versus Boise State are having their grudge match, and those two schools seem to go at it in different games, so I'm going to keep my eyes peeled on that in the bracket. While as in the lower side, we have Nebraska and Kansas, and we're about to watch Ohio State and Minnesota. So Minnesota, as you can see on your screen, getting ready, and I kind of like the hockey style of this jersey.
Have you seen the thread this weekend that's been going around and people talking about, hey, esports teams, you got to start taking notes of jerseys from other people, specifically collegiate, because they're like, hey, we got to step up the game. We want people repping these jerseys on campus so that you can be like, oh, what do you play for? Oh, I play for the esports team. What esport? Get those conversations going. Minnesota, you get jerseys like that. I think that you might just be able to. Big fans of the hockey style jerseys there, and big fans of this Minnesota team as well. Unfortunately for Minnesota, this is an uphill battle. They come into this one as the 8th seed overall. They, I believe, only get one series win throughout the season versus Ohio State, who had a almost 50-50 type of game here, as they do not take any significant wins, I would say, in my opinion, against any of the biggest teams, but they do a good job of beating up on some of the guys who they're expected to win against here. So this should be Ohio State. I'm not going to say taking this super comfortably, but they should do so. The question really, again, comes down to, are they able to withstand the pressure? Because on land, you never know what happens when the spotlight's on you.
And the spotlight is on for our Game 1. Ohio State, the 5th seed, against Minnesota, the 8th seed. In this best-of-5 lower bracket, loser goes home, and Rad does not want to go home. He puts the cape on his back.
Okay, I'm so sorry, Minnesota. I will never disrespect you again, because if you're starting off the series with goals like that, my expectations, they did not just get thrown out the window. Bro, they got thrown off like the top level of the Luxor at this point. It's sailing across the sky.
Wow, Minnesota came out the gates. What a kickoff. I mean, what a bump off of Ohio State. As soon as they even think about the ball, they're getting shoved. Here comes Powell, though. Minnesota got the skies clear. A demo on Ohio State that have been barely standing up in this Game 1 so far. They find themselves on defense. Rad is even going for dunk opportunities off the side. And you're just barely getting out of the woods if you're Ohio State.
Good pinch. Not going to really go anywhere, but at least we're starting to see that Minnesota, it's just not a flash of brilliance. This is the type of level of play they're going to play with throughout this series. An aggressive team so far. Every offense has had its big moments. And speaking of which, they might have another one there. Musty Flick finds his way to the backboard. Rad able to keep this one contained. And although Alex is trying to do something with this, Minnesota, this first minute has been all theirs.
Yeah, Minnesota, this is a different beast, and you can tell that what comes out of you when you're in the lower bracket. You know, when your backs are against the wall, pressure makes diamonds. But Ohio State finally getting some good wins, some good beats, and they find the equalizer thanks to Bungo.
All right, it wasn't going to stay 1-0 for long. It's a great play through the corner here, and honestly, great heads-up play as well from the second man there. Bungo just kind of 50s that one through, make sure that it stays as close as physically possible, and then you see a great assist there as well from the play out of the corner. Ohio State finally get on the board, and they do so in pretty quick fashion.
Now, Ohio State, they're a serious school to be part of, so it's so important to represent them well and to go out kicking and screaming in this lower bracket. Whatever happens, Ohio State playing this game of cat and mouse, but right now they're the ones that are prey. Minnesota putting a lot more demos. They are a physical team and a mechy one at that, at least from what we saw from Rad right out of the gate. So I think Ohio State really got to respect what this Minnesota team can do on the ball when they have time and space.
See if they can maybe find a second goal here. Not quite, as Alex makes the dive, but can't find a shot on target due to a 50. Good defense so far here from Ohio State. They're not really buckling underneath the pressure of this constant flowing offense and getting shots the other way. Alex, another good save. Rad now to take it, or excuse me, Pie off the backboard. What can they do with this? Good pinch off the sidewall. Only goes, I was going to say as far as the backboard of Ohio State, but a bit of a weird miss. They're lucky that didn't get punished.
Ooh, Alex with a missed touch. Rad maybe calls him off, but no boost. Minnesota now are getting a taste of their own medicine, being stuck in their side, but maybe finding an open lane through the midfield. It's a lot more of a tug of war, I should say, but Pie now trying to get a pinch off the ceiling and a reset too. Minnesota are having good reads on how to receive these plays from Ohio State and make sure that they can't find each other.
Touch the backboard here. Alex has got this one contained, but still doesn't have a lot of boost. This has been kind of the issue so far here for Minnesota, is that they've been in the right place, right time, but can't really develop into much if they don't have the resources to then march downfield and turn into a counterattack. Great example. Rad doesn't even have a half tank of boost. Pie's going back to try and get said tank of boost, but it takes time and pulls him out of position to where now Ohio State can get some offense. 50 there, though, from Bungo. Will find its way back out to midfield, and Gaines will just shoot a shot on target. I'm not necessarily sure if that was the right play, but it does extend the offense here for Ohio State.
You know, Ohio State are having a hard time forcing the ball to their second man, and that's why it takes a beat for Ohio State to build some momentum. And you need stronger first touches and overall just control of the ball, so it's easy for Minnesota to just keep challenging and making things difficult. And in Minnesota, you give them a few more seconds on the ball, I could see them pulling off some nice heroics, as Pie will be called back here on defense. In Ohio State, they have Minnesota back and really floundering, as Minnesota could find an offense for the first time in a second.
Touch out. Could turn into a shot for Minnesota, but the immediate 50 will stifle any chance at not only that shot being successful, but really the offense as a whole, as it is fired downfield the other way. And Watt off the sidewall. To maybe get it back to himself out center. Doomsy Dish not found, but a demo will be, meaning Bungo can take a shot at the top right, and unfortunately put it off the backboard. Retreat now here for Ohio State, but with a good demo out of Dan Watt, that should be able to, I was going to say, extend their play. Never mind, immediate challenge from Pie, and that is all but cut off.
Yeah, I like that Ohio State are just answering fire with more fire. You're going to demo us, we're going to demo you, and Ohio State had a free ball, and they just get to take a shot like that. Are you serious? With 32 seconds, Ohio State have the lead.
Bungo said, hey, I'll give you one back here. Great 50s from Dan Watt on the other end is what got the first goal. It is Bungo's 50 there that finds itself right in front of net, and Dan Watt not going to let that one drop. Ohio State, it took them a second to get on the board here, but since then, they've definitely been the better of the two teams, and maybe they concede there. They still might. This one's high to the backboard, and no second man there even to take the shot.
Despite all these demos, like, Ohio State are holding on. This ball pops out, double commit. Minnesota can't get a good touch much to capitalize on these windows of opportunity. Now it's 10 seconds. You gotta show up or think about game 2. And Pi is up towards the backboard. The pinch down. It's not towards a teammate as Rad has to readjust behind the ball. One last swing at it is Minnesota. Here comes Rad, the star of the show, with the only goal for Minnesota. But the shots are not on target, but almost at the goal line. Nonetheless, Ohio State will take game 1.
Barely holding on, but they do so. And not only do they do so in pretty impressive fashion, but they do so with, I would say, the nerves staying calm. And I'm starting to realize why. I got to make sure before I call this out. Is that Buddy? That is literally one of the most historied and famous people in all of collegiate Rocket League. If that's who Ohio State has as a coach, that's a great guy to have behind you.
Dude, see, there's going to be some secret goats that are, like, coaching. Like, yesterday I was coaching, I wish I was coaching Valorant, but I was casting Valorant, and BCJ, former pro player in Valorant, was coaching Michigan State.
He's here?
That's why I'm saying I gotta get an autograph. But anyway, you know what I mean? That sometimes you're gonna have these former pros or these big stars support their colleges that they're at, and I love that use of time anyway.
I only knew Buddy as a Northwood player at this point. Apparently, I did know that he was moving on to his master's program. I did not realize it's at Ohio State. I didn't realize he was still involved in the Rocket League side of things.
The more you know, Rainbow.
No, literally, it's a giant rainbow across the screen right now. I now know that I've actually got extra confidence now in this Ohio State squad, because we initially had an issue of being like, all right, Minnesota out the gates firing, taking shots. This should be good momentum for them. You got a player like that who's been to quite literally the highest Rocket or CRL world champion before. It's going to take a little bit more to bend and break this team. It's going to take a little bit more to get the nerves to them. So Ohio State, game 1 victory for them. Can they keep it cruising?
And just understanding the styles that come out of collegiate play, which can be a lot more ball chasey, more chaotic, more scrappy, and having someone who's been through the pits of CRL, as you want to call it, and being at the heights of it. This is why Ohio State are at such a high seed. In Minnesota, though, we're only trailing by 1, and man, that opportunity to tie it up at the end was ever so close. And I look towards Rad, and I think just him scoring in the first 5 seconds, I think, is what really woke up Ohio State.
I think it's one of those things where it doesn't really matter what level of Rocket League it is. It doesn't matter if it's a tournament like this in person, if it's an online event, or heck, if you're just playing in like in-house threes with your friends. If you get double tapped on like immediately to start a series, you're gonna go, all right, man, I've had enough, and just sit up in your gamer chair. And I think that's what happened for Ohio State, was just they recognize that there is potential for Minnesota to do some special things, and you got to make sure that you respond in kind. They did so very well in game 1. They do not allow the same thing to happen here in game 2. We have a minute already passed in this second game, and it has definitely been more in control for Ohio State.
Oh, nice shot for Minnesota. The redirect. Oh, it's nasty. Minnesota strike gold. The team play. Oh, beautiful setup, but the touch goes right to Minnesota. Look at that recovery, too, from Rad.
Rad's going to be the player to focus on, and I can already tell through only 6 minutes of gameplay. This guy was electric in game 1 and game 2. He is the spear tip for this offense. Incredibly impressive play here, but again, it's a tale we've already seen told before. This was a 1-goal lead early for Minnesota in game 1. Minnesota did not hold on, and Ohio State responded with 2 of their own. Pi, that is a dangerous play, my friend. I get you want to wait for the boost, but now you've just given offense to Ohio State.
Yeah, I mean, Ohio State just had a free backboard. Minnesota just had a free backboard, so there's been some things to expose there, some weaknesses in the defense that both want to exploit, and a 50 from Minnesota that almost got towards on target. As Rad, you could tell that he wants to be that star of the show. In Minnesota, if they can feed him the ball, he'll make that magic happen. But Ohio State are bringing more demos to the front. So Minnesota, it's about really knowing when to dial things back and also buy time for your teammates to get back.
Risky play there from Rad. I like the idea, just try to keep contained possession and try to go for the boost. You know, you don't really have anything off the sidewall, but unfortunately it does concede now an offense to Ohio State, and they do not miss. I get the idea from the defender there. You're not expecting someone to crash the net, but you kind of have to at this level of play.
What a beat from Dan, too. I mean, everybody getting involved in this play from Ohio State, and that's what you need to do when push comes to shove. Minnesota, if you can 50 them the right way, you can just create that opportunity yourself. And Ohio State have looked ever so confident in this game too, ever since that win. And now their defense is starting to cut off Minnesota's pathing towards success. And now Minnesota back on defense. Dan with the pop-up, but not able to drop it to a teammate.
Ooh, Pie, reset. Wasn't expecting that one. And I don't think his teammates were either. Rad was underneath him, I think ready for the passing play or a bump play. But mechanics, all right, not a terrible idea. Reinstills some confidence in your team, even if it doesn't work out. This could work out, though. Pass out center, and Dan Word is turned away. Gains off the backboard, go for the Psycho. Tried. It didn't quite succeed. Would have loved this. If we get a Psycho at this level of Rocket League, I'm going to lose my mind.
Well, maybe Zen is here in spirit somewhere.
Oh my
right
God!
That one! We both got up and pointed at the screen like, oh my God, the upper 90 slot is gross.
Oh my goodness. I don't think Gaines had an angle there. They had to invent a brand new one, negative 193 or something. I have no idea what we just witnessed, but I do know this. It's the exact same story as game one. Early goal for Minnesota. Ohio State responds with two of their own.
Gaines is not joking around, but Rad wants his revenge, but he's got a coverage of 3 defenders on his tail, so Minnesota, they need to have more options. They can't be predictable.
Yeah, they've got to get a little creative, and they have got to slow down Dan Word and Gaines at this point. Dan Word now a goal and 2 assists. They've had 100% goal participation here in this second game.
And I need to see a more well-rounded Minnesota and just people needing to find their place in this game, and whether it's the third man, the midfield, it's a strong secondary, and Ohio State, man, when it rains, it pours. They're really putting it on in terms of goals, but 3-1 is where we will stay. 90 seconds left. Minnesota, it's time to come alive.
I have full faith in them to find this Okay, that's my fault. I'm going to take blame on that one. I'm like, oh, this should be the goal. They have the ability to come back, and greatest save we have seen all day. All right, Ohio State, I get it. You didn't show us the full version of yourselves in game one. Now game two, like Rock Lee, the weights have come off.
Yeah, Ohio State, they mean business. Minnesota, you're in, I guess, the silver half now. This is where you got the demos, you got the shot on net. No way. Okay, there we go. Minnesota, they are in the shadow and within 1.
Can somebody else besides Rad score at this point, though? He has all 3 goals for Minnesota in this series, and Alex does find themselves an assist on that play, but so far it's only been Alex and Pi on the assist board here. They've yet to actually get on the board themselves, but honestly, if it works, it doesn't matter. It hasn't quite worked yet, but they keep themselves within 1. Only a minute to play here in this second game, otherwise Ohio State will have a lot of breathing room going into the back half of this series.
Oh, what a save. Okay, so Pi gets credit for that, but I need to see weapons, not just saves. And now there's nothing to defend. The shields are gone too. Ohio State double the lead with 36 seconds.
Wasn't sure who the player to focus on for the side of Ohio State was going to be. I know definitively now it is going to be Dan Ward. At this point, this has been not only an impressive game from them, but an impressive series here. 100% goal participation. They had a goal and assist in game one. They have 2 goals, 2 assists in game 2. All 6 of the goals that Ohio State have made, it's because of that man.
30 seconds, Minnesota. This is when you could start. You really got to put it all on the line. No more hesitation, full confidence, or you're going to face an Ohio State at match point. And this is lower bracket. Alex climbs high with the full tank. Ohio State will make contact on the ball, and it feeds perfectly into Pi. But as the seconds drain by, so do the opportunities of Minnesota to come back in this game too. And for the road, Dan will wave as Ohio State go to match point with a 5-2 score in game 2.
All right, Dan. I get it. We summoned you, and you have come to show up. Impressive stuff here from all 3 of the players on Ohio State, but obviously he is the man to watch. 5 goals now for Ohio State, and we said that this was going to be a repeat of game 1. This was not. This was an improvement on game 1.
Jeez. Ohio State are looking like they're going to run down this lower bracket in the best of ways. This is a team that, well, kind of got humbled off the very first kickoff, and ever since they said, you want to play like that? Okay, we're going to start peaking too, but Also, Ohio State just looked like a well-rounded roster in terms of everyone is contributing to that success. Everyone got a goal so far. Gaines, I think, had the coolest one that we've seen. Like, we just had to say the word Zen, and then Gaines is like, oh, gotcha, that's me.
That's why they have a tag in game that just literally says, I'm Zen. I'm sad none of them are playing with it right now, but it's understandable. You got to play with what's comfortable, and they look comfortable right now as well. And again, this is the thing that we said kind of coming into this series was that Ohio State have struggled against some of maybe the top teams in PEC. Like, they haven't been able to get wins against, Baylor or Michigan State, or been able to against Syracuse. But the rest of the teams that are underneath them in the pack, they have done so handily. The last time these two teams faced off, it was a 3-1 victory for Ohio State. So it's clear there are levels to PEC, and there's sort of a divisional point. The division starts at Ohio State. If you are underneath them, good luck getting past them. If you are above them, you'll likely still be able to take wins. We call those teams the gatekeepers. Ohio State seems to be the gatekeeper for PEC.
And I think that when you struggle against the top teams, but you look so good against these kind of teams, is that Ohio State have been able to play their own game, to pass, to really have time to set up and place these shots beautifully. So Ohio State now will be on match point, lower bracket lives on the line here from Minnesota, as Pi had his 1v1 opportunity, but Gaines will beat him to the punch, and downfield Ohio State want bumps as Pi and Alex stand tall and off the crossbar. One last chance for Gaines, and it's not on target.
Why? That should have been on target. You have to shoot on target in the moments like that. You just have to take those opportunities while they are there. And Ohio State, they will continue their offense, but gotta feel a little discouraging to have an opportunity like that and not be able to make it count. Can Minnesota make it count on the other end? Will this be the third game in a row where they start the scoring early? Not quite, if Bungo has anything to say about it. Good touch out center. Is there a teammate to receive? Not quite. Gaines instead will take this back, but a weird 50 bounces out. The shot's denied by Danwad.
Minnesota, at least they're trying to change things up. The shots from the midfield, crossing up from left to right, as Rad has to be the one who brings clean play to this Minnesota team, as Alex will puncture through the net to get Minnesota on the board.
Someone else finally scores a goal, but they do so in the exact same fashion. Another play off the backboard, another early goal for Minnesota. They do it again, and you have to wonder, at some point, surely this changes, right?
Hey, we almost got a reverse sweep in our last series, so hold on to your horses. A lot of minutes to go, but Minnesota playing ahead. This is going to do a number on their confidence, as Pi is bound now on the left side, but gets bumped off the ball. So Ohio State race to make the most out of this opportunity, and they've got disruption, they've got physicality, and they're still looking for the goal, as Gaines has to reach a double commit from Minnesota, but Pi bails them out.
Pi's up early, but so is Bungo, meaning he can beat out Alex and prevent the counterattack and shoot a shot. Maybe not on target, but threatening enough to force Pi to make the save. Follow-up play here, though. Now out of Dan in the sidewall. Oh, and he's got a flick and a half. My goodness, sent that thing to the moon, but unfortunately did not send it on target. Follow-up play is a pinch that finds its way back out of the Minnesota net, and goodness me, last two games have been a little chaotic here or there, but it is nothing in comparison to what we are witnessing now, as that will not be on target either.
That was also scary, though, because that could have been an open net, as Pi barely is thanking the post for being the ultimate defender there, but I like that Pi has been the one that's demoing everybody, as Minnesota will be able to regain possession from this moment, as Alex wants contact on a defender, and Ohio State keep breathing.
More offensive pressure here now for Minnesota. How long can they keep this up before they finally find a moment of weakness for Ohio State? Could it be there? No. Again, another defender on the backboard prepared for it. Double commit, though, probably not going to be to their benefit, and that's nobody back. Right, just got to shoot this on target, brother. Easier said than done. Surely this one goes in. Alex to finish the job.
If you find the rebound, you'll strike gold eventually, right? I like that Rad is going to be that selfless player. Got called for a pinch with Pi and didn't really align, and that's maybe a difficult maneuver to pull, and Minnesota will still pull ahead 2-0 with the second half that looms. And man, the matches here, the energy is getting hype in the venue, so we'll see if Ohio State can feed off of that energy, because they kind of need it.
Well, we got the moment here. We'll give you some updates from around the rest of the space here. If I'm not mistaken, I believe I heard that Baylor and Syracuse are currently in Game 5. Like we said, this is two different levels to being seen right now, where it feels like some of the top dogs have just been trading wins, and now we're trading goals here in our series. Ohio State finally get on the board.
That's all you needed. Pie with a pop-up, not the best of touch, but you needed to just do anything before Ohio State take a shot at you. And unfortunately for Minnesota, Ohio State kept going on. And the hearts beat for Ohio State as now they get themselves out of the gutter and moving to a defense. Oh, a double commit. Oh, you can't have that happen. How did Rad not score off of that? And I don't think you're going to be given a second chance.
Word of the day, how? Just straight up, how? It doesn't matter if it's defense, offense, or somewhere in between. The question marks continue to be just presented at every moment here. Minnesota, maybe a chance for another goal now as they look for their third. Offense working and looming, and no follow-up play. Instead, it's only Alex to contain it out of midfield. An interception. Is there a follow-up to his play? Not quite. Gains to send it downfield. Awkward touch from Rad. Can anybody from Ohio State take advantage? They'll at least rip a shot on target, but Bungo shot turned away.
Just need to play clean. If you're Minnesota, you're ahead and you gotta stay there, but you have to stay in the net, especially if Ohio State are gonna be in the midfield. We have ourselves a tie game.
That's such a clever play, though, out of Gaines. Recognizes that the only player with boost was Pie. They get completely removed from the field. Alex is there, but they're not expecting to have to play defense. Test to see, do they have any boost? Do they have a position? The answer is no. And Ohio State, I don't know how they keep doing this, but once again, they have found the comeback. They just now need to score one more, and they'll close out this series.
If anyone could score, we could also easily see in overtime Minnesota. I mean, the pressure was getting to them in Ohio State. They capitalize on those moments of weakness, and now launching off the ceiling as Gaines brings the ball low and adjusting as Dan. The double touch to feed it, tough angle to cut, and Minnesota will guide this out.
Good 50 in the corner. Where's the follow-up play? Not there in time, and Bungo with low boost means he's got to scramble back, and Gaines can just make up for it at this point. Surprising that he gets two successful challenges in a row, but Minnesota have to be careful. With under 20 to play, they make one more mistake like that, and this series is over. Pie, not the one to make said mistake.
Last 10 seconds, and Ohio State are on offense. If you're Minnesota, you are nervous, but Alex will break them out, and a beautiful save from Gaines, but you're not out of the woods yet. As Minnesota hunt for that, but no, the ball on the ground. It's overtime for Game 3.
Game 3, a potential sweep if Ohio State can close this out. I don't think they're going to close it out off of that. Good pass downfield, but that's not going to be enough. Gaines, aerial to the corner. Alex is just going to let him take it aerial. They don't really believe they're going to turn it into much, and I don't think I did either. Ohio State trying to see where they can poke and prod and find some weakness in Minnesota, but so far through the first 20, they've been steadfast.
Yeah, Minnesota trying to fake it out while Ohio are on their tail, but it's an open net, and thankfully the defense gets back in time. But any mistake will cost you your tournament lives if you are Minnesota. So every touch matters. Pie with no boost, but at least will get space as his secondary man is getting bumped on his trajectory. So Minnesota really lacking power on this offense.
Touch off the backboard. Is anybody there? Barely in time. Otherwise, Rad had the redirect in order to close this game out. Still not quite enough, though, for either end as we go a minute extended now into this game. This one popped up high. Now let's take this one carefully to the corner. Oh boy, nothing careful about that though. Miscoordination in the corner will end this series. Everything was going right for Minnesota up until this play.
Unfortunate touch and fed right to Bungo, and that means Ohio State sweep and stay alive in the bracket, and that is the end of Minnesota. So we say goodbye to them. Ohio State will be facing Michigan State as they lost that Game 5 to Boise State. Baylor also won their Game 5 against Syracuse. So our semifinals is decided, Baylor versus Boise State.
Wow, who could have seen this coming? I never would have anticipated that. Yeah, no, that's a expected outcome there, and unfortunately expected outcome here as well. Minnesota definitely had their moments of brilliance, but you can kind of see it on their faces. They know they let that one get away from them at the end, and it was really well played otherwise, but unfortunately, that's what happens at this level of collegiate. If you make one mistake at the wrong moment, it can be the deciding factor in a series like this.
Good game though, man. Coming down to that overtime it's crazy to watch how these players adjust their play when you have to really be risk-free as much as possible. And there's a lot of noise in the venue. Sometimes it can be hard to hear your teammates. You only have a few seconds with your coach between these games to figure out how you're gonna fix everything, because you're already on your last life when you're in the lower bracket. But as you can see, the replays between Minnesota and Ohio State, it still felt like a brawl. Maybe less about Game 2, but 2-1 in Game 1, 5-2 in Game 2, and Game 3, the overtime to end all.
Yeah, that's, again, we've had a lot of overtimes throughout this day, and that definitely felt like one that had the makings to become a classic, to become one of those really hotly contested back and forths. But it's brutal to see the way that this series ends, especially considering, like you said, Minnesota really did start to put up some really impressive games as time went on. Obviously, Game 1's a one-goal ball game. Game 2 is not as much, but Game 3, you could really see the levels between both of the teams. They find themselves their largest lead of the series at 2-0, and unfortunately, that's how that one goes. But again, this is the problem with well, maybe not the problem, but this is sort of what happens on lands like this. The pressure can get to you, and if you buckle underneath said pressure, it's the end of your tournament. So we say goodbye to Minnesota. We say congratulations to Ohio State, though, who will continue on throughout this bracket, and we will continue on as well. We're going to take a quick break here, but when we return, even more PEC Rocket League action. Do not go anywhere.
Welcome back into the studio here, PEC Championships Day number 2, Fish and Ryan. We just saw some excellent Rocket League games, Ryan. I mean, we have to start with that Kansas-Utah series. Loser goes home. Kansas jumps out to this massive 2-0 lead. It looked like the Jayhawks were kind of going to just roll through the next round, and Utah nearly pulls off what would have been an amazing, not only reverse sweep, because you and I were talking, that was Kansas's last squad alive in the PEC.
Yeah, Kansas just living by a thread there. Utah had the opportunity to knock them out, but just wasn't able to do it. That was the 9 seed and the 6 seed in that lower round, and Utah, they made a great performance, but they just weren't quite able to do it. Not only was Utah in a spot of knocking Kansas out, and we'll get to in a second, they're also in a spot of knocking Syracuse out of Overwatch and Syracuse out of Valorant. Utah was in a very, very scary position for a lot of teams right now, but they weren't able to get it done to Kansas. They were able to pull it back out. They were able to stop the reverse sweep. And it was not without definite scare.
Yeah, I mean, you see right there, Game 2 goes 3 minutes into overtime. I think Game 5 also goes into overtime. You cannot credit this Utah team enough for, you come in as the 9th seed, you lose your first series 3-1 to Minnesota, and you go down 2-0. It's very easy to say, all right, we did the best we could. Maybe we'll get them next year. They rallied. Seth, in particular for Utah, absolutely went nuts in this Game 3 and this Game 4. So a big shout out to Utah. They couldn't quite get it done in the end, Ryan, but they made the tournament exciting, and that's what we want. Game 5's always better than just the 3-0 sweeps.
Yeah, I mean, for us anyways. For the teams, maybe not. They're like, now we want to get done, a nice 3-0 victory and just, move on in the bracket and win the trophy and all the fancy jazz. For us, on the other hand, for the casters, we love these games. This is where things get interesting and where things get to be fun and analyzed and all that. So, yeah, no, it's great to watch it. but that is a point that I do want to bring up is, though we love to watch it and it's great for people back home, it is always scary for the players, right?
Yes.
Because they play a long, grueling series and they have to play even harder opponents. Speaking of long and grueling series, Baylor, Syracuse, Boise State, Michigan State both went to Game 5s.
Yeah, we were keeping track. Syracuse won Game 1.
Yep.
We talked about this, right? This is a Syracuse squad. They're the only team in the regular season that took Baylor to a Game 5. They do it again. Of course, the Bears, they come out on top. And as you mentioned, Boise State and Michigan State, they go to a Game 5. And it's Boise State who comes out on top, squeaking past. But that just shows you whoever loses between Boise State and Baylor and has to play either Syracuse or Michigan State, that's not going to be an easy series. These top 4 teams, in PEC Rocket League are just that close.
Yeah, I mean, they really are. And you take a look at where these teams are, right? Nebraska and Kansas, one of them will have to go up against Syracuse.
Yep.
Minnesota, Ohio State, one of them will have to go up against Michigan State. And then it goes down to who ends up playing in that lower semis, right? And it's going to be a scary one. I mean, right, we know Ohio State is going to be that opponent. Kansas, Nebraska, last I checked, was still 1-1, so that's already a close series, going to be deciding who plays Syracuse. But Baylor and Boise State, right? That
what we expect is what was kind of being led up to. I am worried if you're Syracuse, that letdown, right?
Yeah.
You take Baylor to a Game 5, didn't have the final score, not sure how close that Game 5 was, but you're that close to making a huge upset. You get knocked down to the lower bracket. We've seen Kansas. We've seen Nebraska.
Yep.
Those are scary teams. If you're Syracuse, you kind of have to regroup and refocus. You can't go, man, we were so close to beating Baylor. We'll get them a little bit and then get knocked out. So very, very close. We talked about the All-PEC Overwatch team here. We're talking about Rocket League. Let's get the All-PEC Rocket League team up. Very fantastic players. And on that first team, Ryan, it's players who are from the teams that we expect.
Yeah, I mean, you have Baylor, Boise, Michigan State.
Yep.
Those are your star players right there. I mean, they are phenomenal players. Each and every one of them have proven to be some of the best, not just in the PEC, but in Collegiate Rocket League at large. And there's a reason these three players are here. Andy, Opbomb, and Durtho are incredibly good mechanically. They know how to play in a team. And frankly, I want to see what would happen if those three were on a team together.
I would love that, right? Like the All-PEC first team, put them in as the 10th team in the bracket, see how far they could go. We also have our All-PEC Rocket League second team. Again, players from these teams that we're hearing of, Baylor, Boise State, Syracuse, and even Ohio State, who we just saw beat Minnesota.
Yeah, I mean, Gaines is one of those players that was making a lot of sort of waves in these games, and it's sort of what you expect to see, right? You still see the Boise and the Baylor and the Syracuse players up there, but it's that Ohio State player, right? And that's what I was talking about earlier on, is to watch out for Ohio State, watch out for Nebraska, because both of those teams are teams that can go far, can make some good lower bracket runs, and we see it, right? That's why you have Gaines up here in this second All-PEC team, because they are a very good player.
Yeah, so good. Congratulations to all the players. We've still got Valorant and Smash that we'll get to in a little bit. We've got bracket updates for you as well. But before we get to that, we do want to give a big shout out to our sponsor, GG Circuit. They have been doing a great job supporting us here at this event. Welcome back in here to PEC Championships Day number 2. Joined here. Thank you for joining us. Of course, you just came on, so I apologize. I didn't get your name.
Hey everyone, I'm Sergeant Leslie Williams.
So you're from the Space Force, right? And just talk to us about what made you want to partner up for the PEC Championships.
The Space Force is the newest military branch, and we are very STEM focused.
Mhm.
And we found out that a lot of our people who are interested in Space Force, who are proficient in the Space Force, are like into gaming.
Yeah.
So if those are the people that are interested in us, we would love to come out here and see how we can align with their goals and align with the Space Force mission.
And how does gaming work with the Space Force? Is it one of those where you guys have enough gamers where you're able to say like, hey, let's, after we get done, let's go play? Do you guys have sort of like these almost teams being made up just from your members of how involved they are in gaming?
Well, yeah, like we have our own team. We have
Nice.
our own esports team, and
Let me see.
hello.
There we go.
Okay,
There we go.
I'm so
There
sorry.
we go. Yeah. All right. Run it back. Reintroduce yourself for us.
Hello, everybody. I'm Sergeant Leslie Williams with the Space Force. I am a Guardian Talent Scout. And the reason that we thought it a great idea to come out here is because there's so many gamers that we have in the Space Force. So why not come to their environment and see how their goals align with the Space Force and see what we can do with our mission.
And you're talking about how the Space Force has their own teams.
Yeah.
Do you guys have your own competitions you go to? What does that look like as someone who's part of the Space Force who's also a gamer?
Yes, they actually been to many competitions. There was one in Germany that I heard about them going to. And even just like in their free time, a lot of people play games. It's just a way to meet and have morale.
And you mentioned the Space Force is the newest one. What is a
Yeah.
career like in the Space Force? What does that look like?
So the Space Force, we're still figuring a lot of things out, but all of our stuff is STEM focused. So we're the newest military branch, and we have 3 jobs: space system operations, intel, and cyber. So if any of those things are interesting to you, the Space Force is the perfect place for you. A lot of people are interested in IT or space launch or learning about like what's out there in the world. And if that is what you're interested in, I would definitely look into a career with the Space Force.
And speaking of careers with the Space Force, what are some of the perks? What are some of the advantages of deciding to go into the Space Force?
Okay, let's see. I think the best ones are the certifications that you get. For our cyber career fields, you come out with 3 to 5 certs just in your initial training, so that's super awesome. And we also work really closely with like NASA or L3Harris, so a lot of commercial companies are right there in your building with you, and it's like easy networking. So once you get all the training that the Space Force provides, it's easy to go out into a commercial company and be a better candidate than the others who are trying to get the same job you are.
And for you personally,
Yeah.
what have been the benefits for you that you've noticed since you've joined the Space Force?
The benefits. So I am primarily a space system operator. I think the best opportunity that I have gotten is to also pursue my own personal things that I want to do, my own personal goals. So I love marketing. So now I currently work at the recruiting headquarters. Making like marketing strategies, giving ideas, finding the right people who would fit into the Space Force. And I really love what I do, and I love my team.
And you're at the event here today.
Yes.
If somebody's looking for you, where can they find you here at the HyperX Arena?
Guys, we're right in the front entrance. Please stop by. We have free mouse pads, free chargers, free backpacks. Come and stop by. I would love to see you guys and talk to you.
Well, we appreciate you joining us here. We appreciate you guys helping make this event go on. And hey, the Space Force, if they've got gamers, that sounds awesome.
Yes. Yes.
So big shout out there to the Space Force helping this event go on. Again, big shout out to all of our sponsors for making this event work. And again, Rocket League, we were just giving you the bracket update here. Boise State and Baylor, they're in those winners finals. That's going to be an electric game. Syracuse, we did just get confirmation. They are going to be playing Kansas, a very scary squad, Ryan, who they've been tested, right? And we talked about it at the start of the day. There's always that team that makes that lower bracket run. I don't want to say I'm locking in Kansas to beat Syracuse, but you can see that blue name advance down through that lower bracket, and that's caught my eye. And this is that Syracuse lineup. We haven't got a chance to see them, but they took Baylor to 5 twice now, and that's very impressive.
Yeah, this Syracuse lineup is one to not be messed with. I mean, they brought Baylor to 5, right?
Yep.
Syracuse, that 5-game series sort of university, they will go the distance, right? It's about closing that distance. And, right, we saw Kansas a little bit earlier, and like you said, this is where things can start to get a little wonky, right? You played 5 games against Baylor, and now you have to play Kansas, right, who they are in a little bit more of a comfortable spot. I mean, outside of playing Syracuse, they know that they're on their last limb here. They've already played 1 round in that position, and now they have to do it again, right? Syracuse, this is now your do or die, right? This is where you're going to have to play Kansas. You're going to have to do the best you can to find that victory, and this is your last chance to do it.
Yeah, you see some of the scores there. Amazing day of Rocket League. We kind of knew when we pushed this off and we were going to go all Rocket League on day 2 that it was going to be electric. And I cannot wait to see how, again, Boise State Baylor, I think it's a game a lot of people want to see. Maybe Boise State Syracuse, maybe Boise State Michigan State. Michigan State Syracuse, another game we want to see. We'll have to wait to see if both those teams advances. But we do have, you talked about it, other brackets we need to talk about because there are other games going on. Overwatch, that title where we came into the day knowing who one of the teams was going to be in the grand finals, which was Boise State. We had Syracuse in that lower finals, and it was Ohio State and Utah playing to advance to those lower finals. And it was Utah who kind of handily took care of business against Ohio State.
Yeah, and they're doing something very similar right now to Syracuse off camera. Fish got to enjoy me watching the.
You were invested, and it was not a good investment.
Yeah, it was not a good investment. Right now, Utah up 2-0 against Syracuse. They 2-0'd in game 1. It was a 4-3 on game 2, and Esperanza may be the decider for Syracuse's fate. This would be Utah taking out 2 Syracuse rosters if they can find this one, because they also took them out in Valorant in a 2-0 victory. So Utah, they weren't able to take out Kansas, but they might be able to take out 2 Syracuse rosters, and it's a little scary right now because the Syracuse team, they came in really fast, really well swinging, taking out Ohio State, and then Utah came in, and right now they are doing a very good job against the Syracuse squad.
Yeah, and speaking of Valorant, We also had we still might be going on a very back and forth game between Ohio State and Boise State in those winter finals. Last we had heard it was on to game. It was okay. We just got confirmation. I just got a little signal. It was a 2-1 Boise State, but it was back and forth, right?
It was, yeah.
Boise State. I think they won game 1. I think I heard 13-6. Game 2, they go down 10-2, rally back. I believe last I heard was 11-8. Ohio State takes it, and then Boise State 7-0. Was the last thing we heard in game 3. They end up closing it out, but that just shows again. Michigan State takes Boise State to game 3. Ohio State takes Boise State to game 3. Those other teams in Valorant are giving the Broncos, who came in as the favorite, a run for their money.
Yeah, exactly. And that's kind of what happens when you're on land. I know Lemon mentioned it a couple times, the Lanimals, right? Is when you're here, when the lights are on you, the gaming chairs are there, right? And things get chaotic. Things can go the distance, and it's a matter of keeping your cool all the way through, right? That reverse sweep that almost happened didn't, because they were able to keep their cool. So going into Valorant, right, where these games are incredibly long, the distance goes for a reason. When you get to those 3-game series, Boise is a team that's been able to just keep it locked in the whole way through. Michigan State and Utah are going to be an interesting matchup to see what happens there. Michigan State looks very, very strong. Personally, my favorite to win that game, and then I think I would not be surprised if we see Michigan State find their way back up to Boise again.
Yeah, really, these top 4 teams, they've been battling it out the whole year. Again, Michigan State, they sort of have that pedigree. It's a new roster, that not the same team that won the national title last year, but they have that pedigree. And again, you just saw it'll be Michigan State and Utah playing in those lower semis. Winner gets to play Ohio State. Really, no matter who comes out, any combination of games you can draw up are going to be very, very exciting. We take a look at Smash. This one, by the way, got crazy. Ohio State took Minnesota to a 3rd game. This is an Ohio State team that we have talked about, maybe the definition of Lanimals at the PEC right now. They did this last year in Smash, ran from the 7th seed to a top 4 finish. They're going to do it again this year. They're going to finish top 4. They couldn't quite finish off the Gophers, but now you get a rematch of the Aura game from yesterday.
Yeah, Minnesota starting off strong right now. They're 1-0 against Syracuse at the moment in that best of 3, and that's now, if you're Syracuse, right, you have to find your way back in to get those 2 victories. And it's different, right? Yesterday, teams play a certain way. Today, teams will play a certain way. Tomorrow, if you can make it, teams will play a certain way. And it's hard to keep that momentum 3 days straight, let alone 2 days straight, let alone 3 days straight.
Yeah.
And you can see that in some of how these teams are playing. It's like, well, you did really good against Team X yesterday. Why are you not doing good now? It's like, it just happens, right? It's hard to keep that momentum when you're playing for 8-9 hours straight in these high-level competitions, and you know that it's on the line. You know you're about to get eliminated. Now it's more than ever that is on the line for you, and it gets in your head a little bit.
Yeah, and big shout out to Syracuse and Minnesota yesterday. I want to see that rematch that we had where Milshark kind of went crazy. I don't remember. I think it was against Stitch for Minnesota. I almost want to see just that matchup, because that was the highlight moment of the tournament right now. But it has been an incredible day. Yeah, this was yesterday. Minnesota, they needed 1 stock to prevent a tiebreaker, and Milshark on the Donkey Kong. Again, it's not a grand final. We're going to get better moments, but this was insane yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, it absolutely was. I mean, Minnesota, they could have sent Syracuse to the lower bracket originally, and it would have been Minnesota and Michigan State playing each other, and that would have been a match to see. But Syracuse stood up, found their way through, and found a wonderful victory to put themselves into a tiebreaker, and then they lost to Michigan State. Not the point, but now we get to see that again, right? That Minnesota game with Syracuse, and whoever wins that will play Michigan State. And I'm
into the grand finals tonight, right? The Smash is
that's
tonight.
We
are handing out a national title tonight. It'll be Michigan State versus the winner of Minnesota-Syracuse. As you said, Minnesota up 1-0 right now, but we've had fantastic games all around. We were talking about Valorant as well. Let's take a look at our all-PEC Valorant team again. We've had some spectacular players. I'll be very curious to see. We have these 4 teams at the top. I'm curious how this is going to kind of be divvied out, and it's very, very even.
Yeah, I mean, Ohio State's up there, Michigan State's up there, Boise's up there, Utah's up there, even Syracuse is up there, and we've talked about how they've been a team that's struggling at the start, and they've sort of found their way. Unfortunately, Syracuse, I believe, has been eliminated. Because they lost to Utah. They have been eliminated, but that's sort of what you see, right? That Utah and that Syracuse, those 2 players there, Onstage and Pretz, players to really look out for in terms of those Valorant players. They're always up in the top frag mentality. They've been very, very good. Then you have Lemur, who I know was constantly
Bananas
talked
last
about
night. Yes, he was
yesterday.
absolutely insane last night. Nearly single-handedly willed Michigan State to beating Boise State.
Yep, and then Master and Skies, 2 players as well that were really prevalent yesterday. Waldy with Ohio State, who has been doing a lot for that team, especially in the past day here. All these players very, very good, and they've consistently, I believe, have all been very, very high ranked in terms of PEC total kills.
Yeah, and we have the second team as well for the All-PEC Valorant squad. And again, more of the same, but you get that Minnesota team because there are individual playmakers on some of these teams that didn't do as well as a whole that you always have to be ready for.
Exactly, yeah. I mean, these are sort of the players that you can kind of look out for, right?
Yeah.
The ones that may not always be at the top of the leaderboard. This is for all the second teams here. Is they may not be always the top fragger in the lobby. They may not always be the playmakers, but they're always the players to look out for. They're always the players that might be able to do something that you're like, oh, that came out of nowhere, but it's like it's in their toolbox. They have the ability to pull that out when needed. In a sense, the ace up the sleeve, or here in Vegas, right? So they're always players to look out for, and they are very, very good overall.
Yeah, big congratulations to all of our All-PEC players. We still have Smash that. We'll hold off on that one, maybe get it a little bit closer to the grand finals. But we can tell you, Rocket League, as we put the bracket up, has been everything we've expected, but it's been a little bit closer than maybe we expected, right? Yes, you look at this, if you just joined us and you saw this bracket, you would say, yeah, I probably got 100% in my PEC bracket pool. I'd ask you where you were filling that out, but the games have been closer, right? 3-2 Baylor over Syracuse, 3-2 Boise State over Michigan State. It's been a lot tighter than maybe you thought coming in.
Yeah, and I think we're going to continue to see that, right? I think this Baylor-Boise State game is going to go the distance. I think Syracuse-Kansas could go to a Game 4. I think Michigan State-Ohio State could go to a Game 4. I think if Syracuse and Michigan State end up making it, that'll go to a Game 5.
Yep.
If it's Ohio State-Kansas, that would go to a Game 5. I think now, as we get late into this Rocket League bracket, I think for the next 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 games, I can count. There we go. The next 6 games that are left there, I think all of them, none of them will be 3-0s. They are going to be hard games. A lot of them will probably include some level of golden goal overtime. It's going to be close.
Yeah, and we were talking about it. You see this Baylor roster here, undefeated in the regular season. We were kind of hyped off stage that, hey, we're ahead. There's a chance every game left goes the distance, right? And again, this is a very talented Baylor squad. You saw they have 2 of their 3 members are on an all-PEC team, and they're taking on a Boise State team that they have been 1A and 1B the entire season. Baylor has gotten them better at Boise State, but if my memory serves me right, every game has been 1 goal. It is that close between these squads.
Yeah, it's that close, and once again, Boise's been not just here at the PEC before, but they've been at many lands before. Yeah. Boise has been a school just overall that's been consistent in lands. Baylor's brand new, right? So it's going to be something for them to sort of bring themselves up to.
And Michigan State as well. Again, last year was Boise State and Michigan State. The Spartans, though, they've got to take care of this very talented Ohio State team that we just saw not struggle with Minnesota, but Minnesota gave them a fight, but it never felt like Ohio State lost control of that series. It was Minnesota's only a goal down. They're going to fight back, and that's what they did. And then Syracuse on the other side, they took Baylor to 5 games. They've done it multiple times. They've had the best success against Baylor in the losses is the best way to put it.
I mean, yeah, that's the only way to put it, right? Is that you take a look at all these other teams that have played Baylor, and Baylor has pretty much wiped their hands clean of them. And Syracuse, they're like, no, we're going to be that annoying mosquito you can't quite get rid of. And that's kind of what they've been for this entire time, is they're going to take on that Kansas squad.
And for Kansas, I think the big thing is going to be, we always talk about fatigue. This is their 5th game today, I believe, maybe 4th game. They have an extra game over everyone because of how the lower bracket worked. They had to almost play like that lower bracket play-in. So they've just put in a lot more hours, which it starts to add up on you. We talked about this yesterday. You're hitting that lunchtime. We talked to some of the players yesterday from Boise State, from Ohio State. What are you guys going to do at lunch? It's like, we came prepared. We're locked in. We're not going to leave until the job is done. But in high tense environments like Rocket League, as you said, golden goal situations, that matters. You've got to stay locked in, have the snacks, and be ready to go.
Yeah, I mean, and that's sort of one of the things that I think is funny when you look at like Valorant or Overwatch. You know, Overwatch on average is going to be like an hour and a half if it goes to 5 games. Valorant about 2.5 hours, right? If it goes the distance. Rocket League, if it goes the distance, 45 minutes, and you're thinking, oh, that's nothing. But then you actually put your hands on a controller and you try to play Rocket League, and you're like, what?
It's 45 minutes of pure adrenaline.
Yeah.
There's no stopping, right? Valorant, You have your buy rounds. You have 20 seconds. Lower the heart rate. Overwatch, respawn.
Yep.
There's times, you're the cart princess, right? You're just you're not really doing anything, right? Rocket League is you are full go. You maybe get 2 seconds if you get demoed. There's never time to catch up. And the turnaround is also very quick, right? We don't have to ban heroes. We don't have to ban maps. It's, all right, load in. We're going.
Yeah, exactly. And that's the thing with Rocket League. I mean, you have that 60-second, intermission, I guess, between the maps, but that's it. I mean, it's a timeout in Valorant. That's how long you have to reset. And these games, they go so fast. It's having that good boost management. It's constantly rotating. It's constantly reading your opponent. It's constantly adapting. It's constantly changing. And it never slows down. I mean, you are constantly, I've said that word a lot, but you are constantly basically pressing the gas. That's all you're doing in a game of Rocket League, and it can get really intense, especially as you're approaching 4 or 5 minutes into overtime, where one mistake could be the end of your run.
And we've talked about it. The talent in PEC is there. 4 of the top 25 teams in the country in Rocket League are here today. Boise State and Baylor. Baylor at the top, as we expect, but the number 1 team hasn't had the easiest time, right? Syracuse took them to 5. I'm going to be very curious to see what Boise State can do to them. I know Boise State has been very confident. They beat them at another LAN in a group stage game in Hawaii. They couldn't quite get it done in the grand finals, but Boise State has proven they can take Baylor down. You just got to do it when it counts, right? You've got to do it in the PEC. You send Baylor to the lower bracket, and maybe it's against Syracuse all of a sudden, who we know can take Baylor to 5. Baylor maybe doesn't even make it to the grand finals, which is a crazy thing to think. But the way this day has gone, I'm maybe starting to believe it a little bit more.
Yeah, that's sort of the thing, is you start to believe more and more as things go forward. And you take a look there in the Overwatch bracket. Syracuse did go down 3-0 for Utah, and so it's going to be a grand final Utah-Boise State game. That's going to be a rematch of what was played earlier. It was 3-1 for Boise State. So since we already have the numbers, might as well mention a little bit about it. Boise State and Utah. Boise State will start with a 1-game lead in a best of 7. So they'll need to win 3 more for themselves to win. Utah will still need the full 4 for them to take the victory. It's the 11 seed and the 15 seed in the OWCRA rankings, and it's going to be curious to see whether or not either of those teams can move up a little bit.
That loss to Boise State, they're in those winter semis for Utah, their only loss since we flipped the calendar to 2026 in PEC play. Undefeated in that regular season, kind of shot up, forced a 3-way tie with themselves, Boise State and Ohio State, for that number 1 seed. They get the 3 seed. They have to play Boise State early, and then they rally back. I think 3-0, if I'm not mistaken, against Ohio State and Syracuse. Not dropping a map to either of those teams. Utah's locked in for tomorrow. That grand final is going to be electric. We talked about it yesterday. We thought that was kind of the grand final that we were building towards, and we nailed that one.
Yeah, we did. I mean, those two teams are just so incredibly powerful as rosters. They've had a lot of experience with each other, and I'm gonna go ahead. I'm gonna give it to Boise early on. I know we should probably do predictions tomorrow, but it comes back to what I was mentioning yesterday, which was this Boise State squad is full of veterans, all of which will be moving on. This is basically their last year competing together, and they've been a squad that's been around for a long time. They've been completely dominant players in the Overwatch scene for a long time, and so I'm not surprised to see that. I think I'm going to give it to them 4-2 tomorrow.
They're the defending champs for a reason, but that's for tomorrow. We've got more Rocket League coming up. The bracket looks electric. Let's throw over to the casters, because this next game is going to be amazing.
One more time as I look for the camera that I don't know where it is. Try to point at it as we get into our final Rocket League match of the day. It is win or go home for both of these teams. It is Syracuse versus Kansas. And like we've talked about all day, there are expectations coming into this match. There is an idea of who theoretically should be the winning team. Expectations are being defied every series we get into.
There's some important variables to consider, because Syracuse just came off of a Game 5 loss while Kansas came off of a win. So they're on their lower bracket trajectory. And Kansas beat a pretty serious team to get here. I believe that was Nebraska. And they looked quite promising against Boise State in their encounter. So it's important to consider the vibes, the mental,
The aura that's being given off by these teams at this point. A lot of factors to take in, but there is one truth. And like we said, it is that they have to win here. And I think for both of these squads, they would like to move on. But I think for Kansas here, this is maybe the stopping point that they kind of expected of themselves. They knew they would do well. They knew they would have a good fight through the lower bracket. But for how long would it continue? For Syracuse, they do not expect this to be where they go out. This is a team that wants to guarantee themselves a top 4 placement. This is a team that wants to get as far into this bracket as possible. Heck, this is a team that could make it to the grand finals and probably hope for themselves and expected themselves to make it that far. So there's a lot of expectations right now here for Syracuse, but like we said, shenanigans have been about. There's a very real possibility that if they are not prepared here, Kansas could give them a heck of a fight.
And this Syracuse roster is no joke. You were telling me all about Gababy and how he is the truth. He is Rocket League, and what a name to represent.
Oh yeah,
Gababy.
it's great.
Not Da Baby, just Gababy. Like
Gababy.
Gaga Goo Goo. Goo Goo Gaga Baby. I mean, what else is there to talk about right now?
It's a good point. I can elaborate a little bit on Gababy. Maybe not on the convention of his name. I'm not really sure where that one comes from. I'm going to assume, I think his name is Gabe, so I'm going to assume it comes from somewhere
that makes
there.
So much sense.
But what I can talk about is the fact that he was the original player on this roster. Before there was Tiz, before there was Lesser, there was Gababy. He was the initial big signee for the Syracuse team. When they announced that they were, revamping their program, putting in the new esports facility that is there now, they said, we're going to start taking Rocket League very seriously. We want to start signing in top-level recruits, and Gababy was the first one. He had to kind of, play around with some players, take some time to develop this squad. Shout out to Mason and Mason Star, and I know this is Patrick, like a bunch of the guys who used to be there on that squad. And now he has found himself here with a new squad, here with Tiz, here with Lesser, and really in a very impressive place. So I think this team is capable. I think they're very, very capable of taking a win here, continuing on, but we've seen this from Kansas, man. They know how to defy expectations. We thought they were getting reverse swept out of this event today. Did not happen.
Yeah, they're as resilient as ever, and even going on to beat Nebraska 3-1. And Kansas, consisting of Swift, Alpaca, and Meave. I really like the teamwork, especially between Meave and Swift on the offensive front. I think it was just really being able to have that second man play tighter to whatever the initiative was taken out of Kansas, because they had such a strong start when we casted them, in their last series, and then it all kind of fell apart near the end. But this is where you could really upset and really catch Syracuse upset, since they dropped here because of a Game 5 loss.
It's your last chance to get said upset. It is now or never for Kansas. If they can't put the pieces together here, this will be the end of their run for the Pec Championship. The lower bracket will be their final resting place. For Syracuse, the same can be said, but like we said, expectations are that this team moves on and gets a chance to dance in the lower bracket against, I believe it would be Michigan State at that point. Well, that is assuming Michigan wins on the other side of the bracket. Again, there are favorites on both sides, but you never know what can happen. We continue on with best of 5s here as we continue through our lower bracket. So again, you have to make sure that you hit the ground running. These teams need to be revving their engines early. They need to get going immediately. If you do not, we have seen how momentum can shake up a series.
Not trophy on the line, not this big one, but a metaphorical one as we get down to our lower bracket between Kansas and Syracuse. And Syracuse, the big favorites, feeling like they should have never even been here. So Kansas, they gotta be ready with fires in their belly, especially to face one of the top dogs here at PEC.
Again, Syracuse, a team that has played up to the level, if not above, almost every single team in this league. They come into this as the 4th seed behind Boise State, Michigan State, and Baylor. But again, the expectations for the squad are nothing but sky high. So I'm curious to see how this series starts off. So far through the first 30, it has been Syracuse with a lot of offense, but nothing to show for it.
I'm kind of getting mechy of how they're kind of moving this ball down the field. I like what Syracuse are doing, and when they want the ball back, they'll just demo you. So Kansas, I would be nervous, not only just because of the lower bracket, but one of the final bosses of this lower bracket, it feels like, because Syracuse are, like you said, a star-studded team. But Kansas, they fought hard to be, and will deny the reverse sweep and to get to this point. So we'll see what they've learned on their journey through here at PEC.
Nothing much so far through the first minute. Like we said, a lot of offense from Syracuse, but nothing really to show for it. Pinch off the ceiling, not all too successful, and now Lesser has to get back. Look for an extra touch off the backboard. Nice skim will find its way to Baby, who doesn't have the boost really to chase this down and doesn't have his car to chase it down either. Sent to the Shadow Realm is Demolitions. Maybe stifle Syracuse, but for only a moment. Tiz tries to get something started here from the corner, but it's an interception from Russell midair. It's going to work out. Syracuse, again, a really good start here, but just no goals so far.
It feels like this is Syracuse's ball, like their names are on it. I've barely seen Kansas get more than one touch on it, and hey, it's the quality, maybe not the quantity that matter, but now there's a lot of abuse of the ceiling from Syracuse, and I worry if Kansas can keep up with this level of play, although it hasn't scored yet.
Yeah, nothing working out so far as this ball continues to just kind of ricochet between the two corners on the Kansas half. Lesser tries to get it to Tiz. Tiz will take a shot on target. Another narrow angle, but still, again, denied on the line. Look, Kansas, I'm not going to state that park the bus is necessarily the most effective strategy, but it might be the only one you can play with right now. Shot after shot firing against their net, and they have no answer but to just try and hold on.
I like how Swift approached that 50, and oh, that shot, too, was looking threatening there from me, almost at the bottom corner, but Swift, realizing that challenge was coming, decided to traject the ball towards the wall to have that pinch, so regardless of the 50, you're getting so much power on it, and Kansas have to pull out all the punches to get clears, and now they have to pull out kind of a lot of strats from the book to see if they can really make Syracuse nervous, but it's been a tough ball to really play around if you're Kansas.
Was that one in the playbook, the double commit mid-air and, end your own offense? I'm going to guess not, and unfortunately for Kansas, that's been a lot of their plays here, where they've got some good pieces, but kind of putting them together hasn't exactly shown the same picture. Chance here now, though, as Meave will make the initial challenge. He still somehow gets beat to the ball by Lesser, and I think Lesser was honestly expecting that challenge to kind of, dwindle off halfway through it. Been an odd game one, considering that we've had all of this offense and nothing to show for it. 100 seconds left, and still Syracuse have not got a goal on the board, but neither have Kansas.
And maybe you're just facing a Syracuse who are still mentally coming back from their previous series, because yes, they've had all possession, but not necessarily any shots to put in the papers, so to say. In Kansas, it only takes one to take a lead with less than 90 seconds. Kansas are on the offensive half, but man, it just goes the other way, and Kansas can't reach in time. Syracuse with the first goal.
Yeah, you can kind of see this one coming. Baby fires this downfield, and you realize Apaka is the only one back. Heads up play here from Lesser, though, to recognize he just needs a 50. It doesn't need to be a shot, doesn't need to be anything complicated. Just muscle your way on in, and you will get the first goal. It took them almost 4 minutes to get there, but Syracuse, again, now a little bit of extra room to breathe.
Will it end this way? Tiz, a lot of the aerial game has been in favor of Syracuse as Kansas build up their confidence and try to build up their challenge game as well, as Meave was a huge part of setting up Kansas to be downfield and just needs that strong second man. But Syracuse bring a one-sided physical game. They are constantly demoing Kansas' second man, so you don't have a lot of good options. And Kansas are not really a team that rely on solo plays, at least not this far. It's Baby towards the ceiling, second touch coming in like a rocket. Meave puts it to the side.
Lesser trying to take this one through the sidewall. Can't quite do so, but Tiz can at least send it back out center where Baby can rip a shot. Lesser was trying to interfere there, but couldn't quite get the players off the ball, so Syracuse will have some extended play, but no shot to really show for it. Tiz, great 50. Is he going to recover this into a shot? Not quite, but he does get back to the ball, and Syracuse continue. Just keep possession here. With only 15 to go, this might be the last chance for Kansas.
Yeah, Syracuse just need to not overinvest in any kind of play and not have any wires get crossed. And Kansas, they're the ones that are desperate. It's time to risk it, send the house, and Swift tries to flick. He's got the defenders jumping, but Kansas are dead asleep. And game one, as this ball could land on the ground any second now, will be going in Syracuse's favor, as we are still in the blue half. Everyone's getting demoed, and Kansas need players alive to do that. And you almost got double tapped at the end of game one, man. But still, it goes Syracuse's way for game one.
All right, Lesser, I see you trying to get on the board again. He got the first goal in game one, and the only goal that we have seen so far throughout this series. And again, I'm not surprised to see Syracuse come out on top here. I'm surprised to see not necessarily the offensive explosion we anticipated there. A lot of good build-up, a lot of good play, but maybe it is kind of a reaction to the last series where if they do full send, they don't want to get counterattacked on. Where they do put every card on the table and hope that it works out. No, let's play a little more reserved. Let's try and, keep an ace up our sleeve. Just do a couple of things here or there to play carefully. And I do think that's a good idea for Syracuse. They are obviously the favorites coming into this, but you never want to be overconfident in a series like this, especially when you could be eliminated from the tournament if you lose.
And I just think facing Syracuse is like a whole different opponent that you've faced so far compared to your Nebraskas or whoever else, your Utahs. So I think facing such a mechanical team is going to ask so much of Kansas in terms of the energy, the resources that you have to expend to really match fire with fire. And to have a more defensive game one, I don't mind it as you start to kind of evaluate the style or what is working for Syracuse, who are they feeding the ball to, how are they trying to get these goals, and then once you get that read, you come up with a solution. And I mean, that's what sounds easy to me anyway, but game two is going to be a whole different ball game once we get into that. And Syracuse only got the one and feels like they're not even close to their peak, so watch when Syracuse get going.
I think Syracuse has got a lot more in store for us at this point. I mean, hey, we've seen a lot of teams start to ramp up as time went on. We saw that with Ohio State in the last match as well, where game one was close. Game two was anything but that, and they just continue to accelerate. So the question is whether or not Syracuse can do exactly that. Can they take advantage of the little bit of momentum they found in game one? And maybe a couple other teams doing the same thing. Again, this land floor continues to just have shouts and screams and hurrahs all across it. This is not the only game going on right now.
Yeah, we are going to feature all of the grand finals from Overwatch, Valorant, Smash, Rocket League, from all of the schools that are remaining tomorrow on Championship Sunday. And, the desk will talk to you about the schedule down the road, and they have been amazing at recapping and getting all of our schools talked about. So let's get back into game two now between Syracuse and Kansas. Game one only by 1 goal, so this could be closer than we think.
Not if Lesser just starts stunting like that. Mid-air reset is denied. Follow-up from Tiz, again, denied as well. But immediately off a kickoff, it is Syracuse ready to score. Challenge there from Tiz, though. Probably the first unsuccessful one we've seen from Syracuse. And this off the sidewall, I don't think is going to turn into much either. All right, a little bit of miscommunication as both Tiz and Gababy died for the same ball, but at least it didn't necessarily turn into a counterattack.
Yeah. Kansas, though, showing us signs of life, but to shut down a mechie team like Syracuse is going to demand a lot. And you hold the line at the back wall, but you also can't let Syracuse have all this time on the ball because they'll figure out another plan on how to score on you.
Just keep possession in their favor. Pop this one back out to midfield, and Lesser restart again. Eve off the backboard, trying to pop this one out to midfield and maybe extend this into a play, but with no boost, I'm not sure what he's going to be able to do. He does pick up the corner, though, and I don't think Syracuse were trying to give him that, nor planning on him getting that. So Tiz has to come to the rescue of his two teammates. Off the sidewall, musty flick, not nearly enough, but he'll still get around one. Force a double commit out of Kansas as well, and Lesser can't get there in time, but Q so far through the first minute here have been all but in control.
These Kansas are constantly putting up saves. It's going to take a lot of Syracuse to puncture through this wall from the midfield shots to now an attempted double, too high on it or too low on it. Pops right up, and Kansas forming a counterattack, but they run head first into Tiz, and Syracuse are back on the ball.
I like that Tiz full-on called the bluff on that one, too. He's like, you're not turning this into an aerial. You're not going to turn this into a flick. I know you're going to fake it out, so I'm just driving straight at you and removing you. Well played from Syracuse, but again, very similar to game one. They're just taking this one very clinically, a step at a time. To be fair, this is kind of what you expect from a squad that has 2 coaches on the roster. They've got a Rocket League coach in Kazi, and then you've got a mental coach in Flow State. So this is a team that is going to have a game plan coming in here, and no matter how you try to shake them off of that, they're going to stick to said game plan.
And this is where you can try to throw those game plans for a loop. Sometimes these scrappier teams can really throw a nail into the gears of a machine like Syracuse. But right now, the Mechs could be just with Syracuse just keep relying on how they're able to maintain control of the ball in the air and the timing that Kansas has to choose on when they go for the 50. But also that hesitation has given Syracuse a lot of time in the air, which makes me worry.
Oh, that's just open? Okay, wasn't expecting that. I see the dive from 2 of the players out of Kansas, but you expect the third man back. He gets beat out of midfield, and that's a freebie for Tiz.
It be like that sometimes.
You don't think, but it do.
Kansas, I mean, they were trying to roll around the net to recover faster, and this is why mechs are important, not just for scoring, but how you move around the field. In Syracuse, the rotations are as clean as ever, but here comes Alpaca, reset, no boost, and just drops it to the side so Kansas can keep fighting for possession, and that's just open again.
Okay, so this is why Syracuse have not broken or bent or even just changed at all. They know the game plan is effective, and if they keep playing with this clinical style of play, eventually you're going to start to see Kansas buckle under the pressure. You see a little bit of trolling in the top left corner. I like that. Nice shot. Thanks. What a save. All right, I see you, Lesser.
Oh my God. Let's lock it. Let's lock it. All right, third
They
goal.
locked in?
That is in fact a lock-in. That is
Yeah.
locked in, and you are getting locked out of this game if you are Kansas. Second half underway soon, and you're down 3 goals. Syracuse are beating you to death.
Yeah, this is not great. This is turned into a pummeling very quickly, and I guess after game 1, we expected Syracuse to kind of play obviously pretty aggressive, but to be able to just stay a little reserved, take the goals when they need them. If you keep giving them freebies, however, I don't think that Cuse is gonna say no. They're also gonna try stuff like that, pretty jump off the ceiling from a musty flick. I appreciate the attempt, although it doesn't succeed.
It was a great time to make a montage for the school as me with a kind of a delayed reset. I like that move. Syracuse, though, they are keeping a watchful eye on some of these solo plays from Kansas. Alpaca tries to go for bumps. Kababy will dodge. Meave keeps possession as Lesser adjusts on the back wall, and he's got a good read on it.
Anybody here for the challenge against Alpaca? Not quite yet. They're going to give him some space to work with, and Tiz is barely going to flinch as it eventually does fall to him. He's going to look for a shot. Can't quite find it, but he will find the pass out. That is intercepted by Meave. So Kansas putting up some resistance here and a pinch on target. That would have been an incredible goal, but Syracuse is not going to give that one up easily.
I don't think Syracuse is going to give up this whole game that easily. They are in firm control, and 3-0 on paper doesn't seem anything crazy. It's the level of possession. Like, Syracuse have to start paying rent on this ball because they're just kind of passing it amongst each other, and Kansas can't confirm more than one touch, and sometimes that window of opportunity is quite small. So Syracuse are running this game too, and they got the demos too, so even when Kansas want to fight back, they can.
Kansas is trying their darndest right now, and I appreciate them for it, but unfortunately, it's been really difficult for them to develop any plays, especially past midfield here, where it kind of feels like Syracuse. They're willing to go back into their own half, but they only stay there momentarily. And once they do get back into offense, they're doing a great job of keeping possession, keeping control, and just exerting their pressure where necessary. This game is going to end with potentially a shutout victory for Syracuse, same as the first, just a little bit more overwhelming this time, as Kansas will try one last shot. This one goes off the backboard, and Lesser going to try to spike it down. The demo from Tiz will also help. Alpaca will keep this up, but again, the results stay the same no matter if there is a goal for the road or not. Kansas, no victory here in game 2. They will need to reverse sweep against Cuse to stay alive here at PEC.
And we're seeing if Syracuse are going to get the perfect sweep without giving a single goal. That is a record in itself. And applause across as Syracuse are looking dominant. And really what I was looking at is how they were going to take that Game 5 loss and carry it through the rest of the games, because there's not too much of a break between these matches. And now that you're in the lower bracket, you're not going to get a break from any mistake either.
Yeah, they do, however, seem unperturbed. Like, they legitimately are just like, whatever, man. We lost in the upper bracket. Okay, cool. It was game 5. We fought. We had a good fight. And then they get down here, and it's all smiles. You can see they're just kind of, they're having fun. They're having a good time. I think that, if I'm not mistaken, I think Russell just actually looked at somebody and went, "That's on me. My bad. I'm sorry that I trolled in game." And he's throwing up the hearts as he knows he maybe do a little extra trolling in the quick chat that he needed to here. But to be fair, with the results that they're getting, you're kind of allowed to flaunt it a little bit, man. It's been 4 goals to the good, 0 conceded, 2 games in. Syracuse looked to, like you said, perfect sweep, or at least clean sweep their way out of this.
At least Kansas look like they're all smiles, and it looks like Syracuse are joking around too. And it's always a good time to get some nice photos on the stage too while you're at it. So I'm glad everyone's getting that LAN experience under the belt, and for some of these players it could be their first time. For a lot of these players it's just extending that resume, hoping to impress some scouts maybe that are hunting for RLCS players and more talent as we go into Game 3 between Syracuse and Kansas. Can Syracuse pull off the perfect sweep?
We already said that this was do or die for both teams. It continues to be so, but it is even more so now for Kansas. Like you said, if the sweep does conclude here, that'll be the end of Kansas in this event. Oh boy, and it could happen early. Baby, a bit of a fake out though. Open space for Tiz. One of the best coordinated plays we have seen all day by far.
And you like a shot placed nice and high like that, so if the defender is just a little too late on a save, that it's still gonna pop up into the net like that. There were still 2 defenders in Syracuse's way, and still the power on that shot creeps through. So Syracuse start out ahead as per usual. Clock in, clock out. This ball is floating in front of the net though, real scary. And Kansas are bringing some demos to the table too, and that'll be a factor that could make things difficult for Syracuse.
Well, it could. It should. Will it? Time will tell. So far, this has been just kind of business as usual for Syracuse. They seem very, very casual through most of the attempts that they are making. The saves seem very easy for them. The offense seems very easy for them. It just kind of feels like they, one hand on the wheel. They're steering very casually a Sunday drive. Kansas got to show us something special. I think physicality is a great way they could do so. I've seen some really good mechanics out of Kansas as well, last-second resets and such. Unfortunately, it's just not been enough. I like the idea there through an aerial bump to lead the way, but again, still not enough. Kansas finding more chances here in our third game, but just not converting on them.
Okay, I like that Kansas are starting to come up with some creative ways to score on Syracuse, but unless you have the perfect touches, Syracuse will have time to step up to the plate and swing at you. Now Kansas, their defense is getting tested. I see someone downfield from Kansas also stealing boost, but maybe you needed more people in the net. Lesser places it down low on the right. Got smiles for the photos right after the goal. I'm dead. But Syracuse ahead by 2.
That's a great shot from Lesser. It's not a surprising one to see. It's nice that Baby finally does get an assist. He didn't get an assist for the first play, but I'll chalk one up just again for the fake out that opens up the net there. But again, Syracuse, it is business as usual for them right now. It took them a while to score these goals, but they seem very comfortable in this game. And although there are moments for Kansas, they don't seem to be able to string them together to the same lethal effect that we've seen out of Syracuse.
Syracuse fall back after a nice 50 from Kansas to kind of set them back to square one. Baby's just gonna be parked waiting for boost, I guess. And I like to see Syracuse play with their food. Sometimes you gotta have fun a little bit, and Kansas, they're trying their best to.
A couple of wall dashes from Lesser could almost open up some space, but you can see Syracuse, they don't want to overexert. They know they can just waste time at this point. If they want to get into offense, they'll have their opportunities, but trying to force offenses or force these touches out forward are just not going to be to their benefit by any stretch of the imagination. So they'll let Meave do something like this. Lesser's got a full tank of boost, so does Baby. They're prepared for the follow-up there. They're prepared for Swift on this touch. Swift isn't prepared for this touch. He tries to get a touch out center. It does not work out. Instead, it is another retreat now for Kansas.
We're only down by 2, and in the second half, Kansas, this is where mental resilience is important. You still gotta believe you can win, or at least get a game 4 forced. But Kansas will force the ball away. Lesser was trying to catch, and Meave intercepts, so it's a little chaotic in the midfield. Alpaca gets a beat, and Lesser has the save, and he follows through. No, Meave with another beat. If Kansas can keep this up, you may catch Syracuse off guard.
They tried to, and then Tiz just jumped off the ceiling to make the save, apparently. All right, Kansas, try all you like. Apparently, Syracuse will not break. With only 100 seconds to go, you're not going to get many more chances like that. Tiz, an attempted pinch off the backboard doesn't work out. The 50, though, does bounce out to the corner where Baby can keep this play going. Off the backboard, though, Swift trying to see if he can carry this to midfield, alleviate some of that pressure. And, he was hoping for the bump against Lesser, but Lesser doesn't even flinch.
What's with Tiz trying to find the hardest angle to score on? Like, I don't know. Geometry major, perhaps? I don't even think that's a thing, but they were going to invent it. Syracuse on offense again, 2-on-1. Alpaca joins the equation, and Kansas still keep it only a 2-goal game. But Baby, he just tosses it, and now they retreat for boost and see what Kansas can cook up.
Just kind of threw that one out center and went, here, if anybody wants to make an attempt at it, it is yours for the taking. And honestly, that went to either team, which is why Kansas now gets some space to work with. Not a ton of boost, though, and the pass out center is not quite going to ricochet back into their own net. And at this point, I think we're all but delaying the inevitable. With 0 goals scored through 14 minutes of play, it would be impressive for Kansas to score more than just that, but 2 in order to see an overtime. 30 seconds left, and Syracuse might just be taking a victory lap. At this point, hold on, finally! The dam breaks. It's a goal for Kansas.
I'm slapping the table. What a save, immediately spammed by Kansas, and this is Rocket League. Oh my God. I love the banter between all the schools, and this is why I love collegiate lands. There's so much yapping, but 25 seconds, enough yapping, and back to work. Syracuse keep the lead in 2.
It didn't even take him a second, man. Tiz gets the perfect pinch off a kickoff, realizes Swift's not getting back to this in time, and he gets himself another goal, averaging over a goal per game right now in this series, and probably closing out this series as well. It wasn't a perfect sweep, but it is still likely a sweep.
And in a second, this will move Syracuse on to face the winner of Michigan State and Ohio State. And that's going to be another brawl. And Kansas, I mean, the offense is there. And now the defense is as well, as Me tries to come off the back wall, gets called off by Alpaca. The seconds go by, and that is the end of Kansas in this tournament, in this lower bracket. A big congratulations to Syracuse.
Syracuse, they get the win. They don't get the perfect sweep, but they do get a sweep, and they repeat their previous performance against this Kansas team from earlier in the year. Again, it was a 3-0 in favor of Syracuse the first time these two teams met. I don't know if it was this heavily in favor of Syracuse, but I would say at no point during that series did I ever really believe that Kansas was going to be able to make that comeback. It just kind of felt like Syracuse were super comfortable at all points there, and although there were moments of weakness for them, they did a great job recovering on defense, finding good midfield pressure, and Kansas had their moments for sure, but Syracuse, that series was their moment.
And as I refresh my bracket, we have Syracuse versus Michigan State in the lower round 4. Baylor will be awaiting their challenger in the grand final after sweeping Boise State, which Baylor are looking like the ones to win it all.
I mean, this is not surprising. This is a Baylor team that has been power ranked somewhere within the top 5, if not 10, in the entirety of Collegiate Rocket League at multiple points. They're a very, very strong squad. I think the questions have arisen more lately due to some inconsistency of the team, but there's one thing that they do well. It's play on land. They've already won a land this year. It wouldn't be surprising to see them win another, but again, the tests in front of them are still going to be tough. You've obviously got Syracuse, you've got Michigan State, and you still have a chance for Boise to study those tapes and come back with an even more powerful response. So I have belief that they can get this done. That being said, not really surprised to know that Baylor is the first team locked into the finals.
As we take a look at our replays, we're also going to get Smash set up on the big stage, and one of the, I think the winner's final? We'll see. Something Super Smash Bros. Related is getting set up on the stage very soon, and Syracuse are looking like they could make that lower bracket run when it comes to Rocket League at least, and someone has to dethrone Baylor, because sweeping Boise State, that is a statement, because we know just how talented that team can be.
Absolutely. Again, it's a very, very talented pool of Rocket League teams, but we are down to our final 4. Again, these were the expected 4. We're not surprised to see that it is Baylor, Boise, Michigan State, and Syracuse is the final 4 teams here for Rocket League. But like you said, we've got more coming up for other games here. That's the end of the Rocket League portion for the day, but we have got Smash coming up. I believe it is the either finals or semifinals here, but I do know that it's between Michigan State and Minnesota. So do not go anywhere. We're going to return even more action here from the PEC 2026 Championship. You will not want to miss it. Stay tuned.
Thank you, casters. It's been a wonderful day. Day 2, PEC Championships 2026. Fish and Ryan here to break down all the action. Rocket League has been electric, Ryan. We've got the scores. We kind of know where everybody's going to go. And let's just say it's going the way we expected, but Baylor maybe got woken up a little bit.
Yeah, Baylor with a 3-0 over Boise. Syracuse may have made him a little mad, forcing them to go to a game 5, and Boise kind of reaped that, and it was not the best thing for them.
Closer. We did get a little bit of insight, right? Game 2, very close. 3-3, I think, with about a minute left. Game 3 was a little bit closer. So, and that's just been the story for Boise State and Baylor, right? Baylor has gotten the wins, but it's always been close, and that feels like an early preview of maybe tomorrow's grand finals.
Yeah, and then that Michigan State squad with Ohio State, right? That was a 3-1 victory for them. Ohio State, they were able to take one off of that Michigan State team, but it just wasn't quite enough for them. But that's kind of what I've been saying about this Michigan State team is they're a very good squad. They're just new, and it comes down to, can you get through the synergy of sort of teams like Syracuse and Baylor and Boise State and play at that level. And that will be the matchup next, will be Michigan State and Syracuse. Winner of that will play Boise State. Winner of that will play Baylor.
And this is where it gets really interesting. You and I were talking about this. Syracuse doesn't make sense, but they match up so well against Baylor, but not as much against Michigan State. Maybe not as much against Boise State. So if you're Syracuse, you're looking like, if we can find a way past the Spartans and the Broncos, we feel really good, which is an odd thing to say because I think most teams do not say, of those four, we want to play Baylor.
Yeah, I mean, Syracuse overall, they're a very good team, right?
Yeah.
And it's arguable that they're the best team here, and it comes down to sort of a little bit of the mind games, as I've said a couple times, is Syracuse would rather play Baylor because whenever they play Boise, they kind of get in their own heads a little bit. It's that rivalry game. Yep. It's a little bit of, in a sense, sometimes it's a little bit of egoing, right?
Yeah.
You try to do better. You try to do something fancy, right? You look for a musty flick or something, and it doesn't go the way that you want it to. And that's what happens when the Syracuse-Boise teams play each other. So I am curious to see what will happen there. But before that even happens, Syracuse has to play Michigan State, and that's been back and forth a lot this year.
Yeah, we were talking about it. Michigan State got them in the fall. Syracuse got them in the spring. It'll be very interesting to see. And again, we talked about you could take those four teams, Boise State, Baylor, Michigan State, Syracuse, and you could have kind of, plopped them in where they are right now and the order kind of jumbled up. And everyone would be like, yeah, that makes sense to me. Like, that makes sense maybe if Syracuse somehow pull it off over Baylor. They're the one team that's done well against it. It would make sense if Michigan State had beat Boise State. The way it went, the top teams won. But again, I think the rest of the day in Rocket League is going to be fantastic. But we're not going to be able to see it because we have a national championship to give away tonight, Ryan, and that is in Smash. Before we get you the bracket, though, when we get the bracket here, I want to say let's do the all-PEC Smash team, right? It's the last team we haven't done. These players have deserved this praise.
Yeah, I mean, these players have been players to look out for, and you see 4 of them will be players in the grand finals. 2 players from Michigan State, 2 players from Minnesota. That will be your grand finals, will be between those 2 teams.
Yep.
Syrup also there for Syracuse. A very good player. We've been talking about him throughout it all this weekend already. Unfortunately, not quite enough for Syracuse to win over Minnesota. It was a 2-0 victory for them, so very, very good job from Minnesota. Wasn't quite enough for Syracuse, but these players all 5 of them are incredibly good. They're players that if this was the 4v4 crew set battle, they're the ones that could take 12 stocks.
Yeah, we also have the second team as well. You can't forget about them, and it's going to be more names we're going to see tonight.
Yeah, exactly. So very good job all these players here. This second team here you see as well, just more players that they play really well, and this is, in my opinion, sort of the important team to think about, because now that this format for Smash is a little bit more frankly, it's unique to this conference.
Yeah.
It's unique to this tournament. This is where sort of that second team really does make a big difference, because it proves that, I mean, you have 2 players in Michigan State here, right? The other 2 were on the first team. It's like, well, that's 4 players right there. And Michigan State, by the way, is the favorite to win this.
Yes.
It makes sense that their top 4 players are going to be on the first and second all-PEC teams, because they are very, very good as a overall roster.
Yeah, we saw this format shine yesterday, Syracuse versus Minnesota. As we take a look at that, because you and I agreed, right? We're watching. All right, Syrup's going to win his game. Doug Todd's going to win his game. Write that in 4-0, 4-1 if you want. But what does player number 3? How does that matchup go? How does player number 4's matchup go? And I think you nailed it. It's going to be for Michigan State and for Minnesota, which is going to be our grand final. How do your third players match up? You can see they each have 2 on the first team. That second team, though, Minnesota, their third and fourth player, I think Stitch, one of those players, he's got to step up if Minnesota wants to win this. Because, again, we were talking about this a little earlier in the day. Minnesota got taken to 3 games by Ohio State.
Yeah.
Not a team you would have expected. This Minnesota squad, they kind of that classic. They play up to their opponents, and sometimes they play down. Maybe they're the team that needs to be that playing at that Michigan State level.
Yeah, and I think for them specifically right now, I think Minnesota's in a really good spot because if you put the Minnesota team that played yesterday up against Michigan State today, I'd be a little bit more worried, right?
Yeah.
They went to 3 games against Syracuse. It was close for all the games. Today, it was 2-0 victory, clean sweep, done and out for Minnesota against Syracuse. And so that's the team that you want if you are Minnesota, right? That's a team you want to face Michigan State, who 2-0'd Syracuse yesterday quite fast and quite dominantly. And so this Michigan State squad, they are the favorites. I'm still going to give them a win. I'm going to give them with a 3-1. I think they're very, very powerful as a team. I think Minnesota can take it, don't get me wrong.
Yeah.
But I think Michigan State, I mean, their set of 4 is just so powerful. You need to be playing to perfection tonight.
Yeah, and we've talked about this. This is the first time this is going to happen, right? Grand finals, we'll go up a level, right? So we'll go from best of 3 to best of 5. But because it's a double bracket and we don't want to do a bracket reset, Michigan State is leading 1-0. That is locked in. They don't have to play that game. That, I think, is what makes it so tough for Minnesota. There's a lot of these squads where it's like, yeah, any given day, you can beat Baylor Rocket League. Any given day, you can beat Michigan State Smash. Can you beat it when they have a game up on you? That's what makes it so much harder.
Yeah, exactly. Can you beat them when they have that game up and you have to play? I mean, it's just simply put, you have to play more games to win.
Yes.
It's that simple, right?
Yep.
And if you're playing, I mean, obviously Rocket League isn't today, but if it was the Rocket League Grand Finals, for instance, right? And you're Kansas and you make your way through and you're playing like Boise in the Grand Finals and you're like, okay, we played this many games and now we have to win even more just because Boise has the one up on us. Same deal here for Smash, right? You've been playing so much Smash today. Minnesota already took out Syracuse in a 2-0, which was good for them, but it was not easy, right?
No.
It's still Syracuse. They still have a very good roster. And now you have to play Michigan State, right? And you have to win not 2 games, you have to win 3. Michigan State only needs to win 2.
Yeah, given the fact that you can only let Michigan State win 1 set is crazy. But if there's a team to do it, it is Minnesota. They're the only squad to beat Michigan State Smash this season. Again, there's some Rocket League scores. We've got some other brackets to look at here. We can look at the Overwatch bracket, see where everything lines up for tomorrow. We have those grand finals. We know Boise State is in, and it's been back and forth, but at the end of the day, it was Utah who advanced into those Overwatch grand finals, excuse me.
Yeah, that Boise-Utah game is going to be something to look out for. I mean, like I said, the 11 seed and the 16 seed in the country right now to the Overwatch Ranking Association, and it's going to be a close matchup. And like I said, both of these teams, they want to improve their ranking. They want to prove that they are the best. I think, frankly, if Boise wins this, I think they could get top 10. If Utah wins this, I think it'll really hurt Boise's ranking. I think they could actually end up switching spots with them. So very, very close matchup tomorrow. It's going to be curious to see, right? I did say 4-2, I believe is what I said earlier on. I still stand by that. I think Boise's squad, not even mechanically or fundamentally, yes, I believe they're very good, but I think it's going to come down to the desire to win it more because they're all going to be moving on to the next chapters of their life. I think that element when you're on LAN and you know you're a senior, you know you're graduating, you know you're done, I think that plays at such a level of this is my last chance, not just to compete, but at my university, and it's that passion drive that you get. I think Boise State is going to get that victory because of that, and I think that's why a lot of these teams have done well today.
I really think Utah maybe, mad at the schedule organized, right? Because they've been hot today, right?
Yeah.
3 Ohio State, 3-0 Syracuse. They're almost like, we wish our grand finals was tonight, because I think Utah, if they're going to win, would be now, when they're clicking on all cylinders, when Boise State just kind of had the day off. I think you're probably right. I think tomorrow, everybody's in a fresh space. I do like Boise State in that one. Valorant as well. We had some crazy back and forth there. Boise State also advancing on in the Valorant bracket. When we take a look at that, them and Ohio State, they've been 1-2 all season. They had a crazy 3-game series between the two. Ohio State jumped out early in game 2, and it's, again, the top 4 squads that we expected. But teams have been closer to Boise State, Ryan, than we've seen maybe throughout the season, right? Michigan State takes them 3 maps. Ohio State takes them 3 maps. Whoever comes out of that lower finals has a chance against Boise State.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that is going to be a close matchup there. I think Michigan State will take the game over Utah. When they go into that Ohio State game, that is going to be the big one. Obviously, that match will be played tomorrow as well as the grand finals, so a little bit different than some of the other titles, right? Smash being finished tonight, the rest being grand finals tomorrow, Valorant being lowers and grands tomorrow. It's going to be very... I don't even know the word to put it there, just because it comes down to how teams have been played today. You mentioned it with Utah, right? They 3-0'd one team, they 3-0'd another team, they want to play Boise, right? They are on a hot streak.
Yeah.
today, it's like, Michigan State, they're in a good spot. They want to play. They want to continue to play, especially if they can beat this Utah squad. They want to bring that momentum into playing Ohio State and then bring that momentum into playing Boise State. I think that is going to be how tomorrow goes for Valorant. I think whoever wins that lower bracket, I think it'll be between Michigan State and Ohio State. I think whoever wins that is going to be the sort of the challenger for Boise State, because if they can ride on that momentum, it's going to be very, very powerful.
Yeah, and that's a good thing to point out, right? As since the lower final plays, Boise State will get some extra scouting, but somebody else will come into the game hot. But it is Smash Grand Finals coming up, and I really got to ask, Ryan, do you think whoever wins this is going to match our Aura moment, hashtag Aura moment from yesterday between Syracuse and Minnesota in Smash? If we take a look at it here, I cannot get enough of this clip. Minnesota needs one stock to win this and avoid a tiebreaker, and Millshark on the Donkey Kong. The aura from the end of this clip is too powerful.
Yeah, I mean, you watch it happen in slow-mo practically.
Yeah.
I mean, double roll into a couple hits on the side, sends them off the stage, and just stands. Boom. So simple, so easy.
Do you think we get a better aura moment in our grand finals? Like, that's so hard to top for either school.
I don't know. I mean, we've seen that clip, you and I personally. I think that was the 5th time today.
I get chills every time, by the way. I want to admit, I get chills every time I watch that because it was just so good to see in real time. Like, that is what LANs are made for.
I think what made that even better was when he stood up, it was the stand, the pause, then the scream.
Yes.
It wasn't a jump up and scream like you see a lot of teams do when they win the grand finals, which is awesome, by the way. It was stand, sit, scream. It was so well done. It had to be rehearsed. Like, it was so good. I don't know. That's going to be hard to top.
It just goes so hard. It almost makes me a little sad that Millshark doesn't get a shot in the grand finals. No disrespect to Minnesota, just because he clearly has the aura. Somebody's got to match that from Minnesota or from Michigan State. I don't care if you're the favorites of Michigan State. Like, you got to be able to hit that at least once because it's going to be so good.
I think if you're Minnesota, I think that's the team we'll get it from if we get it. I think if they can pull off a 3-stock victory like that again, Minnesota will probably lose it. But I mean, it just. That, like you said, it's what LANs are made for, right? We talk about sort of the competitive element of bringing in, how good a team is when they're on LAN, they're on stage. You take a look at Boise, how Michigan State competes when they're on LAN. And that's fun and all, but then you also get the other elements of LAN, which don't normally get talked about as much, which is simply how fun it is to be at a LAN, to have those aura moments, to meet some of the people you are so familiar with. You've been playing these other schools for so many weeks in this year. You finally get to be in a location where you can put the gamer tag to the face, and that in and of itself is one of the best feelings of being at LAN.
Well, speaking of being at LAN and the aura moments, you've got something behind you. We've been talking about it all day. I wish they were PEC wide, I'll say that, but they're only Boise State. We've got some limited edition Boise State trading cards, and I think you got to rip a pack.
We do, yes.
Yeah.
So before I even, this is new to me today. I was questioning what these packs were, right? They are actual trading cards for the Boise State
They've got all
players.
we've got the, two from the back is the limited one. So let's see it. I think you've got a couple behind you.
I have the packages.
You've got the full packing.
I do. And that's here. You want one too? I can give you one too. There you go. Take one too.
We got
the Boise State packs. They come in these little cardboard things, and it says pull here. I can walk you through it, and you open the packs, and I messed it up.
You already messed it
up.
I messed it up. I can't believe you. It's hard to do one-handed, by the way. For anybody
is. Yeah, it really
we can't
is.
Just put the microphones down.
I can't take it out now. Okay, there we go. I got it out now. And they come in these nice little packs. Now, I will say, I'm going to put the mic down for this because when I opened it earlier, I couldn't do it with 2 hands, let alone with 1. So you can take this away for a second. I'm going to open this.
Yeah, you open this, right? Everybody's got their superstitions. We'll see what Ryan has, right? We've got the special card. We've seen a blackout card open earlier today off stream. I know somebody in the production room, they got a autographed Skies card. Pretty big if you're a Valorant fan. Of course, one of the best players for Boise State as well. So let's see here. What are you going to pull here? You got to make sure you don't reveal it too early. I think so. Might be the backwards one. That's for rumors that it might be the backwards one as well.
Okay. Well, I'm guessing. I've only opened one of these so far. So first off, they are literally the players, right?
Yep.
So on the cards, they are the players. I got a Coach K one earlier.
Rookie Coach K.
A rookie Coach K card earlier, and some of them are fancily designed, and on the back of the cards, it actually tells you who it is, their gamer tag, their year. It's actually it's really cool. It's like an actual trading card. It's super cool. I'm gonna see if I can sell them. But
Yeah, that's the best part about LAN. All the players are here, right? Be like, hey, can you sign this? And then eBay.
Yeah. Oh no, I'm getting Lyric to sign one. I pulled a Lyric card earlier, and I'm good friends with him. I'm gonna make him sign it now, and I'm gonna make fun
You're
of how he looks.
making your own sign card. There's probably a Lyric sign card, and you're circumventing the rules.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, I'm trying to see where the fancy card is here. I think
What'd
this,
you get?
I think this is it. Is it? I don't know. I'm lost.
Yeah.
I'm lost. I'm not gonna lie. All right, so I'm just gonna slowly put them on the table here. This has got to be. No, that's the QR code.
It's the blackout card. Nope.
No, do I have 2 blackouts? Oh, no, I don't. I'm lost. I'm not gonna lie to you, Fish.
It's a hollow. It's a hollow.
Oh wait, is this it? Oh, it's upside down. That's why. Okay.
What'd you get?
I got the hollow of one of Boise State's players here, and I can tell you who it is. It's Cade Hall. I hope I said that right. Woozy. That tracks.
Fits for Rocket League
that
Day.
tracks.
That fits for Rocket League Day. That's perfect, right?
Woozy, who's currently a junior from Arlington, Texas. There you go.
There you go, the hollow Woozy card.
And then you get the rest of them. Like I said, there's a lot of these, and I dropped one. I feel bad for the player I dropped. Here we go. Let me grab that one. Oh, that was Hex. I feel bad. I feel really bad. I like all the Overwatch guys. So yeah, there you go. You got some trading cards here, and I don't remember who's has them. I know they were giving them away. I don't remember who has them though.
You find someone with Boise
Yeah,
State
find
logo,
someone.
and you just kind of mention like where's the
Where the
cards
trading
at?
cards,
Yeah, where
yeah.
the cards at. You got a pack.
I'm-
That's kind of a big
yeah.
one, right? You got a pack. We
Yeah.
got some packs back here if somebody needs it. But we do have a Valorant update. I don't know what game that is, but you can see Lotus is 4-4. It is game 1 between Michigan State and Utah. So you thought Michigan State was going to take it? Again, this is a Utah squad that, for some reason, we just keep talking about them. It's like, yeah, we know Ohio State's really good. We know Boise State's really good. Michigan State's your defending champs. We keep sleeping on the Utes. And early on Lotus, it's back and forth.
Yeah, and I do want to mention that I know like we have Smash later today, but
Yep.
we haven't talked about as much of the new maps, right? I mean, they're not new, but they're new in terms of the competition. Luckily, we haven't seen any Mix yet, right? And Mix is a newer character. There's a little bit of that learning curve, so I'm not surprised to not see them played. But the new maps are in play, right? So Lotus is in, Sunset is in, right? And these maps, I believe Pearl as well is in. And these maps are not normally played, right? And now that they're back in this competitive pool, there is that element of surprise that some of these teams are getting, right? Earlier when I was actually watching the wrong stream. I was watching a Boise stream from last spring, but Sunset was in. And that is one of those maps that if you can capitalize on it before the other teams are used to it or scrimming on it, that can give you those early wins. Lotus has been sort of that main map that a lot of teams are picking over having like Bind go first, especially if you're playing Syracuse. But they'll play Lotus and they will take that victory early on because if you have more experience than your opponent, you can take it and take the advantage like we were mentioning earlier.
Yeah, of course. We'll keep you updated on that Valorant game until we go to our Smash Grand Finals, which are coming up. It is Michigan State, the 1 seed, a lone loss on the season. But who was that loss to? It was to Minnesota, a very talented team. We also see Utah there. There's Valorant rosters that we just had, Michigan State and Utah. So again, talented players all around here. And this is going to be, it feels good to hand out a national title here tonight.
Yeah. It absolutely does. I mean, one of these teams are going to be walking away with that trophy tonight, and it's going to be good to see.
So yeah, cannot wait to see what it's going to be here. Again, we've got Smash Grand Finals coming up momentarily here. Haven't seen as much of it today. Again, a lot of those games were off stream, but it is going to be very interesting to see what happens.
Yeah, it is. And I think, one thing I do want to mention about quickly going back to that Valorant game is Michigan State and Utah, right? Utah's on that hot streak already, right? They did just get that victory. They're in a good spot. They 2-0'd Syracuse, and now they get to walk into this Michigan State team. And we talk about this momentum. We talk about how you are on lands. And if you can just keep riding that wave, that's where you really get to take those victories and really move forward with your advantages. Because then sometimes it's not even a matter of can you win your gunfights or can you win your stock or can you win the point. It's a matter of, okay, I've played 6 games in a row. I've won all 6 of those games, and I'm going to continue to ride on that momentum.
Yep. Well, as the players have been playing a lot, you know what's good for them? A break. We're going to take one of those. It's day 2 of the PEC Championships here in Las Vegas. We'll be right back with the Smash Grand Finals around the corner.
Travel was easy for me because I let Travis bring all the students here, and I got to travel independently from him, so it made it really easy for me to be here. But no, same thing. We're excited to be here. We love this venue. We love this event. We love all the teams and what the PEC is all about. So we're excited. We're hyped up. We're ready to get going for gameplay and to see what's possible in this one. Year 2, trying to build a little bit off last year. So we're gonna see what's gonna happen here in a little bit.
And you mentioned it, Adam. Let's start with you. First time here. I mean, we've talked. You're preparing your guys. Hey, we've done these other events, but when you walked in the arena, is it different? Like, did you have to calm the nerves down, or the prep you did, is it working out for year 1?
Oh yeah, the arena, it changes things psychologically, competitively. Yeah, there's a certain level of heightened awareness of the moment, and so for a coach like me, it's to communicate to the teams of, hey, you know what to do. You are prepared. Now's the chance to do it. As we talked about before, Fish, with 3 of our teams, this is a learning experience, and for one of our teams, we're hopeful to take the trophy.
And Joey, we'll start with you. You kind of mentioned, right, year 2. Were the lights bigger this time when your kids got here, or were you able to say, like, it's the same as last year, guys, don't worry about it?
Yeah, no, Fish, I think it's a good point. No, being in year 2, I think we were very intentional about. They've got the experience of seeing what this was like last year. For a lot of them, yeah, there are some first-year students that we have this year, a little bit of turnover there, so some of them it's the first time. But we were very intentional this entire year to find LAN tournaments that had a stage opportunity so that our students could get used to the lights, to being on stage, to having their computers, facing an audience, right? And so that's a very different feel, as Adam's talking about, that we want to make sure that all the students were prepared for, so that when they did get here, the lights weren't too bright. On campus, we do have stages for our facilities as well. So they're not just in a LAN center the entire time with kind of back-to-back in a PC pit. It's more of that stage feel on a constant basis. So I think having that built into their regular competition schedule and practice schedule, plus being intentional, plus being here last year, I don't want to say they're too bright. There will still be some nerves, but I think they'll calm down a lot faster than they were able to last year.
And you're kind of in the middle, John, because you guys came here last year, but you said there's a lot of new kids. Was it, hey, pick a buddy who was here last year and they're going to teach you the ropes, or how did you manage that?
Yeah, no, that was a big part of it, actually. As the teams, every team had at least 1 or 2 veterans that had been here last year, and part of it was having them talk about their experiences, having a larger conversation about what it means to be here. I mean, I think that's something we all understand being here, but it's hard maybe for the audience to understand. Like, the HyperX Arena, this facility and such, it really is the next level. Like, when you think about traditional sports, whether that be at the Horseshoe in Columbus or at one of the other famous stadiums around the country, like, you can picture that in your mind if you're a fan. There aren't a lot of that for esports, and this is a great kind of place for it. They really get a sense of just what it is they're a part of, what they're trying to do, and elevates it. And so for us, it's getting them used to that, but also it's like, it's the same game. It's a different computer, but we've practiced this, we've been in the LAN facilities, we've been at these tournaments. It's reminding them, this is the same, it's an amazing venue, but focus on what we're about to do.
And it's easy for us to say that because we don't get on stage doing it. The players are the ones that actually have to get on stage, sit under these lights, be in this kind of environment. So it's super easy for us. I think we're in a great seat and great position where we are because we just tell them it's easy and don't worry about it. They're the ones that actually have to do that, which makes it tough on them.
Well, let's talk about your tough job. If you haven't seen the schedule right, kids get here at 11. Your game might not play till 2, 2:30. You've got to play long days. PEC we're used to. You play your one match. We'll see you guys next week. How do you handle the games? Like, you're going to be here at 11 Overwatch, and you're going to leave at 7:30. How do you handle these kids being prepared to
play long hours. I mean, we can start with you, John, go down the line. I mean, how do you get kids ready for the schedule?
Yeah, so one of the things we started this semester actually is we were working with athletics on something called Scarlet and Grit, which is a mental wellness program. And so right now we started that with our Super Smash Brothers team. It's something we're going to be extending to the rest. But that's something that's part of this is that mentality of being ready, being able to not only improve upon yourself, but also being able to deal with circumstances you're just not used to, right? And so that's something we've just started, and we're hoping to have a lot more in the future, because I think everyone can talk about this. There is a huge mental portion of this that's still, like, in esports in general, isn't talked about enough, but it's something, I think one of the great things the PEC is doing is that is a priority, and something I think every program's working on in one way or another.
Yeah, and so LANs are built to be different.
Yeah.
And one of the differences is pain. Like, that matters. Peripherals matter, but also our location matters. We are in a very distracting environment right now in Las Vegas, so things like curfew may matter. Things that we can control, we're going to do our best to control them.
I think for us is, number one, relying on our managers to work with those teams and make sure they're getting up, they're moving around, they're taking the breaks when they need to, but they're also back in time to get warmed up, to get in the right mindset before their next match. But number two is feed them. Make sure they're getting fed, because that's the number one thing we hear from them is, I'm hungry, I gotta eat, when am I gonna eat? My match is coming up and I haven't eaten anything yet. So making sure they're on that rotation to make sure they got some sustenance in them, which is always nice so they're not playing on an empty stomach. But we really do rely on those managers to know what the schedule is, know when they're playing again, know how long it's going to take for them to warm up and get settled before their match begins. But also when to take their breaks, whether it's getting up and moving around, whether that's staying in venue and just kind of walking around a little bit, or even just taking their eyes off the screen for their simple 20-20-20. Look at something 20 feet away for 20 seconds every 20 minutes. Just to reset their mind and prevent their headache. So all those little things to go with the mental coaching is big. I think curfew is a big one. I'm glad Travis was bringing our team down yesterday, because 30 students down to Las Vegas is always a little scary.
Yeah.
But it's also a lot of fun and a really cool experience for them. And a lot of them, it's the first time they've been to Las Vegas. A lot of our first-year students, they've never been this side of the Mississippi River. So I think it's a really cool environment, a lot of fun, but obviously can be very distracting if you're not very careful and intentional.
And I'll be the bad guy. I know you guys are going to give me the best director speak you can. All three of you have a title you can take home a national championship. I'll say it, right? That's a known fact, whether you have to deny it or not. How do you handle, Joey, those distractions? When a kid says, like, looks at the standings, like, we can win this. Like, how do you handle that with your teams, even maybe with yourself, of, like, in the shower, you practice lifting it up a little bit? Or is it like, we're going to wait, we're going to be as calm as we can be, but you have a team that can compete?
Yeah, I mean, I want to say the proverbial, well, you take it one game at a time, and you never take anything for granted, and you play to your standard instead of your opponent's standard. But we also tell them, like, hey, let's get pumped up for this. Let's get excited for this. You've got a chance to do something special. Even for those teams that maybe don't see as clear a path to a title or a championship, it's like, hey, but put everything out there that you can, and let's try to make some noise. You never know what's going to happen in competition or at a LAN competition in particular. So it's like, even if the regular season maybe didn't go where you wanted it to and your seeding isn't where you want it to be, let's get excited, let's get amped up, knowing full well that you can compete with anybody at this tournament. And I think that's the beauty of all the schools here and all the teams here, is that anybody can make noise on any given day for any title. Yep. So it's just making sure that they understand that, get excited, get pumped up, sure, let's calm it down a little bit, let's make sure you stick to the game plan. And yes, play to your standard, don't play to the other team's standard. I think we've struggled with that personally at Syracuse, that we have played to our opponents, sometimes for the good, sometimes for the bad. And so I think it's playing to our standard and not our opponents. But also, let's have some fun and let's get excited about this. I think that's a big part of why we do what we do.
Adam, is there more pressure? I mean, John and Joy, they've been here, right? They know what winning a national championship looks like. They unfortunately watch from the sidelines. Sorry, guys.
Easy.
Sorry. But, I mean, you're a first-year guy, Adam, and you've got a team that can win. I mean, how do you handle that with your squad? Especially because Rocket League doesn't play until the second day. Those emotions might get a little amped as they're watching around saying, like, we know we can win this.
Yeah, I think it's tempered confidence. Confidence is great until it's not. The mantra is you control what you can control. And so we lean into our preparation, we lean into that confidence, but we do not want to be overconfident in that way. I think, as a true competitor, no matter what it is you're competing in, you lean into your practice, your preparation, your sleep patterns, your eating patterns, like the things that you can control, you got to control them.
And then for you, John, you're also in a little bit different boat. You're one seed as a bye, right? I think the only bye in the tournament.
how do you handle that where everybody else is playing and your kids are, either shooting bots or doing something? How do you keep them warmed up when they're going to be starting around late?
Yeah, no, good question. So that was actually the first thing they were asking me this morning. Do we have PCs so we can practice and get warmed up on? Which the answer was yes. And the second thing was their coach flew out here on their own dime and everything, willing to support them, which is eternally grateful for. And he's there helping them kind of stay in that frame of mind and be ready to be hungry. And the last thing, though, was a message actually I had for my entire team. We had a team meeting last week about is why we're here, right? It's not just for us as Ohio State. It's not just even as the teams. It's also for our communities and it's for esports overall, right? This is raising the bar, and one of the most important messages I had for them is you're part of that, and how you prepare, how you keep focus, or what that will show down the line. And I think that's kind of that other part of it, of where they're seeing that they're part of a much larger and bigger thing, and hopefully that helps them focus and realize and stay on edge and ready to move forward.
Well, John, Adam, Joey, I appreciate you joining us here on PEC Director's Cut. Best of luck to your teams, and like I said, hopefully you guys all left room, because I think any one of you or all three of you could bring home a national title, so hopefully you had a little space in the travel log.
Oh, we left plenty of space. Don't worry.
Oh, we're enough for four?
Yeah.
Enough for four?
Enough
Okay.
for four.
Okay, yeah, we like that. Yeah. Thanks, guys.
Yeah.
GG Circuit is proud to support the Power Esports Conference, showcasing some of the best collegiate esports programs in the country. Behind every great team is the right infrastructure. That's where we come in. From player management and secure labs to tournament operations and remote support, we simplify the technology so schools can focus on what matters most. Let coaches coach, let players compete. If you are building or scaling your esports program, let's connect. GG Circuit is ready when you are.
Welcome into PEC Director's Cut. We get a chance to sit down with some of the directors of the Power Esports Conference as we're here for the PEC National Championships in Las Vegas in the HyperX Arena. We've got Danny, AJ, and of course Chris Haskell, Doc from Kansas, Utah, and Boise State. And let's start you out like we've started the other directors out. What was the travel like? We'll go down the line. Danny, what was it like getting to Vegas?
It was actually pretty easy, all things considered. We actually brought more students this year than last year. But it was simple. The flight was easy, no crazy delays, no issue checking into the hotels. We actually got here, I think, a day earlier than most. We were here Wednesday afternoon, so gave some students the time to get familiar with the new time zone, kind of enjoy the city of Las Vegas before actually getting down to business with these matches. So yeah, all in all, travel's been pretty easy.
Well, it's drivable for us, so we head down I-15 in 6 hours to Vegas from Salt Lake City, and caravan got 30 students and 5 vans and headed on down. And I figured out they were really good students because the math and computer science and physics conversation going on in the back seat were of a different ilk, and kept on going and going and going, and I kept on waiting for people to fall asleep. But I learned a lot on the way down here. I'm a more educated person at the end of this trip than I was at the beginning.
It was awesome.
And, I mean, you mentioned it, Danny. It's Las Vegas, right? I mean, we're not going to beat around the bush. It's a 3-day event. How do you keep kids focused when Thursday ends? Hey, you've got to make sure you go enjoy the city, but come back. Is it curfew? How do you keep your kids focused for that Friday, that Saturday, and that Sunday?
Yeah, I think part of that is with the experience. This is our second year coming here, and a lot of our students, this is their second year here. So they sort of understand the demand of the event. They understand the long hours of the competition, and they also understand what they can do within the city, right? Like they know they've had some late nights last year and this year so far, but when it comes to the nights leading up to competition, a little bit more strict on when they're going to bed and what they're doing the night before. So actually having that experience from last year helps them kind of understand kind of where they draw that line for what they can do, the fun parts of Vegas, and then actually why they're here.
I absolutely think it's an absolute non-issue. Like when you come down here, we're here for business. Those guys have spent thousands of hours in a room together all year long, some for many years. And this is a unique opportunity, unlike anything they can ever have. So I focus is the last of their problems. They come down here, they see those Boise State logos, they see those Nebraska logos, they see those Ohio State logos, they see those Kansas logos. That has their complete attention. And we're ready to come down here and we're ready to play, and we'll see what happens. And it is a different dynamic if you see what happens under bright lights and big stages and those things. But them being dialed in and focused and ready to do this, this is a business trip. We have one thing in mind. And so we're here to put our best foot forward and do the best we can, and to further the interests of this conference, collegiate esports, and the University of Utah.
I mean, there's a benefit, which is there's a lot to do. There's a lot of walking to do. It's almost worse if the students spend a lot of time just like stressing about it, then they can't sleep. But when they're walking around, they're getting some of this activity in. You're right, it's a business trip, but they sleep better here. They just sleep better here because they've walked around a bunch and maybe have stayed out an hour longer than they had planned to, but they sleep rather than toss and turn all night.
And you brought up a good point, AJ, and I don't know, I mean, how much you guys really encourage it or discourage it, but you see all the other teams, right? You see the Boise States, you see the Nebraskas. Do you tell your kids, like, hey, don't talk to them, they might be a little devious, right? We hear all the time in professional sports, oh, I was at the Pro Bowl and I got so-and-so to leak company secrets, right? Is it that, or is it like, hey, go say hi to these guys that you play 2 times a year. Go just meet these guys because they all play the same sport. I mean, how do you guys handle the other teams here? Is it
By the way,
stick
we're
together?
going to run ball. It's out.
Yeah, so I'm curious how you guys handle this.
This is a long season with a double round robin of guys that have been in chat, in the Discord, and things. They all know each other. And so if I made any effort whatsoever to try to get in their way, to come interact with the other players, the other teams, they're already buddies. They would run me over. I have no influence with that whatsoever. But that's part of the unique opportunity of what the Power Esports Conference is there is already a camaraderie, and there always is a friendly rivalry, and there is knowing these. And I've learned the other kids too, and how fun they are, and what good students they are, and the institutional identities, and how much they represent, how good representatives they are of their school. And so all that is there, and we are absolutely here in a spirit of camaraderie and in competition, and we know which one is which when we're doing it.
And a final question for all you guys. I mean, you guys all have great teams. How do you manage the expectations, right? Again, let's say your team does really well on Friday. How do you stop them from looking ahead to Saturday, looking ahead to Sunday? How do you guys manage 3 days, all knowing you can easily win a national championship, but making sure your students don't get caught? Oh, this team lost. That means that this. Like, how do you handle that? We can start with you, Danny.
Sort of a cliche answer, but I think it's just taking it game by game.
Yeah.
You know who you're going to play immediately. You don't know who your next opponent is. You don't know who your opponent after that is. But all these teams are familiar. So regardless, you're going to be playing a team that you know or have some familiarity with, and you can just take it one game at a time. They all have played these games thousands of hours. So at the end of the day, they're just doing something they're used to. And I think managing those expectations is crucial to having success here. Not trying to get caught up in an upset that happened on the other side of the bracket, or an upset that happened in your game, whether you lost or won. Not trying to get derailed from either result.
I'm on one note on this, but I think it's an absolute non-issue of we're gonna come down here, and they're hanging out with not only some of the biggest brands in collegiate esports here, but some of the biggest institutional brands that you can think of when they come down here. And so I don't think there's any chance to look ahead. I think they're going to savor each moment and look around and realize where they're at. We have other things we have to do. For instance, we got to get some of our guys upstairs to study for exams they have next week. We got to get the guys upstairs to do a little bit of homework and take care of things, because next week is the last week of the semester. But as far as looking ahead, I think they're going to count every second and just look across and see who they're here with, and be very grateful for the experience, and just count each second and be grateful for it.
And I'll say this, and I mean, you've heard it from me probably too many times at this point, Fish, but for us, this is an opportunity to test the culture we installed in August. Are we a team that prepares properly, is committed, and plays with discipline? This is the discipline final for us. Can we play round by round, fight by fight, like it has a life and a history of its own, unaffected by success or failure? That's what we preached all year, with an attitude and an edge. And if we do that, round by round, map by map, fight by fight, then we will have the results of the work that we put in. But now is the test of the discipline. If we have the discipline to do what we've preached all year and practiced all year, we can do it well. Then the question of what are you looking ahead to? Or, it doesn't matter, right? We know we're going to see one of these 9 teams in all the games, right? So it does not matter. If we've done our preparation, then we just kind of approach it unafraid.
Well, thanks, guys. Again, this is PEC Director Cut. Big shout out to them, and best of luck to their teams. Welcome into PEC Directors Cut. We get a chance to sit down with the directors of the Power Esports Conference as their teams are battling it out here in Las Vegas, the HyperX Arena, for the PEC National Championships. We'll be joined by Ryan, Bilski, and Doug, Nebraska, Michigan State, and Minnesota. And let's just start with you, Ryan, and we'll go down the line. Travel. How was it like? How was traveling to the event? What was it like for you guys?
Well, this year, way better than last year. Last year, we had a 6-hour delay and then another delay, and then we got in like 2 a.m. Yesterday, we got in at 8, and things are feeling good. We're still figuring out our arrival here, but for the most part, we're settled in.
Travel's been very smooth for us. We didn't have any delays or anything like that, and got in early enough to have enough time for the students to explore and enjoy Las Vegas a little bit, see the different hotels and such. So yeah, it's been pretty simple, pretty smooth so far for travel.
We got here today as well. Travel was smooth for us, and we're just super pumped to be here in Vegas. No issues with the Uber. I'm a little worried that woke up this morning 4 a.m. Hey, are we gonna be here? And we're here. We're ready to get the show on the road.
And Doug, we'll start with you, right? You're the lone one here it's your first time here, right? I mean, so we've talked to all the other directors here their first time here, Utah and Baylor. It's like, look, we tried to do other LAN events. We tried. This one just hits different, right? So when you walked in here, how did you make sure your kids are like, walk in, like be prepared, even though we've never done this before?
I think the city does that itself. You pull up in the plane and you're like, wow. And then you get into the Luxor and you see the HyperX banner outside, and you come in and all the lights and everything. It's just kind of a shock to the system. It's like, all right, now it's for real. It's serious. It's time to step up. And so there was no pep talk from me. I kind of just let the city do all the talking for me.
And Bilski, obviously, right? Any lessons you learned from last year? I mean, you guys had 2 national championships, so obviously that helps to kind of lean back on. But any lessons you took from last year that you applied this year, or was it the same as usual?
Yeah, I think it's easy to get distracted in a city like Las Vegas, right? Like, you can lose sight of what you're here for. We always tell the students, this is a business trip, right? Like, we're here to take care of business. And this is something where, we do rely on the different coaches to make sure that they have, appropriate preparation and make sure that they're doing what they think is best for their team because they know their team's the best. But yeah, we highlight that this is a serious event, that we're here to compete, and yeah, for us, it's just making sure that we're keeping the eye on the prize here.
And for you, Ryan, I mean, you mentioned last year you had travel issues, so this year it's almost like a brand new thing. Was it harder now that you guys weren't like panicking because everybody's here and you're almost like, what do we do with all this time?
Well, no, not really. I think we appreciate the time as much as I would like to think of that way. No, we're making good use of the time, and I think a big part of how we're trying to get our Nebraska kids to focus in on this is just to highlight how many eyeballs are going to be on them. Like, this is not a small event. This is not the minor leagues anymore. So everyone needs to lock in, and everyone needs to be doing their best.
And you mentioned it's not the minor leagues, right? In the regular season for the PEC, as you guys and your teams are used to, you play 1 game. We'll see you guys next week. That's not the case anymore, right? You look at the schedule for today, tomorrow. You're playing 8 hours. You got to be here locked in for 8 hours. How do you guys juggle making sure your kids are used to that 8 hours of locked-in gameplay, either just making sure their setups are good or getting ready for a match? I mean, we'll start with you, Ryan. How do you guys handle that?
Well, we've been doing something we've been calling the finals friendlies, where we just get some of our RC players, we mix them up, and we play nonstop for as long as we can. And it's been one of the ways that we've been trying to get everyone's stamina up. And another big part of it is just ensuring that we don't have kids that are just running out and spending the night out in Vegas, forgetting that the next day they're here to compete. So just keeping everyone's mind focused is really kind of the best way that I think we've done it so far.
Yeah, so for us, this is the culmination of our year. And so preparation and being comfortable in a LAN and all the things that come with the LAN, from the length of the LAN to the setups and all of that, that starts at the beginning of the year for us, and making sure we get our students as many different LAN opportunities as possible so they can become comfortable with being uncomfortable. That's the goal. And so, yeah, the prep has started. We try to give them as many experiences as we can so that when we're here, we can, perform to our best. But there's always something that comes up that's just a given. You have to be prepared for it and just handle it and adjust the best way possible.
Yeah, for Minnesota, we didn't really have a boot camp or anything like that. It's more focused on the overall well-being, wellness, right, of our students. So sleep was mentioned, nutrition. We did talk ahead of time about a curfew, not well received, but I assured.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is time to crown a national championship. The PEC Grand Finals for Super Smash Bros. Are here. Please join me in welcoming both teams to the stage. We start from the lower bracket, Minnesota, Grizzhawk, Stitch, Doug Todd, and CNAM. A big round of applause to the Gophers. And their challengers from the upper bracket, the #1 seed, Michigan State, Drewish, Fair, Dice, and Echo Fire.
Oh, man, dude, we are here for Grand Finals. It's been a grueling couple of days here out in Vegas for the Power Esports Conference, but we are finally here. We got University of Minnesota taking on Michigan. It's going to be a barn burner, man.
Yeah, I mean, you have that winner side, you have that lower side. We have a year of history, really.
Yeah.
If you talked about Michigan State specifically, years of history here, the reigning champion of this conference.
Yep.
Minnesota didn't have the chance to challenge them last year, has the chance this year. So yeah, I think we have something really incredible coming up. I am Nickelback Air Nikita Bear, joined by Skiff, as always.
Hey. But yeah, no, it should be pretty good. I mean, from what we saw yesterday, you know, we watched Syracuse take on University of Minnesota. Yep. We got the run back today, and it was a different result. Let's go. It was fun though. It was a great time. Everybody was a good sport, which is something I definitely like to see, especially when it comes to any sort of competition. You know, it's all about, like, you know, get your words in, get your hype in, but at the end of the day, respect your opponent, right? And it was good. It was good. Everybody here, they seem to be pretty friendly with each other. But this is going to be a big test for the Gophers here. I mean, Michigan State, #1 seed, reigning champs, like you mentioned, and for good reason, man. These are great players here. Now, I think that University of Minnesota can get it done, but they're going to need to play the absolute, like, peak gameplay. They can't be throwing anything away. Michigan, they can just, you know, do their thing. They don't really have to change much, right? Have they lost anybody during the season?
So I was going to get to that. The desk, I think, covered it a little bit earlier, like an hour ago, that this matchup is very special because Michigan State, entirely undefeated throughout the fall, dropped one single set, one single match the entire year to the team they're facing in Grand Finals. So in terms of viability, if it's possible, I do think this is a specific matchup that you get me saying, yeah, I can see it happening.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely is possible, and I mean, both teams again are fantastic players. To field a bunch of great players here. They're familiar with each other as well, you know, because they're both kind of centralized into like the Midwest area. They definitely is a little bit of crossover here and there, but. We got to get into our matches. It looks like we have Grizzhawk sitting down first, and
I think it was Drewish.
Is it Drewish? Okay.
Yeah, and the funny thing is with how close they are, I was talking with Michigan State's director prior to, maybe during one of the earlier matches, and they were like, yeah, when we lost to Minnesota in the regular season, we played them at Midwest Battleground the week before.
Yeah.
So in terms of like familiarity, they see each other in person very often, probably as frequently as they see them online throughout the year. We do see the thumbs up coming out, so I think we will just be getting into it. You love to see like the new meta with the headphone gear too, where you have the AirPods and then the over-ears.
Yeah. Well, some people, like, again, there's that instance of like hearing the game sound, right? Because you need to be able to recognize certain sound cues within the game because you react faster that way, but also having your own music on in the background. I mean, I get it. But as we get started here, we are going to be starting here on Battlefield, which is actually great for both characters here. They got great juggle opportunities, lots of combos, especially extending off of these platforms.
Yeah, and dominance showing from here for Druish here. Has been holding center stage, gives it up here, able to slide off of that side platform there and kind of reset into neutral. A lot of boxing coming up from Palutena. You're going to see many back airs coming out to zone that Bowser Jr., but not able to finish a job here.
And the thing is Palutena, she has seen some meta shifts on her own, especially as the game has developed. She used to basically be the character that would definitely 100% absolutely just destroy any mid-tier character in the game. She just checked that. She was a checked imbalance for those characters here. But things are a little bit different now, right? And also the meta has just developed in general. As you can see, we got that up tilt taking out that first stock. We're going to see if Grizzhawk can find a way to answer back. 108% right now, looking for that forward air. Not going to be able to find it. We're going to teleport right to that ledge to get back on.
Ooh. And yeah, and especially with how powerful Palutena used to be, as soon as you got within her space, you got grabbed at low percent, it was basically over until you were off stage. And a character like Bowser Jr. needs to be in your face to get anything really going.
Yep, there we go. Great. I like that. The jump backwards, get that grab. It's a great, fantastic read right there.
Yeah.
Then we go the forward air. Yep, we'll get it done. 43% is all that's the difference between these two right now.
Okay, just clearing out that Mecha Cooper there, and now we're going to be playing some footsies in neutral a little bit here. Oh, okay, whiffs. You're going to see those rapid jabs come out every single time from the side of Bowser Jr. Potent as, getting a lot of percent, but will confirm into a lot of early kills for this character.
Yeah, especially if you get to that 80% range at that ledge, if he's able to catch you there, there's a chance you just lose the stock depending on who you are. But right now, I mean, we do see some good, like you mentioned, boxing options coming out. Bowser Jr. able to get some decent damage here. Yep, going to be punished on that. Retreating to the platform, that Palutena up air is going to get some damage in.
Yeah, and you got to be able to tech those if you're playing against Bowser Jr., because you will just get continued to thrown into another string. But Druish able to get out of a little bit, but is getting stuck on those side platforms a lot.
Oh, just jumping into that pillar of light. Unfortunate. I mean, because right now he's doing a good job of kind of, evening up damage here, but then he makes one small mistake and Palutena will punish you for that. But there we go, 106, 118. Yep, gotta hold that shield. That explosive flame could have been devastating.
Oh, and the first real-time Grizzhawk had to truly edge guard and keep Druish on the down foot.
Oh,
was not able to finish.
I don't know if that was a shield poke if he just dropped it, but man, the fact they didn't take the stock is a little surprising. But honestly, great DI here from Druish. We are gonna be able to see that stock. And now, once, losing the first stock here, gonna be able to take the second one first. 148, living on that. I mean, it is Bowser Jr.
Yeah.
Does get a little beefy sometimes.
I was scared with the DI option was gonna be there. Maybe a little bit accidental, but still was able to survive. You're not gonna live through that one, and we're dead even on the first 1v1 duel of Grand Finals.
Yeah, this is definitely looking a little bit terrifying for both sides, actually. The down tilt, though. All right, what's the play here? Yep, look for that hot back, trying to see if they can catch a roll in. Not able to get it, but this is what Palutena does. She's able to put on some decent damage, carry you across the stage, but it is really even right now.
Yeah, really hard to chase down a tech roll out Palutena, and we are going to see Druish kind of, just spacing around that back air in neutral, but gets caught.
Yep, up tilt, just got an up air to follow up with that. There we go, that's some decent damage, though.
Ooh, good catch there at the tilt. Oh, goes for it again?
And that was actually crazy, too, because he ran off the platform for the back air, but because you were in that crouching mode and the burnout, that's not going to be able to get it done. 113, though.
Okay, this is where Grizzhawk likes to thrive. There you go.
The smash will certainly take it down, and U of M going to be able to strike first here. My goodness.
Yeah, that was just, entirely dominant outside of the way that first stock went. I think it got cleaned pretty well up by Druish originally, and you're like, okay, this makes sense. This is probably the MSU-dominated matchup here. But no, Grizzhawk did not let up, even things out, made it truly even on that third stock, and was able to clean it up very confidently.
Yes. Yeah, no, and that's kind of what a very big part of this game, especially with this format is, right? You have to adapt quickly. There's no saving things in your back pocket for later. Why? What's the point of it?
Yeah.
So, the adaptations were quick and they were fruitful, and it actually got them that W first. Got them, was it 4-2 right now to get things started off here? So, honestly, very well done. Their hands are still full, though. They got a lot to go through. Getting that first W is a good way to just kind of really set the tone, set the pace here. But things are not going to get easier.
Yeah, if I remember correctly, I believe this will be Fair from the side of Michigan State, a banjo player. into Stitch, Yoshi. You watched us stream it all yesterday. Was a very of a very memorable moment of broadcast.
Our hosts were talking about it quite a few times not too long ago, and for good reason.
But the adaptation into today,
Yes.
I don't think Stitch lost at all against Mill Sharks in both matches they played.
I don't
Yoshi
think so.
DK.
Yeah, I mean, definitely, you could go in there, you try to like, hey, I'm going to remind you of what happened yesterday. And he's like, dude, I'm playing a better character. You just got to let him know sometimes. But now things will be interesting here. We got Banjo. Banjo as a character has seen some mixed results for a while, but lately there have been some players who've been doing a fantastic job kind of really developing the meta for this character in general. He's got some silly things.
Yeah, silly things are a good thing to look out for. There might be some quirky interactions too with the way Yoshi's double jump works. A lot of the double jump armor on some of the moves, but yeah, side B and kill potential here for Banjo is really nice.
Ooh, I like that B reverse too. I mean, he didn't get punished for it, which is fantastic. But there we go, got the Bringle Blaster into the ground. You go, not going to get the up tilt. Tries to chase. They're fine. They should be able to make it back, and they certainly will. Unfortunately, you're going to get punished. The reversal of that forward air, taking out that first stock.
Yeah, you try to do everything right in the form of Stitch, and you end up getting punished for it for recovering there. Again, you talked about that exact move yesterday when we were watching Stitch. The potency of that down air. Okay, off stage. Finishes
very well
off.
done. Not
able to.
Yeah, not losing the stock. That's kind of crazy for me. Gonna be able to dodge that, do that grab attempt right there. What the back air? Gonna be able to poke through the ground pound. Okay.
Yeah. And grab out of neutral actually has been an option for Stitch that we've seen quite a lot today.
Okay. Oh, man, dude. Trading these eggs is just not working out for you. We need to get at least a stock on the board here for Minnesota. We'll see if we're able to get that done. But right now, man, Fair is playing fantastic.
Yeah, really patient in the shield, too. You see Yoshi running up on you, not going to be able to punish. Okay, combo string off the projectile. He's able to connect there with the side B, but Yoshi back on stage. Stitch, you know what you need to do here. You got to get your one.
I mean, he's trying, but man, the way that Fair's playing right now is just absolutely impressive. That backer won't be enough to take that one. All right, Z dropped the egg. Not going to be able to find the connection for that, but still just trying to force out those options. It's still not immediately.
The pre-stand? Stitch was still sitting down.
Yeah. Hey, what a way to answer back, especially something they definitely needed here, especially after how that game one went. My goodness, man.
Yeah. And the three stock, which, nets a total of 4 points for the winning side of that, is really devastating too, because with how good Grizzhawk performed in that first match, you were probably thinking if you're the side of Minnesota, you just need Doug Todd to win at any point to be able to make it. And now it becomes a stock game. Doug Todd has to dominate in the match that they probably specifically prepared for him, I would guess. He's kind of that character or that player on your team, if you're the side of Minnesota, that you could probably get a lot of stocks. We see him sitting down right here. And I believe it is Dice who's going to sit down next to him. And that's a tough matchup right there.
It is a tough matchup for sure. But I mean, again, I've seen Doug Todd do what is considered the impossible quite a few times. He's a fantastic player. He has been for a long time. And he honestly only just gets better as time goes. And the thing is for how good he is, he doesn't dedicate all of his time to Smash Bros. He actually does a lot of other things. He's a tennis instructor sometimes. He's a musician. He has a whole bunch of stuff going on in his life. And it's not pre-Johns or anything like that. It's just that how much better could he be if he absolutely no-lifed it. But he's great for what it is. But Dice is a worthy competitor and not someone you can just sleep on, right?
No, I mean, if you're looking at the rosters, I think someone might say that Dice is the best player on Michigan State. I think it's him. It's either Suspect as well.
I think Dice and Suspect, actually, as we saw earlier, the All Smash First team, those two are part of that. As well out of Minnesota, we had Grizzhawk and Doug Todd here. So it's definitely a very
Stacked
exciting.
lineup,
It's a very exciting stacked lineup here for our grand finals.
And so going into this, I like to look at the perspective of what each team is looking for. Michigan State just looking for any type of win. Doug Todd needs a dominant. I mean, you want the three stock as much as possible because they are down in terms of points 6-4 in Michigan State's favor.
here we go. Going to be going into PS2 here, and this is certainly going to be a matchup to deal with. I mean, Falco is already such a strong character, and has seen his own sort of growth as the time of Ultimate being out. You know, was once kind of regarded as the worst Spacey, and now sits comfortably in the middle, right? Wolf, who went from like, hey, this is the best guy, he's the worst Spacey. It doesn't mean the character's bad, but Falco also just has a crazy volatile combo chart that can just really rack up a lot of damage here. So
yeah, I think a lot of the Falco players too have just kind of taken a step back from playing the game as well throughout the years. Larry Lurr, everyone's favorite YouTuber at this point, but here neutral. Doug Todd able to get back from ledge, but I mean, this has kind of been the issue, I think, for Doug Todd. Tex.
Yeah, and that's the other part of it here too, is Falco, you know, isn't super heavy, much like all the Spaceys there. Ooh, okay, tries to go for the Falco flash, just not able to get that.
Yeah, and just a correction here as well, just if you're confused with the audience at home, Michigan State is leading currently 6-4. Yeah. So it's a little bit flipped there. But
yeah, we'll get that situated here. There we go, the forward air, yep, gonna get that drag down, looking for the back, they're not able to find it. As you can see, he's setting up with his back towards the competition. He's looking for that back air to try and close out the stock here.
Dice just walking forward and holding shield, is able to finally hit that back air, connects and takes this first lead. But Doug Todd was able to even things up in terms of percentage pretty well there, and you're going to see that patented up smash coming out from Doug Todd.
Oh yeah, it'll definitely be coming out here quite a few times. But you know, walking in this game is also incredibly underrated. Like Falco definitely works out for him. He's got some good tilts. All of them actually work out pretty well. Like forward tilt's a good poking tool, down tilt can some combos, but up tilt is your bread and butter. Like as we can see right there, sets up into the nair, 73% now.
And all of this did start off of Doug Todd just full charging up smash in neutral, and Dice punishing with down tilt.
Okay, there we go, just throwing out a laser there, gets the grab.
Okay, fireball, tries to read a jump from ledge, doesn't get it.
Okay, a little bit of an awkward trade, gonna get the nair. Oh, unfortunately, no punish on that side B.
Yeah, and Dice is a 2-stage recoverer. Oh, has the DI though.
Yep, gonna be able to survive here just a little bit longer.
Was that instant ledge get up grab? Was he expecting Dice to roll in or something?
I'm not quite sure. I mean, he has thrown out these side Bs quite a few times, so maybe he was just expecting some, because that can set up into a back air situation.
Okay, Dice looking to finish here. Oh, just whiffing aerials next to each other, but that one will connect.
Yep.
Takes that stock lead, and a clean one at that.
Yeah, and I mean, it's still doable just with the way that Mario works as a character in general. Up air being that tool that really sets up for, you know, a potential up special if you get up high enough, or just a forward air off to the side of the stage. As you see right there, the up air and that platform extension is going to come through. Oh, he's going to be able to get the air dodge out. Tried to catch him with the forward air, not able to find it. Super unfortunate.
Yeah, with how he playing earlier, I thought he was just going to go for the up B there, even though it doesn't kill. Just get the, you know, confirm percent. But went for the final up air, wasn't able to connect here. And now Dice just goes in for the raw dash grab. Why not?
Yeah, and the short hop actually was able to keep him just out of that too. And I like that drag down onto the platform. Oh, the side B right to my loving arms. Oh, tried to get the cape to actually reverse it, just did it a little too late. Coming in with the down there. Okay, we just throw that out.
Doesn't connect. Okay, a little bit of a bait there. Doug Todd isn't able to confirm. Goes down.
Oh, just got far enough so we're not going to get caught up into the up tilt. The down air will find a way to get that stock out of here. However, 108, 109, will that do it? Okay, you have no more chances here. You have to do the Mario thing. You have to get your up airs going. And that's going to be a huge start. Okay, you go up to the up throw into the down air. You got to keep them juggled.
Oh, it just bounces too high. Too high percent for Dice to connect off of it.
Okay,
there you go.
Punish. Oh, God, these guys are just throwing out some moves here.
Okay, no fireballs coming out. Yeah.
And I like that. Just throw out the laser here, see if you can disrupt something going on. And again, at worst case scenario, you just rack up a little bit of damage. Okay. Oh, this is big. This is big. That could, oh no, doesn't go for it. But oh no, again, he's just dropping the combo. Maybe he's just a little too nervous.
Oh, had two perfect opportunities there. What are you gonna do? Dice just facing backwards. Is now approaching with down tilt. Does it once, misses, does it again, connects. And just
that'll do it.
Reads the roll.
Goodness, but what a great turnaround from Doug Todd. Just, you know, too little too late. But the thing is like, again, Dice was just slowly building up that damage. I mean, granted, you were in a little bit of danger. There's a couple times Doug Todd didn't let, what could have been a combo finisher, potential game ender rip. And maybe he felt like, hey, something's just a little bit off. I'll get punished if I go for this and miss. So, I have to find out to talk to him to see how he feels about that. But Dice, look comfortable, look calm and composed. Just, hey, look, I'll get the big damage racked up. So when we do get into that last stock scenario, potential last hit, my last hit's going to be a lot more potent, going to be able to take the stock a lot easier than he will.
Yeah. And I think the really good thing to note, too, from the side of Michigan State is Doug Todd, thrives on that mistech knockdown situation.
Oh, yeah.
And I think Dice connected or teched every single time he was trying to tech chase him or try to get the finish with a grab or an up tilt or an up smash. So really good on him. I think if you're looking forward to game number 2, Doug Todd's probably got to keep you got to punish the side Bs on stage.
Oh, yeah. I mean,
you got it once, but
it's weird because I don't usually see Falcos press that button.
I know.
As much as Dice does. So I think if you're not familiar fighting Dice in his style, that is definitely something that's a bit of an adaptation you have to try and figure out. Like something, hey, what can I lab to get, the maximum punish, maximum damage out of this? So maybe that's something he's going to be working on the side or just kind of discussing or whatever. Everybody on both teams here, they're smart players. They know what they're doing. They have great advice for each other. But again, we'll see what the adaptation is going to be going forward. But as we get into our final match here, what is the situation? We're just looking right now. It's 10 to what?
Doing the math, it is now 10-6.
Ooh, so we need a clean
we need the three
stock.
Yeah.
Oh boy, that is a tall task.
Yeah, and going back, I think we're going to keep mentioning it. It's the only blemish on Michigan State's record. In that Minnesota match, in one of the rounds, Echo Fire was actually the only member of Michigan State to win. So has experience beating this Minnesota roster.
Yeah.
I believe Echo Fire might have 2-stocked or 3-stocked Doug Todd in that matchup.
Okay.
But yeah, so Echo Fire, very, good Nest main, and probably will be playing into CNAM, right?
Yeah, playing into CNAM here. So it is going to be the Ness into the Sora.
Yep.
Now, Ness historically does have some issues for sortie characters. Characters with large hitboxes, disjoints in particular. And it's because Ness himself is a moving hitbox, but everything's very stubby. Right? So it's going to be a bit difficult, but again, Ness has a plethora of projectiles, and if Senum's not careful, he's able to heal all of that damage with the magnet there. So he does have to, be wary about what he's throwing out here.
Yeah, and I think CNM is one of the Soras who lets it rip quite a lot with their resources, so...
As you should. I mean, it's a varying projectile. You go from the Fireball into the Thundaga, which is a crazy projectile as it is, and then you got Blizzaga afterwards that kind of puts you in the Ice Cube there. Oh, a big up smash to get things started.
Oh.
Okay.
Yeah, just roll away. Why not? If you Echo Fire, take your time, buddy.
I mean, I get that. I don't mind that. He got on the stage pretty much. Just reset the neutral, and let's just go back to the stage here. Let's just let's play this out like we're supposed to play some Smash Bros. Huh?
And that's the kind of unfortunate part in this matchup for the side of Sora, where he was throwing out, I think it was like a Blizzaga or something, and Echo Fire just threw out PK Fire.
Oh!
Threw out an uppie. Okay, able to clear that first stock. But again, 73% stocked on top of you. They're 92 now. If Echo Fire just takes one, that is the first set for Michigan State.
Yep, I mean, but right now it's kind of looking like it could potentially be a tall task here. Like, Ness has a lot of kill power locked in. Okay, we got a little greedy there. I mean, I respect it, but at the same time, let's think about this a little bit, huh?
Okay, able to get the knockdown, but that's just going to be it right there. Able to clean up the stock, and now it's all about that information game, right? If you're Echo Fired, you play a little bit different. You don't want to give anything away. If you're CNAM, you're probably just downloading what's going to happen. This might be a matchup you're going to play in again in a few short minutes.
Yeah. I imagine that the matchup won't be too different here going into that next round. But yeah, like you said, just gathering data here, just seeing what the player is going to be looking for. Because again, Sadub started off pretty good here, and again, he's still playing very well. So I mean, you definitely get our feel a little more comfortable with this.
Yeah, I mean, the comfort is just showing right there. Even though this game is essentially over for all intents and purposes, we're just seeing pretty fundamentally good play. The patience on that side plat, wait and see what happens there. Ooh, might be able to get, has no jump, but not going to matter for a character like Sora.
That was a good tech, though, but unfortunately going to get caught up by the up smash. All right, going to recover from low again. There you go. Now
yep,
we're on
just
stage.
Step back PK Fire a few times. Hold center stage, throwing out that back air. You mentioned a moving hitbox, but it's one that hurts.
Yes. right, there we go. Just kind of utilizing some of that movement tech that Ness has at his disposal here.
Roll back and forth 3 times.
Hey, sometimes that's just the play. Granted, it's a bit different in this game than the last game. You actually start to roll slower as time goes on as you use it more. But right now, last stock scenario here in this game. Okay, wow, gonna be able to get the counter out of that. Crazy.
Yeah, some good value there from CNAM. Because that looked like one of the opportunities where you get caught in that PK fire, slightly off stage, you're going to get thrown into that magnet, into a dare or something like that. So really fortunate you're able to flip the script there.
Okay.
Echo Fires is holding shield at center stage and rolling away, maybe just seeing what CNAM's going to try to do. Not going to be able to counter that one.
You should have ran up the grab there.
You knew what you wanted to do.
Yeah. That's actually something I've noticed that CNM's kind of struggled with a lot today. Just kind of running up and the opponent shielding and you're just not doing anything. That'll clean up for that back air. And honestly, not too bad. If the matchup between Stitch, if Stitch just, was able to get a stock or 2, this doesn't really look that bad, all things considered. It ends up being, what, 14 to 4?
Yeah. Then if you have that flip, if that goes in favor.
Or 14 to 8, excuse me.
Yeah, 14 to 8. There you go. If you have the flip of 1 or 2 points in Stitch's favor, and then CNAM wins, I think CNAM definitely tried those last 2 stocks, but you could tell there was a different fire from that first stock to the others.
Yeah.
And again, if that up smash does connect, I guess if he has the read of a lifetime, we're looking at a potential 3 stock right there.
But yeah, just if a couple of these matches from earlier, just in general, if they just cleaned up a little bit better, just getting a little more stocks, it could have potentially been a tiebreaker for this game.
Yeah.
Right? So things aren't looking bad for Minnesota, but as we expected, for the large part here, Michigan been dominant all season and looking dominant in that game 1.
Yeah, and now here it comes to the unfortunate part for the side of Minnesota. You have to now reverse 3-0.
Yep.
And you don't know what players or characters are going to be thrown out by Michigan State. When we did the introductions, we just talked about the 4 players who were starting for the set number 1. Suspect is sitting on the bench right now.
Yeah, he's sitting on the bench.
Is sitting on the bench right now.
Yeah, I think it was more of just hey, you know what? We'll see how things go in game 1. Which I don't hate. But at the same time, I feel like in grand finals, you should play your strongest pieces immediately to really set the tone. But overall, not bad for Minnesota. I mean, they've done a lot of studying. They were doing some practice sessions up in their room earlier today. They went out, they got breakfast, they went right back to their room, and they just started grinding.
Yeah.
So, I mean, they definitely put in a lot of preparation here today. Michigan obviously is putting a lot of preparation to stacked lineup, all in all. And you can see they're kind of figuring out, what should we do here. I think you should just try to play your strongest pieces. You should really set the tone, and you don't want to come off as too disrespectful.
Yeah, and
I do like getting everybody to play.
Yeah, I think this is where I'm looking at Minnesota. I think would just lock in that A team for game 2.
Yeah,
and this is probably where you just throw out Suspect blind or something like that. Hey, what are you gonna do into Arcasia?
Yeah.
Or I mean, Ryder's such a good pick too.
A lot of them are good picks.
Yeah,
Weird.
Yeah. The best team has really great tools to win games.
Oh, man. Well, Minnesota's certainly taking their time to trying to figure things out.
Okay, so looks like they're good to at least, start sharing those blinds.
Yes.
From the side. I mean, I really don't know. It really is my steak is too buttery, or what is it? My steak is too juicy. My lobster's too buttery.
Yeah.
I don't know who I can blind if I'm Michigan State.
Oh, man. I mean, hey, we'll see how things go on. They are certainly in a privileged position because, they're up 2-0, had the game lead coming into this, as they should get, being on the winner's side the entire way through. But, again, it's not over until it's over, right? You never want to be able to give your opponents, I've always said this plenty of times, so I've seen it way too many times. You don't want to give your opponents too much momentum. You don't want them to start feeling too good about themselves. You don't want to start messing around too much because sometimes it's just that little bit of energy you give them and you're like, hey, we can do this, and then they just start believing, and it turns into a Disney special. So
I mean, we saw it with Minnesota in the semifinals, where I think Syracuse beat them even harsher than this in that first set, and that just woke them up.
Yeah.
So maybe that is the thing they need. They're like, okay, you didn't play Suspect, you didn't play Rydra, who 2 of your probably top 4 players on your roster. Suspect for sure. Okay, we're gonna force you to play those people then.
Yeah, and I think that should be the mentality they're going into this. So we'll see how things play out. It looks like they're still figuring things out here, at least on the side of Michigan. I believe Minnesota's good to go. They're ready to rock.
Yeah, I see Javi Coach Javi writing some stuff down, so they might just be doing like the final picks.
Yes.
I also do want to say Echo Fire and Fair are great players.
Yeah.
We're talking about like.
Oh yeah, no, we're not trying to be disrespectful for anybody on their team. They're better players.
Yeah.
You know, some of their better players weren't playing. That's just facts.
Yeah.
That's just facts.
Yeah, I think many teams in the PEC would love to have Echo Fire or Fair on their rosters.
And honestly, Fair gave the strongest showing so far. What is it? Yeah, just a straight three.
Straight three stock. The only game in set 1 that didn't go to final stock.
Yeah.
So, or in some cases, final hit as well. In that Echo Fire CNAM match. Trying to think if I see anyone picking up controllers. Looks like Fair was walking up, so Fair might be starting. The back and forth is always so funny. You walk forward to the other coach, you show them your piece of paper, and then you walk right back and you scribble some more stuff on, you run right back.
Yeah, we'll definitely see how things kind of figure out here. Was Suspect playing box?
I don't think so.
Because I saw, because I was walking out earlier.
He's talking to us right now. There's a big no.
Okay, cool. All I'm saying is I saw a box out there earlier, and I saw Kazi on the windscreen, so I got a little concerned. Okay, it's not you. Okay, it's just the reputation that box Kazias have.
I think was there a box Kazuya here? I know
there was someone.
I think
on
Ohio
a box.
State has 2 box players. I'm trying to think. There are actually a lot of like 2D fighters mains in the PEC. I think there's one team that has like 2 Terrys and a Kazuya.
I mean, they're strong characters. Granted, like you don't want to build your roster too strong in that sense because you just kind of leaving a total opening.
The matchup spread,
the matchup spread gets a little
linear.
It's a little silly right now. I mean, Kazuya is a strong character in general as it is. He's got so much going on, man.
I think the funniest thing too is we looked at like the season-long stats for some of the character probability picks, and I think Mario had a higher percentage of representation than Steve and Snake and Sonic.
I mean, Mario is a popular character.
Yeah.
He's probably like the most famous video game character in the world.
Yeah, it's like him, Pikachu, and Kirby or something.
Yeah, well, maybe not Kirby. Like Kirby's definitely up there, but I don't know if they'd be like the 1, 2, 3. You know, but like. Mario being popular is not surprising to me at all. He's a great, solid character. Great, easier combos to figure out and learn from. And then like any answers you need, you can generally figure out by just playing a game differently as Mario. You don't really need a backup character. Now, it's not to say he has answers to every matchup because he clearly doesn't.
Well, I think there was a lot of like I don't know if you saw this one. The conversation I think in Tri-State or New Jersey about rating characters based on how much they make you change how you play, or like, and I think Yeast was talking about how Me Brawler is a character that plays differently in every matchup, and then everyone was like, "We don't know what you're talking about, brother."
Knowing Yeast, there's a chance he said that just for the engagement.
Yeah, I would definitely agree because I think he was arguing with like Pharaoh over Yoshi,
probably.
Where it's like
There's a
Yoshi
chance.
plays so differently, and I think Yeast was like, "Bro, Me Brawler's way harder." But the point I was trying to get at is I think Mario's kind of one of those characters who generally does stick to that same game plan. Regardless of what character.
You have back air. Back air's strong. Up air's strong.
Up tilt.
I mean, up tilt's not as great as it used to be.
Yeah.
Like Smash 4 is like you could just down throw it up tilt, up tilt
3 times.
And then you just, if you're on platforms, up air, up B. There you go. Yay. We did it. But like, that's neither here nor there. We're going to be getting into our next game here. It is going to be Grizzhawk starting here for Minnesota.
And I think that is fair.
That is fair.
So is that just that's not the run back because it was Grizzhawk and Drewish to start.
All right, well, we'll see how this plays out. Interesting stage pick. Both these characters could do an incredible job of actually covering so much space. The Wonder Wing for Banjo can cover one side of the stage to the other. If he really wants to chase him down. But the forward air, my goodness, a meaty hook.
Okay, great reads from Fair here so far. Playing around that shield is able to finally get something, but Grizzhawk kind of able to roll back and at least reset a little bit here.
Oh, what a parry.
Oh, is able to get the grab after that interaction. Yeah, but get off me if those eggs are going to keep you away and in position for Fair to finish you off. And there you go.
Landing right into that Wonder Wing, too. I mean, you didn't lose the stock, thank goodness, but it is not looking good for you. Trying to go for the up tilt. Yeah, great match. My goodness.
Ooh, whiffs grab. What are you going to do? You got to keep letting it rip. No, let's go. But again, the match.
They gotta walk forward a little bit, but the up smash will get it done, and that's only 32% taken so far. Fair is in a fantastic position here.
Yeah, and this is the exact same performance you want to see for the side of Fair. Had that only dominant performance in that set 1. If you're able to start off the entire set on a performance similar to that, connects with the Fair there, you know, kind of fitting in the name convention there.
Yeah, we're overlapping a percentage here now. Fair is looking super dominant at the moment.
Oh,
trying to go for that forward smash. I mean, it was a nice little lead there. Yeah. It did look good, but unfortunately, you did get disrupted during that. But man, the pressure right now. All right, let's slow it down here a little bit.
Yeah, now you're running out of resources. You only got one more of those, buddy.
I mean, he's on his first stock. Use it. He's on his first stock. He's fine.
I think he only wants to have one stock. You know what I mean?
Yeah, maybe. But there we go. Back air. Not going to get it done, but 154, especially on Smashville, it just kind of goes to show how weighty Bowser Jr. can be.
Yeah. Especially that move that catches you so early. Fair will be able to finish it off there. But yeah, you really do get caught at a back air at the edge of the stage, and you get bad DI, you're dying way earlier than that.
Dude, Fair is just playing fantastic in this Grands right now. Potentially looking at 2-3 stocks here for Michigan. We'll see, you know, if Griswold can get a stock out of here. But man, it is looking a little bit rough now. Just running away with it, literally just throwing eggs all over the place.
Okay, you back to center stage. If you're Griswold, you got to set up what you know. Yep, you're going to play around that Mecha Koopa. Throws out the back air. Oh, and just whiffs there. Hits the C-stick.
I like that, just kind of Z-dropping on that platform too, so if he does decide to head to that position, you know, just a chance he takes damage, but then you retreat underneath the platform, keep yourself a little safe from any sort of approach from the top, but also you just cover so many different spaces there. That was very well done.
Yeah, another whiffed F-smash from Fair there, but was in a safe enough position that he did not get punished for it. Okay, catches Griswold's approach. Opportunity here to take at least one stock.
Oh, the egg grenade, that could be it, the up tilt. And that's 2-3 stocks for Fair. That's twice. He's like he knows his percentages. He knows when the stock's going to be lost. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, and that is as dominant of a start you could have going into game 2. You mentioned not letting Minnesota, you know, get something that they could hold on to in terms of momentum. I don't know what else can take the wind out of your sails more than just starting with the 3 stock.
Yeah, I mean, that definitely will set the tone. Minnesota's going to have to wake up and find something here. But, man, 4 points to 0 to get started. That's already just such a lead.
Sorry, I'm just writing down the math here.
No, you're good.
I wrote the wrong characters. It is what it is. But, yeah, great lead. And now we'll see who's sitting down. We do see Stitch sitting down for the side of Minnesota here. And this is their counter pick, I believe. So I think they chose Stitch specifically for whatever matchup is coming. Again, with how wide of a variety of players Michigan State has, it looks like Suspects might be walking up. So yeah, it will be Stitch, Yoshi into Suspect. I would guess on Kazuya. I don't see a world where he doesn't.
That's
play Kazuya, but
it's going to be a little bit of a tough matchup here, but you know what? It'll be interesting to see how Stitch, because like again, Minnesota has a couple of you know, Kazuya players as well. Maestro, strong player. So I mean, there is, and like Maestro's not just like a strong player in the region, or you know, for Minnesota, but in the region in general. He's very, very talented. So you know, there's probably some chances he's gotten some, you know, some good extra games in to kind of figure out that matchup. But it's still Kazuya at the end of the day, man. Because like Yoshi, a lot of his, like, he's also a bit of a moving hitbox sometimes too. He can press a lot of buttons, but he's very stubby, and that's exactly what Kazuya wants to fight. He wants you to be right in his face because he's gonna throw that electric, and it's gonna be a bad time.
Yeah, I think we were talking about it with the Palutena Bowser Jr. matchup, where you got to get in their face in terms of Palutena. That's really detrimental. Getting in the face of Kazuya, I mean, sometimes some matchups seem downright impossible.
Yeah, sometimes.
To that character.
Sometimes. Like, well, he has the capabilities to be able to just end the game as fast as possible. And it really kind of comes down to how the opponent tries to play around it. Now, granted, there's a lot of additional tools that Yoshi has, like Egg Toss. You can throw that from a distance away. You can use that to really set up some things. But, like, the other side of it, too, is Kazuya kind of has a variation of Tough Armor, or
Super Armor?
Well, not Super Armor. It's what Bowser has. Tough Guy Armor. It's called Tough Guy Armor. Yeah, so, like, you gotta respect certain things. You can't just be throwing things willy-nilly because it could be a reversal before you can even blink.
Okay, and these are the conversions you're going to need if your Stitch is able to get a clean 50% here. But again, we're seeing what Suspect does best here. Anytime he gets you off stage right there, you're going to be scared. Reads the roll too, but isn't able to connect off that platform.
Okay. There you can see dashing back and forth, trying to see if he can bait out something here. But right now, the damage ain't looking too bad here. However, you are still getting into that position where Kazuya likes to have you. Yep, going to be able to get that down special, 110%.
Oh, okay, yeah, you just can't be misteching there. But again, on the vice versa side for there, Stitch is going to need to capitalize when Suspect is missing their tech. Yeah, that's going to finish it up every single time there. Again, against Kazuya, you got to capitalize on the opportunities that they are giving you.
Absolutely. And I mean, we got that electric into the up special. That's going to take that first stock. There we go. We got the down throw. Oh, okay. Isn't going to get the 1, 2, 3, but we do get the back throw, get that stage control going on here.
Yeah, egg toss kind of just forcing Suspect to back away a little bit, but not really threatening that much. I don't think we've seen it be used to its full potential yet. Tries to get the read on the tech in.
Okay.
Oh. And Suspect just playing perfectly around the hitbox range that Yoshi provides. Yeah.
Yep, take it aside. Oh, okay. He went for that sweeping attack, wasn't able to find it, but we do have the X Factor coming through here. If you're able to just get the stock out of here and then just, get Stitch to that final stock, this is like an easy 40, 50% to just put on him immediately. Potentially even more.
Happens there. Connects with jab, but is able to finish it.
Oh,
and that goes off the top there.
Yeah, this is going to be a lot of damage. If he can, open this, if we could do a combo into this, then, okay, just going to go for that raw 52, get it out of there. And I don't blame him because there's a chance you could just lose it, lose out on a lot of damage. So, yeah, that's just 52 to start your stock.
I mean, if you're the side for Michigan State, too, you don't even need to necessarily confirm the 3-stock. You're confirming the best possible outcome. It's looking like it might end up being the 3-stock with how great Suspect's playing right now. Looks like one more neutral interaction win can do it here. Fishing there with the up tilt.
Yep, okay. Oh, toss that egg. Looking for a play, wasn't able to get it. All right.
Okay. Oh, no.
Oh!
Goes for it all.
Oh, the dash attack. Oh, but the laser is going to get it done. I believe just barely, if anything.
Oh,
my goodness.
Gosh. Yeah, I mean, there's just a couple moments there where it really did look like, oh no, Kazuya in the form of Suspect actually messed up there. Stitch is going to be able to clean it up. You saw that down special in neutral too.
Yeah.
And you mentioned it. It's a dash. What? Maybe you're trying to run up and do something else and it's a misinput. I don't know. I don't know if the dash attack's ever the answer there, but maybe it was the link into the laser that he knew was going to hit.
Yeah, and I think at this time, if I'm not mistaken, I think it's just
one stock.
One stock just seals the win for Michigan here. Which is rough, especially because you got Dice coming out here.
Todd, yeah,
Dice and Doug Todd, so getting a bit of a rerun there from last game. However, that still went into a last stock, last hit scenario. Now, Mario, again, has the tools to be able to just 3-stock quick, fast, and in a hurry. In fact, earlier, saw him do a 3-stock in 1 minute and 6 seconds. So.
Yeah.
But if there's anything to add here, though, I hate calling it before it's actually done, but it looks like that's it.
This is. I don't think your back can be more. You're in the wall.
You're
not
in the
against
wall.
it. You might be behind the wall.
It's like you got hit by the bad guy and you caved into the wall.
You like fall out of it and your imprints in the back. That's where it is for Doug Todd. And then that means the entire pressure of grand finals is on the back of CNAM after this.
Yep. I mean,
so Doug Todd needs to do his thing, needs to 3-stock. And the job's not done there.
Yeah, he can get it done. I mean, we'll see if it happens. It certainly is going to be tough. Dice is such a patient player.
Yeah. I don't know if his tag was dice him up to start grand finals.
Yeah.
Okay, that's hilarious. I like that.
I mean, that's what he's doing. He's doing his thing. He's dicing him up. All right, there we go. Yeah, and this is what I'm talking about. Oh, I was able to get the air dodge, but that could have been a very quick stock right there.
But it's good to see him let it rip this time.
Yeah.
Where we saw the couple opportunities in the first matchup. Doug Todd just didn't go for the killing blow.
Oh no, this could be a stock for Dice though.
Oh.
And does he have his jump still? He should. Yes, he does. Oh, if he actually hit that down air, that probably could have been the stock. Yeah. I mean, the strong hitbox certainly, but it didn't look like he was in position for that.
Yeah, and it's good to see Doug Todd not playing, I wouldn't say any inherently riskier or more scared than usual. It looks like he's still pretty confident in his play. Okay, one more.
Oh, wasn't able to find the forward air. That would have closed out the stock for sure.
Yeah, it was almost like Dice was caught up in the middle there. I believe that was down tilt, able to finish it off there. And that is just, I believe, the grand finals.
I believe that is, but, you know, we're going to play this out. We're going to get all these players in. We're going to get some good games in here.
Yeah, I just see all of Michigan State standing all in line watching it.
Yep. I mean, as you should. You should be watching the game. You should be seeing what your teammates doing. You know, just seeing how people could just do better in general.
Yeah. And now Dice is playing as patient as possible, just almost triangle camping a little bit across the two platforms there. Oh, has the read, just out of range in terms of that grab, and gets punished with that up B.
Yep. Okay. Ah, man. I think just losing that stock might have taken a lot out of Doug Todd immediately. And I get it, man. I get it. It was definitely a long weekend here. But the back throw is going to be able to get a stock here. We can definitely still make some noise. He put up a strong showing.
And now we're seeing those side Bs come out of neutral again.
Yep. There we go. A couple lasers just kind of disrupting that recovery pathway.
Ooh. Okay, the read there, drop down. Isn't able to finish it there, though.
Ooh, yep, tried to go for it. Up throw, up air. Tried to find that back and not able to find it.
Dice has just been fantastic at getting out of combos there, again, with a lot of those early air dodges, but Doug Todd has started to adapt here. Oh, looks like he had the grab there. Punishes the side B on stage again. Might be able to actually finish things out here.
Yeah, wow. I don't know what was going through Dice's mind right there, because you could have side specialed and put yourself in a better position, even if just slightly underneath the ledge, but you would have been able to recover.
Okay, doesn't finish there. What are you going to do off stage? Dice has gone out there a lot. Well, why not? Wait for the roll up. You're going to be able to down tilt, finish it off. Very similar to what happened in that first stock.
Okay, there we go. Back here. I tried to find that forward tilt. I'm not able to find it. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Ooh. He was expecting that flash to come out. Wasn't able to get it, though. And there we go. Up, one up air. Here we go. Picked it right back up. But again, man, Dice is DIing phenomenally out of these combos.
And knows exactly when is the right moment to hit that air dodge. That's the second time in a row he's able to get out of that final back air on that string.
There we go. Landing with the forward air. Up tilt.
Oh, great. Get out of there, Tool.
Just mash that option, man. Sometimes is what you got to do.
Oh, doesn't get to ledge. Isn't going to get two frame, though. Makes himself vulnerable. That should be able to finish, and it does so off the top. Doug Todd does win. You see the little pop up from Doug Todd.
Hey, man, sometimes it's the little victories, okay? It's the small things.
4-2 win there. And now, I think we did mention it basically has to be CNAM here.
Yeah. Oh, man. You know, it definitely, it's a little bit of a bummer to see things end in such a, a dominant fashion, fantastic. But seeing it end so early, being called so early, and we still got some games to play, you know, it's a little bit rough, but like, you know, that's just the format sometimes, and that's just how the game is played sometimes.
I think it's funny. I think that's Morvo from the Rocket League team standing on stage with the Smash team right now.
Oh, maybe.
You gotta support your teammates.
Hey, absolutely support your teammates. That's what it's all about, camaraderie in general. All right, well, we got CNAM sitting down. We're just waiting to see who we're going to be getting next. And there we are. Well, I don't know if there is a finals MVP, but if there is, it's fair, 100%. 2-3 stocks to just absolutely, you know, really set the tone for your team, really get the strong points you need. If there was a finals MVP, I would give it to Fair. Definitely showed up today.
I mean, literally,
what are you going to do?
Infinity stock winning percentage.
Exactly.
Rental percentage.
100%.
Yeah.
So good stuff to them, to Michigan. Where we are, we're going to be ready to play our final game.
Yeah.
And let's get it going.
The Echo Fire. I think we see the Nest booting up. Yep, and we do.
All right.
And this is the exact same matchup that closed out, I think, game one. Yeah.
Ooh,
just letting it rip.
Yeah, I mean, why not? If you got the sword mage off stage, you know, start throwing out those PK fires, PK thunders, all of them.
Able to get, you know, one of those up airs there. Ness so good at continuing off of so many of his own aerials. Sometimes it's fair into fair into fair, which, you know, probably isn't the coolest of combos there. But it really does all as you see it there. It extends into a combo, it stuffs out, and it is a kill option at high percent.
It certainly is. There we go, landing up air. All right, got that shield out. Tried to combat with the Nair himself, just not able to get through that.
The patience there. Just going to dash through all the way. Okay.
Okay. What's the option here? PK Fire not going to be able to find anything, but that forward air will certainly get a little bit of damage.
Yeah, and at some point, I really do want to see Echo Fire kind of go in for the read on CNAM's roll back. You've seen every time he rolls away. So now this time, quit waiting for it. I think you want to go in. Is able to clip with the PK Fire, though. Contest with the back air. But again, we're resetting back to where we just were. Sora's so good at getting back from basically anywhere that is disadvantageous.
It's throwing out the taunt mid-combo, I guess. Tried to throw out the down air. Okay, he definitely wanted to fall past the platform, I think. But landing on that, that's a little bit of a tough play. No, the air dodge. He should be able to recover,
to get back.
Yeah.
And no rinse and repeat, just waits there? I guess
I mean, he probably thought that he wasn't going to make it, and he just doesn't know that Sora recovers from anywhere in the game.
Yeah.
So, like...
Oh, you got to dash a little bit if you want that grab, buddy. Oh, I guess both players are looking a little grab hungry there. Oh, I like how he set up the center stage.
Yeah, he had to go center stage because he knows he's the show.
Yeah.
Like, I totally get it. But here we go, trying to keep this pressure up. And listen, I'm just going to say, like, if you don't finish this with a 3-stock, like, I am going to make fun of you. Oh, and there we go, man. Oh, you got a one-way ticket to hearing it from me. So, but see, now I'm going to be able to get on the board here, at least in this game. There we go, a little bit extra damage.
Okay, trying to go for a combo off the magnet there, whiffs. PK Fire, fair, goes off, tries to go for the second fair, isn't going to connect. Okay, parry there, nothing really comes from it.
There we go, forward air again, just tacking on some damage here. Just throwing out that forward smash, see if you can just catch him.
And I guess I don't mind it as well with how often Echo Fire's just been running in and grabbing.
Yeah. There we go, the combo set up.
Okay,
Gonna be able to fall out of it though, great DI.
Okay, gets the grab. Yeah, just safe instant double jump back on his stage. Okay, he did get jump back. I was unsure if he landed or not. And yeah, the platform play is what provided CNAM so much value originally. Yeah. You do like to see that come back right there.
There we go, the up air. Oh, not going to be able to get it there. There we go, the forward tilt will certainly get it done. And now what was looking like a 3-stock is a potential reverse 3-stock here. So maybe CNAM could, go out with a bang.
Just watch it.
Yeah.
I think Echo Fire's playing with his food a little bit.
Yeah, probably a little bit. I mean, I get it. The set's essentially over, but, like, still. There you go, some freeze. Okay, there we go. Getting that fair.
Yeah, you know what backwards facing Ness wants, and you've been doing pretty good at avoiding the back air.
Yep, throws out the up smash, and that will certainly close that out. And Michigan will be your PEC Smash Bros. Champions.
Yeah.
Well done.
Michigan State University for their second straight year in a row. Ever since the PEC had a championship, if you're thinking about Super Smash Bros. Ultimate, their name has been synonymous. Oh my gosh, fair shushing them up. That's your MVP right there, am I right?
Hey, listen. You got to let them know, man. Show the jawline. Tell them to be quiet. But listen, Fair is 100% the finals MVP. 2 3-stocks, really showing up for his team in the finals here. Really securing the championship for him, too. I mean, definitely set a good pace in that first game and then set the tone for game 2. Well done. Minnesota, got to give them a lot of credit here, too. They had the battle back from loser side here, and they went through, 4 teams to get to the grand finals.
Yeah, winners round 1, winners round 2. I think they had losers round 3, losers semis, losers finals, grand finals. They played the most Smash out of anyone here.
They played every team, almost.
Yeah, literally, yeah. They got to explore the entire conference in one weekend. And yeah, I liked how we were talking about that when they were showing the camera angle. Doug Todd leading the team down that, handshake GG line. I don't know if he is the captain, but definitely is a leader in terms of skill on that roster.
Oh yeah. I mean, they're all friends. They all know they have a good vibe with each other. I believe Grizz is the captain. He does have the C on his jersey.
Oh,
there.
true. Yeah, you love to see that.
But I mean, they're all friends. They all know what it takes, how much work it takes to go into winning something like this. So, but the thing I like the most is the great sportsmanship.
Yeah. I mean, everyone's talking. You mentioned this earlier as well. When Minnesota beat Syracuse, a couple of the players were exchanging like Discord information,
Yeah.
so they can practice against each other's specific characters. I think it was like Sinam and Scooby, because they didn't have a lot of the Sora Brawler experience, so they were talking about.
And those are two, like, Brawler's not as obscure nowadays because that character is something.
Yeah.
But Sora, as hyped as the character was, doesn't exactly play to the way a lot of people want, so getting some good matchup practice against a Sora is actually pretty crucial sometimes.
Yeah.
So.
And so I see the logos. I want to go through some of the performance we talked about. Michigan State, first place, champions, back-to-back. We know about that. We obviously know Minnesota placed second place, a great performance.
Beating Syracuse.
Beating Syracuse. Also losing to Syracuse, who ended up getting third place.
Yes.
So actually, if you're like a bracket fan, kind of a lame outcome because that's just 1, 2, 3 in their correct place in seeds. But the upset did happen for fourth place. Ohio State did secure fourth place in the PEC. So if you were looking at all last year, entirely different mix up in terms of where the teams placed outside of Michigan State. Obviously, they're still at the top. But the grand finals look very different. The teams in that third or that fourth spot looked significantly different. And I think we had a very good game to end the first championship of. Super Smash Bros. Ultimate is now done for PEC Championships 2026. There still is going to be Valorant, Rocket League, Overwatch, of course, tomorrow for that championship Sunday. But Smash is done, and I think we had a fairly good bracket with great players throughout the entire week.
And for any of the players here, there will be a singles bracket tomorrow for a lot of them to compete in. So they're going to be able to get some good games in here, figure out a lot. And it'll be good for everybody. And you know what? Someone's got a laptop here. I'm sure they might open up a stream somewhere and just run a little bit of Wi-Fi going on there. But hey, you know what? It was really exciting to be here. Thank you for reaching out to me and having me come out. It was a pleasure. It was a blast.
Yeah, and I think we will be able to throw it down for a trophy ceremony as well. So, Fish, please take it away. It's been incredible.
You're the first champions of 2026 in the PEC. What does it feel like?
Well, it feels amazing. I can't believe it.
You guys were the defending champs. It's so hard to go back to back. Was there any ever pressure of we've got to do it again, or was it just the same as last year?
I mean, there's pressure always, but the goal is always to win, to maintain the standard, and just to keep doing what we've been doing.
Congratulations, Michigan State. They're your national champions in PEC Smash.
Hello, and welcome back. Fish is on his way over. He gave that trophy to the wonderful individuals, and here he is. As I say his name, he's already back. But Fish, good to see you, man.
Thank you.
You got to be down there with the players. How'd it feel?
It felt great. The energy's just different, right? Like we've been building, we've talked about it, but to hand over that trophy to Michigan State, it's just different. A big congratulations to them. thought it was going to happen, but you still have to deliver.
Yeah, you do. I mean, Michigan State, whether or not you think they're going to win that in dominant fashion or not, like they said, right, there's always pressure. There's always going to be something there. You always still have to perform to the best case that you can, and they were able to do that, and they were able to secure back-to-back championships. I'm curious to see if they'll have a three-peat next year. Michigan State has been an incredibly good team in Smash, and they're always fun to watch.
It's a blast to watch, and it just sets the stage for what we have left in the PEC, right? We still have 3 more national championships to give away tomorrow. And in Michigan State, they look dominant the whole way, right? You and I were talking, maybe there's a world Minnesota. They've beaten them in the past. Can they find a way? They had a brief lead. I think they only led for 1 stock. They had a 4-2 to start, and then Michigan State took over. So big congratulations to them. And we still got a lot going on here too, Ryan. I was able to, as I'm running up again, a big congratulations to Michigan State. They earned it. We knew they were going to do it, but again, as we talked about it, you got to deliver. Big shout out to them. I was peeking a peek though. Valorant, it's tight between Utah and Michigan State as well. It's 6-6 in map 3 last I've seen.
Yeah, it's even there fully all the way through 1-1. So I'm curious to see who's going to end up coming out of that one. Also for Rocket League, Boise and Syracuse started their games. Syracuse is 1-0 right now after a 3-2 victory on game 1.
Okay.
So it's going to be close there as well as they finish out the day today.
Yeah, let's put up the Smash bracket, though. Once we do, as we see here, here are the scores for the games that are going on. Michigan State in Smash 3-0ing Minnesota, 1-1 in Valorant, 6-6, and then, as you said, Syracuse 1-0 over Boise. We get that Smash bracket up because we've completed it, right? We came in, we started yesterday, 4 brackets to go, and this one is now complete. Here's how it looked. Michigan State, the green, all the way across the top. We saw it. A crazy run by Syracuse, sent down to the lower bracket. Minnesota 2-0s them earlier in the day, but it is the Spartans who come out on top. But again, this was such a great tournament. Teams like Boise State winning against Nebraska, Ohio State taking Minnesota 3 games. At the end of the day, we'll remember Michigan State as the champs, and they've earned that. But overall, PEC Smash this year was electric.
Yeah, I mean, Bear mentioned it. It's like, you kind of look at 1, 2, and 3. They kind of place where you expect them to. But, right, you take a look at teams like Syracuse and Ohio State and how they played and how they looked and sort of where they're going to be going into next year, right? You weren't able to quite make it there in terms of those podium positions, but you're right there. You're so close, and I think it's a matter of, especially you take a look at Ohio State, they were that 7th seed coming in. They made it almost all the way to that lower finals. They're a team to look out for moving into the next semester as Syracuse continues to maximize their roster. Michigan State looks to continue their legacy, right? Minnesota looks to get their revenge, right? It's their first year in the PEC this year, and they're looking to find it back next year if they can take that on to Michigan State. So I'm curious to see what's going to happen next year.
It's going to be absolutely fantastic. You see there now Michigan State up 8-6 in Valorant. We start to look ahead to tomorrow. We can start with Overwatch because that bracket is as far as we have gotten. We have 1 game left. This is Overwatch. Boise State and Utah will play in the grand finals tomorrow. Utah, an electric run in those lower brackets. They want revenge for what happened yesterday when Boise State beat them 3-1.
Yeah, that 3-1 victory for Boise State. It was a little scary at times, but they were able to figure that one out and take the victory, right? Boise State won that. They then 3-0'd Syracuse dominantly in the winners finals, sending them down. But both sides, right? Ohio State, they struggled a little bit. They came in as the 1 seed. Utah finding a 3-0 victory against them. Utah looked incredibly good today against both of those teams. They then played Syracuse that had that bye straight into the lower finals. And then they 3-1'd Syracuse, 3-0'd Syracuse there. So very, very dominant performance from Utah. I am curious to see if they're going to be able to bring that in tomorrow. You won't be playing for another probably 12 or so hours. You've got time. You got to go to sleep. You got to have breakfast. You've got to basically reset your entire day to play against this Boise State squad, which this is their last hurrah as a team.
Yeah, they're going to be the defending champs. We'll see if they can kind of follow what Michigan State did. This is the bracket we've been keeping track of. There'll actually be 2 Valorant games tomorrow. This Michigan State-Utah is our final game today. Winner of that right now, again, it is 1-1. 8-6 Michigan State is the last update we heard. This one, they're going crazy down there.
Yeah.
They were mirroring me for how excited I was. They were back and forth. But winner of that will play Ohio State tomorrow, and then the winner of that game will then get a challenge Boise State. Again, all of our defending champs still alive. It was Michigan State last year, but if they lose, we're going to crown a new champion.
Yeah, Michigan State has to win 3 more games to get themselves the champion title, right? They've got to finish this one out against Utah. They then have to beat Ohio State, and then they have to beat Boise State. very doable for that team, but it's a long road ahead of them. Ohio State in a very good spot, looking to finish that one up for themselves. And then Boise, they're sitting nice and pretty, looking very good. They've shown some weakness, but at the end of the day, they still get that 1-0 lead starting off tomorrow in the grand finals.
And then our final bracket, of course, is Rocket League. As we wrap things up here today, we've got a game going on. It's Boise State and Syracuse. Again, Syracuse leading 1-0 right now. Those teams have played Game 5s historically, so if you're staying to watch that, you're going to be here for a while, and then the winner will face Baylor. But again, as we wrap up today, we have handed out one of our national champions. We've still got 3 more to go. And a big congratulations to Michigan State. They're our first national champs in Smash. They earned it, and we'll see you guys tomorrow to crown the other 3.